Mark's right there. Okay, everybody here? Good morning. Welcome everybody again to the second day of our 2024 planning conference. I want to again thank all the elected officials and especially the staff for giving up their Saturday to come spend some time with us. We'll get right into our agenda. The first item is a Fund Balance 101 review by Teresa. Take it away.
Good morning. Is everyone okay if I am here instead of, I know the mayor said yesterday he felt like
God, yeah.
God was speaking.
God must be a woman because all of our speakers have been female.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. We're going to talk about some thrilling stuff for the next few minutes. We decided as we were talking about and planning, doing this, the agenda for the planning conference, that this would be a good time to kind of do a Fund Balance 101 and talk about what fund balance is or isn't, and the uses of fund balance, what the town's current policy is. So the things that we're going to go over are the fund balance categories, because there are different categories of fund balance, what the local government commission requires, how the levels change throughout the fiscal year, and how fund balance is used as a fiscal health indicator, talk about some best practices, and then we're going to talk about the town's fund balance policy. So if you have any questions as we go along, just feel free to jump in. So the town's fund balance is segmented into 5 categories each year at the end of the year on the annual comprehensive report. The first category is non-spendable, which is kind of self-explanatory. You cannot spend these funds because they're either basically already spent, they're prepaid items, or they're legally required to remain intact. So that's not usually a very large number at the end of each year, but we always do have some prepaid items such as rent and insurance that we've paid, but they're actually for the next fiscal year. Then the restricted funds are, these funds are restricted by law, and Powell bill is the biggest example for the town of Matthews. Like, the money comes from the state with very specific uses and reasons to spend the money, and we can't change that, and we can't spend it for anything else. So those 2 categories are just basically kind of off the table. Don't even think about it. The next 3 is where you all come into play, and your authority as a governing board can change and or make differences. So the committed funds are for specific purposes that there has been a formal action by the board. Example, capital outlay, certain projects, the vehicle lease payments. You know, we've signed it, we have a contract, we have an agreement, so we have committed those funds for the term of that contract. And then we also have the Public Safety Governor's Highway Safety Program or grant, and those funds are committed to going to specific officers in the police department that are in charge of traffic. So they're the ones that write you the tickets if you go too fast in Matthews. Assigned funds are intended for specific purposes, but they're not restricted or committed, such as affordable housing, stormwater, and in streets, the paving fund that you all started, that we every year commit so much money out of the general fund to paving. However, these funds, you can change your mind and move these funds around, take them out and put them in unassigned, because unassigned fund balance are funds that are technically available for any purpose that the town sees as necessary to spend those funds. So assigned and unassigned are the most flexible pots of money and those are usually where the funds come from when you're trying to make a major decision about using fund balance. You're going to use unassigned first, obviously, and then if things get to a certain point, you may take some of the assigned and reassign it somewhere else. So just kind of a summary. The top two categories are basically just don't even think about them because they're set by law. They're not spendable dollars, and we just have to leave them sitting there. The bottom three categories you can change through a formal action and move those monies around. So when we talk about available fund balance, we are talking about assigned plus unassigned fund balance. Does anybody have any questions about the categories? Oh, okay.
I might as well kick this off. Right. Yesterday we talked about having a pot of money for future studies or plans. Would that pot of money essentially be an assigned bucket under the fund balance?
Yes, because if you go that far to say you want to assign $40,000 a year, we would put it in that bucket.
And I guess so just to speak to a concern that I have about that plan is that at some point, it's easy to not raise taxes and start dipping into those assigned funds. Like, is there a way to protect it so that it's, a formal action really isn't much of a protection against dipping into something that's necessary like that?
There's always going to be future board discretion, right? So if because there isn't a legal restriction, it's a board commitment, a future board could always look at that pot of money and say, we disagree. We think it's better used for this other purpose over here. So that exists for a couple of other things already. But fortunately, that hasn't been something that boards have typically gone and looked at when looking for funds. I think in general, there's been this understanding that, hey, that was a good call to be putting the money aside for that purpose. We don't want to mess with that. What we have seen in the past sometimes is maybe funding just stops going toward it or it's reduced. That would be another way that a future board could have some impact on that. But certainly defer to the town attorney, but I don't think there's any way to lock it in a way that it can't be undone if a future board wanted to.
And then I see that you have a statement about what we'll cover. So I'm curious if you know the history of the fund balance, like if it's been dipped into in the past and how it's brought back up or the level of difficulty. So I don't know if you're going to talk about that, but at some point in the presentation, that would be interesting to me.
Okay. Yeah. I think we will touch on that some. Any other questions about these categories and how they work? Okay. So there are some requirements and there is a lot of confusion sometimes around the actual LGC requirements. The Local Government Commission, or the LGC, is the leg of the state treasurer's office that we report our financial statements to every year as required by law. And they are the people we have to go and get permission from to sell bonds, to go into long-term debt situations. So they do have some requirements for us, and they evaluate different towns and counties now by our annual general fund expenditures, where in the past we were evaluated by the size of the town. Well, then they realized that there were towns of the same population that had completely different budgets, because like the town of Matthews does not have a water sewer system. We do not have electric. So our budget may not be as large as some other town of the same population because they have water, sewer, they have electric and all those things. So they made a very good change to make it based on expenditures. So every year they include a chart in the annual audit worksheet that shows the groupings, how they group and indicates the minimum thresholds of available fund balance. So this is the chart from the FY23 audit submission worksheet. So if you look, of course, is the green button the pointer?
Yeah, I think it's the green.
This one? Okay, so for municipalities, and then if your budget is over $10 million, which ours is, then we have Powell bill. So without Powell bill, it's 46%. The minimum threshold for fund balance available is 25% or approximately 3 months. Now, this is the minimum threshold. This is not like a goal threshold. This is like this is what they require as the bare minimum. And if you fall below this, then, you get a phone call and a letter and they'll want to talk to you about what's going on and how you plan to improve the fund balance situation in your town. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, I've got a question. Previously, I had heard that the minimum was like 8%.
That
This something different?
Well, the 8%, and I can forward you, the state treasurer's office put out a memo not too long ago about the myth of the 8%.
Okay.
Because if we fell to 8%, that would be less than 1 month's worth of
I'm not advocating for it, but I'm
expenses
just,
yet.
these numbers are much higher than what I had previously heard.
Yes, and 8% has floated around for years and years, and the state treasurer's office finally put out a memo to say that is not, they don't wait until people get to 8% to start, knocking on the door. And these are truly the minimums that they're looking for, for people to keep a healthy fund balance, because you never know when. I think it was brought up or said yesterday, you never know if there's going to be, if there's a tornado or there's a major snowstorm or anything can happen. And you want to be prepared and have some money in the bank to take care of things until you can be reimbursed by the federal government, which can take years.
And Teresa, to clarify, when we're talking about the percentage, it is available fund balance, which is the combination of unassigned and assigned, correct? This isn't
Correct.
unassigned.
Right.
Okay.
This is yes. So like going back to the previous slide, available equals assigned plus unassigned. Okay. Yes.
That's probably why these numbers seem so high.
Yes.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Mhm.
And it also, I'm assuming means we have a catastrophe and a tornado comes through.
Mhm.
That 3 months of expenditures is going to cover police and fire response and all of the town activities that are happening to get us back up on our feet. It's not like it's just not to minimize administrative tasks, but it's not simply for the function of town hall, but it's everything outside of town hall as well.
Correct.
And that's also, you should take into consideration that the revenues don't come in all at one time. So your revenues are stretched out over September to January on your normal non-delinquent taxes. So they're stretched out. So you need 3 months, particularly in the summertime. And you had that, you could have a tornado, you're not going to have a snowstorm, but you've got to have the funds on hand, even when you have low revenues, to be able to cover at least 3 months of the town's needs. So it's not only the amount of money, but the timing of when the disaster might happen.
Yeah.
Cash flow.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Charlie. Anyone else before we move on? Okay, so fund balance is published once a year and it is as of a single point in time at June 30th of each fiscal year. So the number that's published in our ACFR or our annual financial report it's a moment in time, and by the time the book is published, that number has changed because life has gone on, things have happened, fund balance has been appropriated, you have a different budget, so you have different expenditure target numbers. So the amount of available fund balance changes. It can change monthly if there are budget amendments that appropriate fund balance. And so as a result, the availability of unassigned fund balance may not be in excess of the 34% policy goal. You may look at that financial report in January and say, oh, we had 46% fund balance. Well, that was on one day at, one time. But if you look at it on a regular basis, it fluctuates throughout the year. And this is a graph of how things went during FY23. We started the year, so at 6/30/22 on the financial report, we had 36.77% unassigned fund balance. And that's only that last category. And then it dropped down as we made budget amendments. But then at 6/30/23, when the audit was completed, we were at 43.07.
I've got a question. Do you have a running average for the, year to date for the previous year or something like that? You know what I'm saying? That would show that the average instead of the actual amounts. I think that would be helpful for us if we knew what the average for the previous year was for the balance.
Okay, the average of,
If you could do
Well,
the last 365 days, what the average unassigned balance was instead of points in time, what the average was, I think would be a useful metric for the board to say, well, because this is kind of confusing, we might look at 43% and go, wow, we've got a lot of money. And then, then we're at 21% another time. It'd be good to know what the running average was for the, year to date for the previous 365 days.
okay, I can do that.
Mayor, just to clarify, you want that calculated daily? Because
I think you could do that in a spreadsheet.
it's,
If you can't do it easily, I wouldn't spend any time on it. I thought you could do that very easily with us. Or even monthly would be fine, but
So,
it would be good for our board to know on average for the last year, we're at 35% or we're at 42% or whatever, what the average is.
okay, so it would basically be taking these
Yes.
three numbers.
Yeah, that would be quarterly if you took those and took those last four and took the average of them.
Right.
I just think this is kind of confusing. It's confusing to the public because we're like, when we talk about raising taxes and they're like, hey, you have 43% unassigned, but maybe the average for the previous year was actually 32% or whatever. It would be good to know that. I don't know. I mean, you're the financial expert. I might be, what I'm saying might be totally garbage, but that seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So if we take these three numbers and average them, are you wanting to just go or take these four?
I would take
from
the
where we
last
started?
four, 22.85, 22.37, 21.4, and 43.07 and take an average. And that would be a quarterly every 3 month average for the last, and it looks like, what is it? Okay.
Thank you.
And right. So
So,
I think that's That'd be more, for me, that would be a more useful number for the board and a more useful number for the public instead of points in time, which it's like, okay. Particularly when the public sees 43.07% and they're like, why did you raise taxes if you've got 43% and your goal is 34%?
I understand. Yes.
For me, I think this is helpful because it shows the drastic change in fund balance amounts. And if we saw maybe a longer stretch of, and I was thinking like several years, so 2019, and then see the impact of the fund balance during the pandemic, you can see that, you know, the ups and downs and realize that it's not, even though we have 43, we can predict that at some point it's going to get back to 22. It'll, you know, and come back up. So
Yeah, I'm not advocating getting rid of this. I'm saying in addition to this, it would be helpful to have an average in addition. I don't know, does anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. And that's something we can definitely add an average into a graphic like this to show.
You know, only if it's really easy. I wouldn't spend a great deal of time on it, but it seems like you could, even if you did it quarterly, it should be a pretty simple thing. Just average the last 4 quarters and throw a number up.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions about this graph? Okay, so fund balance is one of the key financial indicators for how the town is doing. And it is used by bond rating agencies and banks when we're trying to go out for debt. So large swings or dips in fund balance can have a significant impact on our credit rating. And it's just like your personal credit score. This score impacts the interest rates that we pay when issuing bonds or taking out other types of debt. So having a strong fund balance is a positive indicator when we're trying to, issue bonds or take out long-term debt, which we will get into a little more later this morning about how these numbers can affect and change our credit rating and our bond ratings with agencies. So we've talked a lot about what fund balance is and all the different legal categories and the legal ramifications. But some fund balance best practices are to maintain unassigned fund balance, which is basically the pot that you can move around and do what you want to with, at a level sufficient to cover emergencies and unforeseen expenditures. Use fund balance for one-time expenditures. And we should not use fund balance for recurring operating expenses because it is it's a finite amount of money. It's like your savings account. And we should not assume that there will always be unassigned fund balance in excess of the policy goal. Because again, anything can happen, and it doesn't have to be as large as a tornado. It can be, a failure of an HVAC unit or a failure of some other major component in a building that we have to replace it right away. So it's, we need the money in the bank to be able to take care of that.
For 1 second, I wonder if anybody else heard, I saw a bunch of stuff on social media that there was an earthquake the other day. Did anybody see that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Apparently a mild earthquake was detected in Matthews a couple days ago. So we've had at least one before that I recall that shook my house pretty hard. So that's kind of crazy.
That is a very weird feeling. I was working in Carteret County and we were in a very old, a building on the historic, landmark and on the second floor, and we had an earthquake. And when the building started shaking and all the furniture, we were like, okay, this is not good. I don't like that feeling. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the town's fund balance policy. The town has an adopted fund balance policy that says that they will maintain 34% available fund balance of the most recently closed fiscal year's actual expenditures. Available is again assigned plus unassigned fund balance. And the policy, of course, is based on that June 30th number of the prior year. But informally, the goal has always been to maintain 34% unassigned fund balance, which is fund balance that we haven't already said we want to use this for A, B, or C. It is the pot of money that is available to add, D, E, and F, like different projects, which is a very good, very strong, policy, but it's not over the top kind of policy. There are reasons that you might want to maintain and or grow your fund balance in excess of this policy. One would be saving for particular projects so that we pay cash and we don't go out for debt and we don't have to pay interest and things, or to have cash on hand for unforeseen purchases. They're not emergencies, such as land acquisition opportunities. If there's a grant match, we like grants, but a lot of them come with a match, like it's 80-20 or 70-30, so we have to come up with our part, and having a strong fund balance allows us to be able to do that without worrying about dipping into the operating budget or into different things. And it would also allow for funding of preliminary activities associated with large projects, such as the engineering, design, planning activities for different projects.
Yeah, I've got another question. Does spending from our unassigned fund balance require board action, or can
Yes.
the manager or staff
No.
spend it?
The budget, so if you're using fund balance, you are increasing the budget, and we cannot increase the budget without board action. Yes, so yeah, no fund balance can be appropriated by the manager, by me. I mean, it has to come to the board for approval. The only time you can use fund balance, and again, it took board action, if the board appropriates fund balance during the budget process, if they've said, we're going to spend $300,000 on B, we're putting it in the budget and we're assigning it now, then we can make that transfer and use that money. But if it goes to $301,000, we have to come back to the board for that $1,000. Does that make sense? And then it also ensures creditworthiness or positive economic conditions to ensure, again, that we maintain a high favorable bond rating. Because when you start issuing bonds and going into the market, having a high rating is just like going into the bank with a high credit score to get a loan. You're going to get the better interest rates, the better options for your debt financing. Those are just a few bullet points about items to consider about possibly amending the fund balance policy. You could lower the 34% goal if you're comfortable carrying less fund balance. You could create a range so that the focus is not always on a single amount being too much, too little. I gave the example 30 to 35%. A lot of towns and counties have a range that they try to stay in. Or we could create a goal for minimum number of months of operating expenditures in the same fund balance. Example, 4 months, 3 months, 6 months. I mean, you can, decide. But it's just, those are things to consider to make the fund balance policy a little more, having the goals of the range and or a minimum number of months would make the policy a little more of a true working document than it is right now, because right now it only speaks about one member at one point in time, and that's it. Could add additional language for uses of additional fund balance. So if you wanted to add examples, any amount greater than the unassigned general fund balance goal is deemed available for transfer to the capital reserve fund for future projects. Or reserves should only be used for specific circumstances, such as responding to, emergencies, unanticipated one-time expenditures, offset unanticipated revenue fluctuations, in one-time outlays that town manager may recommend to the board, such as land acquisitions or some one-time project that, action needs to be taken quickly. And that's all I have prepared as slides. Does anybody have any other questions?
I don't have a question. I have a comment. I would not be in favor of kind of tying our hands, saying that the can be used for only specific circumstances. I think it's good that it's open to be used for whatever we want to use it for. And I also think the 34% target has served us well. So I'm not really in favor of changing that either. It's been a good goal, and I don't know what others think.
I think that graph that you presented and the average was close to 30%, 29 point something, tells you that you are very close to the average, and there's no sense in sort of bringing that down to that point, because indicatively, you may have good years and bad years,
Right.
but it seems like for some, this has probably been tested 20 years ago. They were probably monitoring the situation, and this is like, no, this is where the feel good spot is. And so I would, not want to use it, and it's been effective. I mean, you start at 36.77, you drop below the line, we replenish that and kind of thing, and again, that average is right around 30. So I have no problem with holding it 34.
I have a question, and I don't love playing hypotheticals, but say if we talk about this 34%, we can operate for 3 months. Say a hurricane hits or a tornado hits, or is the expectation is that we will no longer be collecting any taxes? So say, like, I guess,
The expectation in a situation like that, and I've kind of been through that with hurricanes, which we don't have to worry about as frequently, is you'll have a lot of extra, like one-time emergency costs that you're going to spend out, money that you weren't planning to spend out. And it takes FEMA years to reimburse you. And it's a reimbursement kind of thing. So we have to pay the money first, then ask for it back. So it's not going to take away from the tax collections or the regular operating. This is going to be above and beyond, and then we've got to wait for somebody to pay us back.
that makes a lot more sense. I've thought about that as like, if a tornado hits, does that mean the county stops collecting property tax or sales tax? I guess that was my thought. That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if anybody in this room, Charlie, you would be during Hugo, you could kind of speak to that. There was probably a huge capital outlay. And I know that, and CJ could speak to a little bit. I remember several years with Ralph Macera during the winter, we've gone through all our snow removal and we were dipping into the next level. So, I mean, it does aspect of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for answering.
Anything else?
Any further questions? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
All right.
Becky.
We are going to transition to talk about financial advisory program and the potential for some long-range planning services. So staff will give kind of a brief introduction, and then we do have our partners, potential partners from First Tryon, who are here to go a little bit more in depth this morning about what that can look like, and give a little show and tell of what some of these Excel spreadsheets can look like once they are put together that show how to model out to meet our financial needs. So this firm, First Tryon, there are a number of firms out there like this, but they serve in the space of partnering with municipalities to be able to provide a number of different services that include capital planning and analysis and modeling. They can assist with revenue and debt management activities, and then also bond structuring and issuance activities. So instead of having to add staff and trying to find somebody with this kind of expertise, they're able to sort of come in and provide that specialty assistance in some of these areas that we don't presently have. So it's really about creating long-term financial strategies that the board is able to look at and understand, and also provide different options for the board to look at to understand the decisions that we are making now, how it can impact things later, or what needs to be done now in order to be prepared for what is coming later. You can go to the next slide. So when we look at what we have done historically, or what we are looking at as we move towards the future, we have not historically taken this kind of comprehensive approach to funding for our existing facilities, for our replacement plans for vehicles and equipment, for the delivery of new projects. It has been very year to year, and that has been difficult. So without notable influx of new revenue in a given year, there were a lot of years where, say, a dump truck was in need of replacement, but there just wasn't $300,000 to buy a new one. And so it would get pushed to the next year. And that starts to snowball over time of how do you ever catch up? And we've seen it with our CIP fund, where we have a laundry list of projects that there's interest in delivering to the community, but the funding of how to ever get there is unclear. So, sure, go ahead.
You and I had a conversation months ago, maybe it was when you first became town manager, but is this almost in a way from former leadership to no longer have to fix stuff with a stick of gum and a piece of tape? I think it's kind of the way you phrased it.
Bubble gum and duct tape, I think, is some of what I've said before. There was we had the benefit of a lot of our buildings kind of being built at the same time. A lot of them were built about 20 years ago. And so for the first 5, 10, 15 years, they tend to stay in pretty good shape, but then everything starts kind of wearing out. And so the budgets were very, very minimal for facility maintenance. And in a lot of cases, it was, well, here's $10,000 or here's $25,000, do the best you can. But that may not have actually been meeting the needs for proper facility maintenance. And then as we've seen HVAC units start to go, those don't remotely get paid for with $25,000 in a given year. So that's what we've started to try to do over the last few years, is start to put more money away for facility maintenance in particular, because things are kind of aging out at the same time. And a lot of these major systems are coming up due at once, and they are not cheap to replace. And the more we can do in proactive preventative maintenance in a given year, the longer we can stretch some of those things out.
And the theory that inherently it's cheaper over time to do it that way?
And yes.
Theory.
And to kind of go back with Teresa's presentation, when we had the overage, can we take that overage and then apply it to pay cash for an HVAC unit?
So
would that be smart?
so-
And would knock us down to 34%?
So are you talking about doing that right now, or are you talking about it like just in general?
Well, whenever we have it, if you say, oh, we're at this point and we have this amount, we're over this much and we're in need of this, and we can take this amount, which won't knock us below our 34%, and get that HVAC. So
Yes, you're spot on with that, of how this can work in theory. So one of the potential phrases in Teresa's presentation was the board could set a policy, if you wanted, that once fund balance reached a certain percentage in excess of your policy or a certain dollar amount in excess of your policy, that could be carved out and sent to a reserve fund automatically. Board would still approve it that we were doing that, but it could be sort of carved out and sent over to a capital reserve fund that would go toward those one-time expenditures, exactly like you're talking about. So other communities that are doing this, it's sort of building a kitty more specifically for vehicle maintenance replacement, for facility maintenance, for capital projects, to start to have at least some funding in those, or in some cases, ideally sufficient funding, so that, as an example, when the board had to take the action on the fire trucks recently, that is going to come due in FY26 and FY27. Right now, we're just going to have to find a way to fit it into our existing budget come 26 and 27. We don't have a capital reserve fund for vehicle replacements that some other communities do that could be funding those payments when they come up. Right now, we have no funding, and then this spike of a cost. And that's when it gets really difficult, is how do we afford it then when the spike comes and we reach a point with a lot of these projects or equipment where we just have to, and we are kind of shoehorning it in. This is taking a more proactive approach, seeing it coming. How do we start planning for it now? What do we need to be putting away toward it now in order to be better prepared when the bill comes due?
And if we do that, does that become a restricted fund? If moving funds out of a unrestricted, unassigned area, or even assigned, does it go to and become restricted, or is it still available if another matter of greater urgency surfaces?
So
what's your thinking on that?
It would, so you would be setting up different types of funds. And so right now, the capital improvement fund is restricted. Once dollars go into our capital improvement fund, they have to be used for a capital improvement project. They can be used for a different project, but it has to be a capital improvement project. But a vehicle maintenance fund, as an example, Teresa, jump in if I misspeak here, but that could be created as an assigned or a committed fund that you could undo if you wanted to. So you can put different parameters on different types of funds depending on their desired end usage.
It's a good question. I would personally would not want to tie our hands to anything. I wouldn't be able to reassign the funds as necessary. I do think it's probably a good idea to use the overage as Gina suggested. And you, Teresa, made this point and you did as well, Becky, but this would be for one-time expenses. We can't use this to pay salaries, for instance, and things like that, because it's, recurring. But no, I think that's a good idea. Certainly no need to, if our fund goes up, we don't want to have, 50% of, unassigned. We should be using those funds to pay for capital expenses. But I would not want to tie our hands so that we had to use it for a certain purpose. I like having the freedom of being able to do what we want.
So to that point, and certainly staff is in full agreement with that, when we look at some of these desired areas of focus on the screen, part of what the modeling can do is it can also help us understand the actual level of need. So as an example, with that fleet replacement fund, understanding what the fleet replacement cycles and anticipated costs are for all of our fire apparatus, all of our police cars, all of our equipment in public works, and understanding what's on a 10-year replacement cycle, what's on a 15-year replacement cycle, what are those anticipated costs, and model that out to know, okay, if we want to fund all of these equipment needs, as an example, we really need to be putting $300,000 into this fund every single year to keep everything moving and going. And so that would be a goal that we could then set. How do we move our budget toward that? It won't happen overnight because those can be some big jumps, but understanding what that delta might be, and then how do we close that delta over time with how we're budgeting so that, again, we're leveling the cost when these things come due.
I may be skipping ahead, or maybe I'm talking about the same thing, but we talked about during our last budget how we really overperformed on our investments. We were making more money off of that. Would it be appropriate to say, hey, the town's the whatever percentage we're making, that is also set aside, or is that a part of that 34%? You see what I'm saying?
Right now, the interest revenue that we're earning off of our investment earnings. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So I'm saying, like,
Mhm.
if there's a threshold of what percentage of, maybe we earn 2% to keep us at 34. If we're earning 8%, why don't we take that 6% of interest, and that also goes to that fund? That way we don't come, because I think we played the game last year. We're like, we don't know what our investments are going to be next year, and we don't want to use this fund. So what if it's already set aside for those one-time expenses? We don't have to have that fight every budget season of, are we going to be at 8% next year? Are we going to be at 1%?
Yeah, right now, all of that excess just helps us increase our fund balance and how we
So
close at the
it's
end of
basically
the
the
year.
same theory of what you're talking about.
It gets you to the same end result.
Okay.
If we're earning investment interest higher than we budgeted,
It increases the fund balance.
then it increases
Okay.
the fund balance
All right.
at the end of the
That's
year.
great. Thank you.
Mhm.
How does this work in relation to the balanced budget that we're required to have? And because I can see the perception of this becoming, when you have too much income, or too much revenue, it looks like we are overtaxing, right? And so how do we explain that this is in preparation for future expenses, so that there isn't a big tax leap in the future? Because that's how it works. If you don't fund it now, you're going to have a giant jump, and then there's sticker shock, right? So how do we, I guess first, is there an expiration on spending these funds so that it keeps the budget balanced? And how does it work with the balanced budget?
So any money that was being sent to any additional funds that were set up would all have to fit within our total budget. So if we were going to have a $35 million budget, it would be carving out and basically pointing, $300,000 is going to go to our fleet replacement fund, and we're going to put $1 million into our capital improvement project fund. So they would just be lines within the budget. And then how we would be planning to spend those funds would be included in the budget document. So you would have a spending plan that would show, kind of like we do with the CIP right now, that shows what do we intend to spend in the given year, and then it can project out what's coming due the next year, what's coming due 2 years from now, that you can see all of those needs that are coming down the pike that, in our world never go away. You're always going to have another fire truck right around the corner that you're going to need to get ordered. Lease cars are every single year. The needs in public works are really every single year. So it would be articulated within the budget document. So like right now we show a transfer to the CIP fund every year. It would just be another line like that shows transfer to fleet. Does that answer your question?
And
it
to
does.
speak to the expiration, I heard you say, so what Becky was talking about, once you transfer it to the CIP or a fleet maintenance or a paving maintenance, then that money doesn't expire. Like it doesn't roll back in at the end of the year to that 34%. It's over here and is set aside for all those uses. So you don't have to reappropriate it. You don't have to recalculate and figure out how much. That money doesn't expire as far as a budget cycle. It's just sitting over there in that fund waiting to be spent on A, B, C, D, whatever projects need to be done. out of that particular area. And the financial modeling helps to show how much money you're going to need in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on.
So in simplest terms, right? This is a plan that would say, I'm going to put away $500 a year because I know in 10 years I'm going to need a car. The other option is there are two more options, I think, in my mind. I'm making sense of this is that I could say, okay, I know in 10 years I need a car. At that point, I'm going to take out debt and pay for my car. Or in 10 years, I'm going to get a better paying job that is going to pay for that car. So is that sort of the...
Yes. And you can also be making your payment on your car with the $500 that you're putting away every year. So, because maybe your payment was $350 a month. And so you're using a portion of what you're putting away to make a payment on something that you got now. And then you're banking the rest of it for then when your spouse needs a car 3 years from now. And so it would be also looking to make the debt payments if we are taking on debt to acquire equipment, like the fire trucks as an example. It would be making the debt payments out of that fund, presuming there's sufficient dollars in it to cover the debt service. It would be all rolling out of that fund instead of these hits and spikes back to our regular budget that we're then trying to absorb because we hadn't put money away ahead of time.
Is there a way to invest that money so that we earn something on it? Otherwise, we can just put it in a coffee can behind the town hall.
Absolutely.
It all is subject. It's all sitting in one bank account with the trust, and then or it can be invested in other ways. So there's a difference between like how it's being invested in the market and then what we're showing on our books. So it doesn't have to sit
Right.
not
It just
earning
seems
interest.
incredibly
Yeah.
inefficient to have tens of thousands of dollars sitting and earning no interest.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
that's not the
Yeah.
approach to this. at all.
Yeah, that's not the approach. And we will talk a little more about that as part of the rest of the conversations this morning. But yeah, the money will definitely be making money for us also, which helps to offset.
I think Gina had, or Leon.
You know, this approach is common sense because all of us are having to do this in our own homes. I mean, whatever that we're having to plan for, we either create debt or we save for it. And the wise approach is any expenditures that you are going to need in the future, you save ahead of time. So it will cost you a lot less. So this is almost a no-brainer.
And to kind of go back on what Renee, her example, when you prepay items, normally, with us, are there penalties? And
No.
if the town wants to do that, I don't know what kind of loans we get or whatever.
We
So we could prepay things to get them paid off early.
We never have prepayment penalties when we take on debt. So that's always an option. That's always an option. Typically, we don't, because we've set that $100,000 payment or whatever it is into the budget. And we just pay it off. But that would be an option.
So the extra we could take and prepay down something to get it paid off quicker too, as well, say.
If we had,
If we chose to do that.
well, and if we had extra, I think
I'm just trying to think different,
that would be a great scenario.
Mhm.
I think we're a number of years.
and ways to get out of debt quicker is how I'm looking at it. Yeah.
I think the good thing is most of our debt, and correct me if I'm wrong, Teresa or Becky, we have very low interest rates.
We have very low interest rates, and we have very, very small amounts of debt. We use, and I'm not suggesting that we push up against our debt capacity, but we use 1%
Yeah.
maybe of our available debt capacity.
I'm surprised that we don't have the very highest credit rating then.
We're I think our we're the second from the highest, and I think our friends with First Tryon are going to speak to that a little bit. I think their view is that we're on the verge of perhaps tipping into AAA.
I would hope so. If we're using 1% of our debt capacity, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, except zero. I mean,
Do you need
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But a lot of the other work that a municipal financial advisory firm can provide is also helping staff and the board look forward facing and future facing as what is financially feasible, what can we actually afford, and then how long will it take to get there, which I know has been a difficulty in some of our conversations as we've tried to figure out the best path to move forward on some items. So you can move to the next slide. So with that, sounds like we've got a warm introduction for First Tryon. But if we can move on, I think their presentation is attached to this one. So we have with us David Cheatwood and Chaz O'Habliston. If y'all want to introduce yourselves real quick, and we will hear from them next, and then plenty of opportunity for questions and feedback afterwards.
Am I on here? Yes. All right. Thanks, Becky. Good morning, everybody. Mayor, commissioners, thank you very much for having us here this morning. As Becky said, my name is David Cheatwood. My colleague behind you is Chaz O'Habliston. We work at a firm called First Tryon Advisors. We're based just down the road from you in Charlotte. So Becky invited us here today just to give you, so we could give you an overview of our firm and the role we play, the services we provide. And as a part of that, we'll give you a demo on really what y'all are focused on here in terms of that long-term planning. We'll give you a demo of what we do for other entities out there so you can see what's involved. So just to start, and I have to direct this. Oh, there you go. So a little bit of overview of our firm. We're again based in Charlotte, North Carolina. We've got about 25 individuals at our firm, two main offices, Charlotte. We have about 12 or so, and then our other main office is in Annapolis, Maryland. And then we have a couple individual advisors, financial advisors in home offices across the Southeast here. We are purely a financial advisory firm. We're not a bank or lender or an underwriter, solely a financial advisory firm, meaning we sit on your side of the table. We have a fiduciary duty to act in your best interest and to give you all the options. And so again, we do not do any sort of lending or underwriting. Our practice, we serve as financial advisor to cities, counties, utility systems, K through 12 private schools, charter schools, colleges, universities, hospitals, senior living facilities, basically anybody that can issue tax exempt debt is a potential client of ours. You'll see our client focus. We have about 400 clients nationwide. The bulk of them are really in the Southeast region. You'll see from the dots there, primarily in the Carolinas and Georgia, just based in Charlotte. That's we do a lot of in-person meetings like this, so being able to get somewhere easily is important. So you'll see a heavy focus in the Carolinas and Georgia, and then out of our Annapolis office, you'll see a heavy focus of clients there in that Maryland, DC area. Within North Carolina, we work with, and I should note, Chaz and I work predominantly with cities, counties, utility systems in North Carolina and South Carolina. So this is what we do day in, day out. We're working with a lot of your peers across the state, both large entities, small entities, middle part of the state, eastern, western, just to name a few. On the larger city side, we work with Greensboro, Durham, Winston-Salem, Fayetteville. More locally, we work with Davidson, Mooresville, Monroe, Belmont, Salisbury, and others. We actually helped the town of Matthews back in 2014, which was your last public market bond offering. Y'all issued some GEO bonds back then. We helped you through that process a little bit, again, 10 years or so ago. But you'll see our list of clients across the state here. One thing we like to point out when y'all bring a financial advisory firm on, what are you looking for? What should you be looking for in that? And so we break it down into 4 categories. And if you've got one, and hopefully that's us here, that can bring all of these attributes, you've got a good advisor and a good situation there. First and foremost is experience. Just like I went through, you want to have a firm that is working with entities just like you across the state. So we are knowing what your peers are doing, we work with the local government commission, other bond counsel firms. And so bringing that experience to the table kind of first and foremost is what you'd be looking for. You also want a firm that has all the resources at its disposal, both external and internal resources. From an external standpoint, that's the subscriptions to the rating agency services, Bloomberg, and other data that we can pull internally. And this is where we take a lot of pride in, and we'll pull up a model demo here, but we build a lot of models in-house. Our long-term planning model is our big one, but we do a lot of that. Accessibility is a big attribute you want in a firm. If you've got experience and resources, but you're based in New York or Chicago and you can't get here on a Saturday morning to go through this, then it doesn't do you much good. And so being located in Charlotte, obviously very accessible to you. And then last, we always like to point out enthusiastic. We are, this is what we do day in, day out. We love doing it, spend a lot of time doing it and thinking about it outside of work as well. So, a little bit of bio info here. Picture's too big for that screen, but we've got, I've been in this business about 18 years. I started off, I practiced law for a couple of years, and then I worked at Bank of America and Wells Fargo as an investment banking underwriting firm that would go out and sell bonds like yours. Switched over to the financial advisory side, joining First Tryon back in 2015. And again, I predominantly work with the cities and counties and utility systems. My colleague Chazo behind you, he's been in this business for about 10 years. He worked for another financial advisory firm for the first 5 years, and he's been with us for the last 5 years. So scope of services, what do? We like to break it down into 3 categories here. The first is, again, the focus of primary focus of today, and what y'all are looking at is that long-term planning, the pre-planning. A lot of that is on the debt or capital side. And then we're also looking at, if you have outstanding debt, do you have refinancing opportunities? We're monitoring those. If you have credit ratings, are you due for an upgrade? Do you need to guard against a downgrade? Rating agencies will reach out to you if you have outstanding debt. Even if you're not going to the market to issue it, they'll reach out to you occasionally. And so we do a lot of that credit strategy and review as well. And then oftentimes when we're doing this long-term planning, it inevitably leads to a financing. And so we take you through that financing process. As I mentioned, we work regularly with the local government commission who has to approve all financings. We work with all the bond counsel firms across the state. And so we're taking you through that process start to finish, evaluating what are your different options for financing a particular project, what are the terms and the structure, and then helping you execute that. And then we kind of loop back around to the ongoing service. And so once a financing closes, we may loop back up to the pre-planning. Let's start looking at what's next over the next 2 or 3 years. Again, the monitoring refinancing opportunities, rating surveillance. And so it's, again, it kind of cycles back up to the top on the pre-planning side. So to focus on the planning part of this, we have a very heavy emphasis on this, and this is something that's grown in importance certainly over the years. It used to be when I first started on this side in 2015, we'd often come and say, all right, you have a single project to do town. How do we do this? We lay it out, show you debt service, what's the impact there, and then you go and execute that transaction. Well, we then come back and said, 12 months later, hey, we have this other project to do, or these 2 other projects that would have been good to know when we were doing that first one. And so we've gotten to where we do that longer term view, that long-term planning, given how important it is. And we do that a couple of different ways. All of our models are generally Excel-based, and they're all individually tailored or customized to the individual client. So the Excel nature of it makes them very customizable. We can basically build anything you want within Excel to give you a good planning model there. Some examples, we may have just a very simple property tax impact model. What's your value of a penny? What are y'all looking to issue in terms of debt? What is the term of that debt, the structure of it? What's the tax impact on that? We have some models that are very simple, just focused on that. We have a lot of utility system models as well. I know y'all don't have a utility system, but looking at water and sewer, projecting out revenues there, rate impact, and then other just broader debt capacity or debt affordability type models. So those can be very individual, tailored models. And then we have just a very comprehensive long-term capital planning model, financial planning model. This is where we are building out, and this is what we'll demo for you here. Your operating revenues, your operating expenses, what does your fund balance look like? We can build in assumptions on growth of those revenues and expenses, and then we layer in your capital improvement plan. How do you fund that? Is that with debt, capital, grant, some combination of all three. So it's a very comprehensive model. Within that, we also build in your credit ratings. And so we can tell if you issue debt or you draw down fund balance, could that impact your credit rating? If so, how much? We can load in peer comps as well, so you can see how you stack up for certain financial ratios or targets. So it's a very comprehensive model that we can build. And so as I went through a lot of this here, our main kind of capital planning model, it always starts with what are we putting in first? Outstanding debt. You'll have about 5 million of outstanding debt or so, 3 million of a general obligation bond and some smaller installment financings. As Becky said, very low debt position. So a low starting point there, but we would build that up. It's important to have your existing picture there so we know when you have debt rolling off, because oftentimes that's a good time to layer in new debt, mitigate the impact of that new debt coming on. So we'll load in your existing debt. You all have, as Becky mentioned, credit ratings outstanding. You have the second highest credit ratings out there. So we want to load that up. The rating agencies are very clear cut nowadays on how they rate you, the factors they look at, the weighting they assign to each factor. And so we can replicate that scorecard. We can drop it in there and set it up and look at sensitivity of funding future needs. Financial performance, as I mentioned, we'll load up your historical financials, generally 5 years worth, so we can look at trends on operating revenues and expenses, and then we can project those out based on different assumptions, growth assumptions. And then lastly, that if it's a formal capital improvement plan that the town maintains, we'll load that in. If it's the CIP plus wish list of other projects, we can load all of that in. You'll see when we pull up the model, it's very dynamic in that we can turn projects on, we can turn them off very quickly, change amounts, change timing, and you can see the impact of that. This is a really busy time for us because it's budget season for everybody. So everybody's wanting to know, getting in new or updated CIP, can we fund these? What's the impact? And so this is with a lot of these models that we have, and what we've got about 100 models or so outstanding right now, 30 of which are in North Carolina for, again, a lot of your peers across the state. So we're updating those right now with the new information. We've got a fresh audit in hand. We're halfway through the year, so we can load up projections for the current fiscal year, new CIP. How do we fund it? And so these, budget workshops or work sessions, we oftentimes pull the model up and we'll, in a setting like this, let's go through that list of projects. Let's help you prioritize these. How do you fund it? Can you do it with debt, still maintain your financial policies? Do it with cash and maintain your fund balance policies. You need to issue debt. If so, what type of debt? What's the impact there? So that's a lot of what we do. And hopefully you'll find it's a very kind of user-friendly model that we can pull up and turn things on and off. And the goal being to help condense that time period and instead of coming back, over multiple months of different scenarios, let's pull it all up and cycle through a lot of different scenarios at one time. So before we pull this up and Chaz will pull it up here, any questions I can answer for y'all on our firm or role or services? Okay, great. Well, Chazo is going to share his screen. And as I mentioned, it's an Excel-based model here. We've thought about over the years, do we convert this more to a software type format? But we really love Excel because it's very customizable. And again, we can build anything we want or anything y'all want within this. All of our models are a little bit different. They all function the same in terms of, being very dynamic, turning things on and off. It's not one of those where you have to remember to change the same number in 4 different tabs across it. It's designed to be user-friendly and just change something in one place and it flows through. So while they're all individually tailored here, they all have the same look and feel. And you'll notice there's several tabs along the bottom. And I should note on the front end, these are not your numbers. This is not the town's model. We have not built that yet. It's a sample model we have just to showcase its functionality here. But what we typically do is, again, we have a main dashboard tab where we will spend a lot of time and we bring a lot of the stuff that we're forecasting in the back. We'll bring that up to the front so we can look at the charts and graphics. Those are always easier to see than diving into the screens of numbers here. But within this dashboard tab, you can turn on as many different projects, list as many different projects as you'd like. You can, you'll notice there, we've got a description of what the project is, the amount of a project, the timing of when that project would need. Perfect. The timing of when that project would occur. And then you start to get into some functionality here. Where is that coming out of? For you all, we would build your different funds that you have. Primarily, your biggest fund is your general fund, but y'all have a few other funds that could be funding sources. So we will build those in. And Chazo, if you highlight, some drop down boxes there, you'll see, hey, are we going to pull this out of the general fund? I'll talk about a referendum fund here in a second. If you have a separate stormwater fund or capital improvement fund, we can load that up. Funding type, you'll notice some drop down boxes there. Is it a general obligation bond? Is it debt? General obligation bond or an installment financing? Are you going to fund it out of cash or your fund balance? Do you have a particular assigned component of your fund balance that you want to fund it out of? Or is it coming from a grant or third party source? If it is debt, what is the structure of that debt? Is it level principal, which is the standard? Are we doing that over 20 years? What's our assumed interest rate? If we want to look at a more structured scenario, we can do that as well. But basically, you can load all these projects up on this page. You'll notice on-off buttons in column 1. It's off right now, so it's grayed out. If we turn it on, it'll highlight in white, which means it is now flowing through the model, and we'll show you how that works here. So this is a page where you can load up projects, another page where you can do it as well. And this is oftentimes the case where you have a lot of projects. And so if we work with smaller entities that maybe only have 4 or 5 main projects they're focused on, maybe they're all on the dashboard. Other entities have a long list of projects or a long CIP. This tab works exactly the same way as the dashboard tab. It just gives you more, instead of making the dashboard tab too busy. We can load up as many projects as you want here and again, identify the funding source for that. Which fund is that going to come out of? Is it debt? Is it cash? Is it a third-party funding source? And then on an annual basis, what are those spending? If you buy police vehicles every year, we'll load up $100,000 worth of vehicles every year for the next 5 years or 10 years. So a lot of flexibility on where you can load projects in. Going back to the dashboard, Chazo, within that, I'll show you in a second where all this comes from. But if we scroll over to the right, you'll notice some of the charts and graphics we bring up to our main page. And so the ones that we typically focus on are, what's our debt service structure? And this can be if you have debt within multiple funds. Again, your debt is in your general fund here, but what does our debt service structure look like in terms of existing debt, or if we turn on any sort of proposed debt? And so this picture may oftentimes say, hey, we've got some debt rolling off in a given year. That would be a good time to layer on new debt. Just to show you how this works, Chazo, if you go on and turn on one of these borrowings, you'll notice how this comes into play. So if we've turned on a GEO bond that's 20 years at 5%, you will now see how this chart repopulated here to show the existing debt service, which is already in place. We've built that. We've loaded it into the model. And then this is what the new debt would look like. So it quickly and easily tells you that you're going from 1.5 million to 2.5 million in total debt service outstanding in a given year. And again, we can change the term. If you, Chazo, go back and change that to 10 years, and just kind of stay right there, you'll see again how it changes live on the fly. And so kind of picture the scenarios where we're pulling this up in a setting like this and saying, how do we fund certain projects? We can quickly, easily different assumptions. We are looking at your fund balance in a given year. We've got your unassigned fund balance. We can break it up into unassigned and assigned, whatever different components we want to build and track. This will
need a
track.
new microphone.
Am I going in and out a little bit? So our unassigned fund balance here, we can track that versus you all have a fund balance policy as you just went through. So we're tracking, hey, are we maintaining your minimum or above your minimum? And if we draw down funds in a given year, what does that look like? And so again, just to use an example here, Chazo, let's pick a year and maybe change our, so let's just stick on this one for a second. In 2027, if we say, you know what, we're not going to do that with debt, we're going to fund this project with cash. we would go and say, let's fund it out of the general fund. Let's fund it with cash. You'll notice these debt assumptions went away. And what you will now find is in 2027, our fund balance went down, given that we are now funding that entirely with cash. Are we below, still above our policy? Great. Maybe it says you can do that with cash. But if you can picture loading up all of your projects out here and being able to turn things on and off, change amounts and timing around, we can go through and say, what's the best funding mix for all these projects? Debt, cash, third-party sources, et cetera. And can you meet your financial policies? So fund balance is a big one. And then the credit rating, as I mentioned, the town has 2 credit ratings, one from Moody's and one from Standard & Poor's. This entity, this model has just a Moody's rating. This entity just had a Moody's rating, but they are very clear cut on how they rate you. And so the different factors, the weighting assigned to each factor. And so we've built this tachometer here, this scorecard, to be able to show here's where you currently are rated in a given year based on all of these factors. And if we turn on these different borrowing plans or funding plans, how does that impact your credit rating in a given year? You'll notice that there's a big part of this, 30% of the credit rating is driven by financials, particularly fund balance. And so if we have an entity that says, we don't want to issue debt, let's use all of our fund balance, we can show you if you spend your fund balance down and these metrics go down, your credit rating could go down with it. Again, just information to have. We want to put everything under one roof here so that when you're evaluating or making decisions on how to fund certain projects, you have all the information at your disposal and you're making a fully informed decision. Likewise, there are some debt metrics too that are a part of a credit rating. And so as you turn on more debt, these factors will be affected, and we can show you the overall funding plan there. Just to be, just kind of show you dramatically how this would work here. And again, we can project out given years. And so, Chazzo, if you just change those from a given point in time, 2026, and then, may not move much, 2027, certain things may catch your eye. But if we show a really big drop in fund balance in 2027, so Chaz, if you go over and make that project be, $30 million, just to be extreme here, we can go in and show you that obviously your fund balance goes negative. So again, it's not realistic here, but then your credit rating drops dramatically because all of a sudden your
Don't do that, Becky.
yes. But that's how it's all intertwined. It's all involved. So you turn certain projects on, change amounts, and we can be able to tell you what does it do to your financial policies? What does it do to your credit rating? We have peer comps we can build in here as well. Chazzo, if you look at the peer comps, we load up, maybe go to the select peers tab first. We can as many different peers as you'd like to. I talked at the outset about external resources. So we have access to the credit rating agency databases, and we can pull the information. Basically, anybody they rate, we can pull into the model here. And so this model has the ability to turn on or build in any sort of cities and towns in North Carolina that have a Moody's credit rating. Since this entity has a Moody's rating, we can tell the model, let's bring them in, everybody in that has a population between 25,000 and 50,000, and then a credit rating between AA+ and AAA, which are the 2 highest credit ratings. And this is the peer list there. And so we can go in and, if you, Chaz, if you broaden that population base, maybe go from 10 to 100,000, it'll broaden your peer set. But this is something we can work with the town to say, what are our peers? Let's make sure we bring in the right peers, whether it's population or location in the state. And it'll have different financial metrics, primarily fund balance and debt metrics in here. And we can go and then on our peer charts, compare you. Here's where you are right now, town. Here's where you are right now, town, in a given year. If we forecast out a year, here's where you're going for whatever year we indicate. And then here are your peers across the state and how you stack up. So when you look at, similar to what the LGC does when they're looking at comps, we can pull in comps as well. It's just coming from the rating agency databases. Last thing to mention on the general fund side. So again, where do we get all these numbers? How do we show you what the fund balance does and what the potential impact is? We start by loading up your financial history. As I mentioned, this is coming straight from audited financials. And so we will load up all of your revenues and expenditures. And if you scroll down, you'll see the fund balance breakdown as well. Scroll down just a little bit, Chazo. Yep. You'll see the different ways to break down your fund balance. And if we maybe unhide some of these rows, Chazo, go out a little bit if you could, so we're not too zoomed in. Great, and we scroll up. We will build in, if you unhide here, several years of historical financials. Chazo, maybe go all the way up to the revenues. There you go. Several years of historical. So again, we can track trends. We can look at how much a particular line item is growing year over year. That's helpful when we're looking at assumptions for growth going forward. But we will break down all of your individual revenues and expenses, property tax, sales tax, stormwater fees, et cetera. We can get into as much detail as you'd like us to on that front. And then on a going forward basis, we will use a base year. Typically, it's going to be your budget or the current year we're in as our baseline year for projections. And then on a projection basis, we can load up different assumptions year over year on those. If we're very comfortable with, our assessed values have been growing at 2% year over year, then we can load that up. If our sales tax, which has been going gangbusters the last couple of years, maybe it's going to slow down a little bit. We can look at different growth assumptions there, year over year. We can change that from, Chazo, if you change it from, say, 5% in 2025, it'll change automatically, and then we can dial it back. So again, you can be more aggressive or conservative on certain revenue or expenditure line items, which work the exact same way. If you go down, Chaz, on the expenditure side, we can break those down to whatever level of detail you'd like to see. And again, project out different growth assumptions there. We have some models, personnel is obviously a very big expense. Some of our models, we will load up the individual personnel salaries and benefits so that when y'all look at salary increases or other benefit impacts there, we can get really granular on that. Others, we're just taking the high level and growing it year over year. But all of that, when we're looking at a long-term financial plan, how do you fix? We really need to know what's happening on the operating side as well, because that's determining, are you dropping surplus down to fund balance that we can use to fund some of these projects? Are your expenses growing, operating expenses growing faster than your revenues? And so we really have to look at it all together, both on the operating side and on the capital side. So very high level, I want to highlight one other thing just on the dashboard tab here. I mentioned these different funds, but a quick and easy look at just property tax, or maybe, scroll back over here. So, your main revenue driver is your property tax revenues. And so we can load up what your current tax rate is, what your value of a penny is, and then look at the growth rate in that value of a penny. The town obviously just went through a reval. Mecklenburg County did this current fiscal year there, so a big jump. This one I think actually is. We actually did drop in your value of a penny in your tax rate here, so these are your numbers. But look at a flat growth rate. We can show another big jump in 4 years if we wanted to look at that, an increase or drop in the debt service. And so, trust me, I'm not in taxes, but if you did decide in 2025 to go up to, let's say, 28 cents, it's an input. You plug it in, and what's going to happen, a couple things may have caught your eye, and let's, again, be dramatic here. If you look at your unassigned, this is not your unassigned fund balance, though, but if we increase that, Chazo, to 40, you'll see a really big jump in fund balance there, because that is now flowing through the model. Our 40-cent tax rate, we are now going back to our general fund. We're going to see a big jump in property tax revenue. That's dropping to the bottom line and therefore increasing our total fund balance. So it's all very much connected and allows you to look at these different scenarios quickly and easily. We will load up your policies. Again, what is your minimum balance? If you ever fall, Chazo, if you undo that, if you ever fall below it in a given year, it'll red flag, which obviously means we need to make some sort of adjustment there. So this is again a sample of our model. We would build one tailored to the town with your specific information. It's there for hopefully on a long-term basis. You're using that at a minimum on an annual basis. Once you get in new numbers from an audited standpoint, we'll drop those in. You have a new budget, we drop that in. As your CIP changes, we can load that up. And then we're always available in a setting like this to go through and look at prioritizing projects. What's the impact of projects going forward?
David, do you have anything loaded in the referendum fund that you could show the board?
Yes. And so we did you, Chance, did you take that back to where we, maybe undo some of what we've done here. So we loaded up, again, the rest of this model is not the towns, but we did load up knowing that y'all have voter approval for $35 million worth of general obligation bonds for parks and recreation and street improvements. We loaded up just some samples of what this could look like over time. Y'all have the ability to issue the debt all at one time over multiple tranches. You have 7 years from when those referenda were passed to issue that debt. It can actually be extended to 10 years if you need the extra time. But we have this loaded up, and we set up just a dummy referendum fund just to show you what a potential impact would be. On that specifically, oftentimes when you have a referendum, our clients may say, this is a standalone. If we issue this debt, it'll have its own, we'll increase property taxes, or we'll do something to cover this debt. So isolate it, which we can do within this referendum fund. Others will say, no, we want to build this into our current tax rate. Let's see if we can make this work with all of our other projects. And so if we were doing that, we would load it up into your general fund. And so we have the ability to look at it two different ways. But if we looked at just some different borrowing assumptions here, one thing, Chaz, maybe turn them all on to just level principal over 20 years at 5%. That's a very conservative interest rate. If y'all were to, real quick note on the market here, as y'all know, interest rates have gone up pretty dramatically over the last 2 years or so. That said, they were in incredibly low rates for a long period of time. We're in a pretty, over the last, compared to the last couple of years, in a pretty good interest rate environment right now. Rates have settled back down. If y'all were to issue 20-year debt today, it'd be right around 3.5 to maybe 3.75%. So again, it's not the 2% that it was a couple of years ago, but historically speaking, 3.5% is a good long-term rate. We can calculate the debt service really quickly and easily on this. And so, Chazzo, if you go to the proposed debt service tab, you'll see these different borrowings loaded up. And so you'll see where we can calculate if you do $10.5 million over 20 years at a 5% interest rate. LGC requires level principal repayment, so the same amount of principal each year, which makes your debt service be declining. And so your highest payment's going to be in your first year. But at that 5% interest rate assumption, you'll pay a little over $1 million in debt service the first year, and it goes down each year thereafter. And we can load those up. You'll see, again, we turned on a 2027 borrowing, which means the debt service comes online in 2028, the next year. Same structure. And again, these are all just sample numbers here. We can look at different interest rates to say what happens if it's, let's put in a live market interest rate of 3.5%. And so, Chazzo, if you went back there and changed that to 3.5% from 5% on just the first one, we would go in and see that instead of $1,050,000, we're at $892,000. So again, cycle through different scenarios, look at sensitivity here. If we go back on the dashboard, and Chazzo, if you could turn off these bottom three, let's just focus on one of them here. And so looking at your value of a penny, which I believe with the reval is about $745,000. That sound about right? Something back there too, about $745,000 or so, 26.65 cents. Yeah, there you go. And so if we looked at just in isolation, what would happen if you wanted to carve that out and say, let's have standalone revenue just for this new debt? What you'll see if you scroll up just a little bit, Chazzo, so we can see that header, this is what we would call your referendum fund. And so if that debt service, that $900,000 or did we go back to 5%? Okay. So that $1,050,000 or so, which would come online beginning in fiscal year 2026 in this scenario, you'll see that we're short. We have a deficit of $1 million. So we need to bring in some revenue to make sure we do not have a deficit in a given year. So based on your value of a penny, that's probably 1.5 pennies right there would get the job done or close to it. You know, maybe even a little bit less, 1.25 or 1.4. Yeah. So what this would tell you is if, again, you wanted to isolate the revenue or necessary to service this debt, if you issued $10.5 million over 20 years at 5%, you would need 1.4 pennies worth of revenue to cover that debt. So again, that doesn't mean that has to come from new property tax increase. If you can fit it in within your existing, just with natural growth, other debt rolling off, expenses maybe going down or subsiding there, great. If not, if you need a separate revenue source, that's where that would come from. If you change that 10 million 5 Chazo or turned on, you know, a Parks and Rec component as well. So now you look at issuing 17.5 million. As you would expect, we're now back short. We need to issue a little bit, or we need some additional revenue there. So it's more like 2.3 cents to cover that outstanding amount of debt. And you'll see the surplus grows because with the declining debt service structure, your value of a penny increasing, you'll have some additional capacity to either lower that property tax rate back down, allocate that towards other projects, build it up. You may have operating expenses associated with some of the new streets or parks and recreation as well that can go towards, but that's why that's building up on an annual basis. And then this shows you on a cumulative basis here. And then just to take this one last step, if you did a separate tranche a couple years from now, you could go and turn, if you go ahead and turn both of those on. So if in 2027, you issue a second and final tranche for both of those referenda, you would see that again, we've now gone negative here. So we'll need to increase that. A couple of different ways to do it. You can either do it like Chazo was getting ready to. So in 2028, when the new debt comes online, you'll need to increase that to approximately 4.25 cents to cover and make sure you're positive on an annual basis. So again, those are not cumulative. That's a total. So 2.3 and then another approximately 2 cents to get you there. Or you could go and say, well, let's do it all in one fell swoop. May not need 4.25 cents, maybe something more like 4 cents or close, maybe go closer to, So if you did, 3.5 cents or 3.4 cents up front, yes, you have some years where you've have negatives, but you've built up, you've banked some revenue in some certain years that will cover your shortfall years. And so in this case, where you do it all up front to cover multiple tranches, you will still maintain a positive cumulative. We're calling this fund balance. We're really just carving this out into a separate fund here. But this is the scenarios we'd cycle through. Becky, does that answer what you were looking for there? So again, I know that's a lot of information that I've probably overwhelmed you with here, but this is one of our kind of more complete models in terms of having peer comps, rating, scorecards, operating revenues and expenses, capital plan, basically everything you could want within this to help you answer the questions that y'all may have, the what if type questions, we would have that in here.
I have a question. And this is not about the structure of your spreadsheet, but you said 3.5% on these GO bonds, and you said that was a conservative estimate. But if I look on Google, my interest rate is like 8%. So why are you feeling comfortable saying that's a conservative?
So 3.5% is a current interest rate. If you were to sell bonds today, 3.5 to 3.75, the 5% was the conservative rate, just given where rates are. We typically build more conservatism into our rates the longer out the proposed borrowing is. So if we're looking at something that's in 27 or 28, we'll build more conservatism in. That said, we typically don't have interest rate assumptions that are higher than 5% in our models. And that's because the difference with your borrowing, my mortgage, your mortgage, it's taxable. You all are able to issue tax exempt debt, so your tax exempt rates are lower. And so that's what's driving that. Again, kind of general rule of thumb, tax exempt rates are often 70, 80% of the taxable rates out there. So the benchmark for taxable rates are treasury rates. And so if you look at treasury rates and the 10-year treasury rate is 4%, again, this is not always the case, but general rule of thumb, you may see the tax exempt rate for the 10-year mark be approximately 70% of that amount. So that's the main difference, is just the tax exempt nature, and also the credit rating. As Becky, I think you said, or Teresa, you said during your presentation as well, your credit rating is a direct impact on your interest rate. So the higher your credit rating, the lower your interest rate. The town has very high credit ratings, the second highest, and so that's going to drive your interest rate down. If you had a lower interest rate, just like on an individual, a lower credit score, then your mortgage rate's going to be higher.
Mark?
I just wanted to hold my questions till the end of the presentation. Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is more of a question for our town manager. Is this presentation based just to get familiar with this firm, or has there been some kind of selection process?
Staff has engaged with a couple of firms that provide these services. And so we narrowed it down, and we believe that who we have in front of you is who we would like to work with.
And what is the fee rate? How does your fee work?
I'm happy to speak to that. We have an annual, it would be an initial fee to build all of the models. Are you comfortable with me giving that number? Okay. Yeah. We negotiated to $22,500 to build all of the models. And then there would be an annual ongoing cost to continue to work with First Tryon. That is in the range of about $5,000 annually. And then should we issue debt, First Tryon would be our partner through that process. So say when the bond is issued, some of that $75,000 to $100,000 issuance cost that we talked about for all of the various entities that are involved in an issuance process, First Tryon would be a part of that total, nowhere close to the $75,000 to $100,000. That's all in with bond counsel and everything. But they would receive additional revenue through the issuance process that whoever we worked with would end up charging those costs.
We are in a town that is overly blessed with bankers of all types. We have securities and treasury management and municipal bond people that are here in town. Some of them are even retired. Have we looked into the possibility of having a financial advisory committee in order to supplement to get information like this? As much as you are presenting, these are Excel spreadsheets, which are commonly used in all branches of finance. And these particular models can be duplicated. As a matter of fact, these particular models in some cases are used extensively every day by people in the finance industry. So is there a possibility we can entertain having a financial advisory committee and to supply these services at no charge to the town?
I personally would support using the firm. I think based on their extensive experience, and I think it's really good to have the clarity of information to help us make these decisions. And I like the breadth of experience that this firm has. I don't think their fees are excessive. This is my opinion.
Just want to add to that one slight quick point. You have errors and omissions insurance, and you have liability insurance and whatever behind your firm.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Advisory committee would not have any insurance behind, protecting the town on that. I think that's very important that they have insurance.
I guess extending on that is a question I have about, we as a board are often concerned with legislative impact and decisions they make and how that affects the decisions we make. Do you ever see that sort of impact coming into your modeling? And if so, how do you keep up with that, and how is that sort of passed on to the consumer?
I think that comes mainly in the form of any sort of written or sometimes unwritten policies that come out of local government commission, which are oftentimes coming down from the legislative body. And so given our work across the state and our constant interaction with the LGC, we know their current policies. We know when they may be looking at changing policies, and oftentimes they'll talk to us about those. And so I think, things like the level principal structure of repayment of debt, that's pretty unique to North Carolina. A lot of entities in other states don't do that. They may do the more mortgage style level debt service payment. And so those are the basically any of the policies or practices, procedures that come down related to debt or kind of the financial management, the minimums that you're focused on for your peers that the LGC uses. That's something that's built in here. I'm trying to think of other examples. I mean, this is something that, again, wouldn't apply within a model, but the legislature just came down with additional requirements in the fall of what needs to go on a ballot for a general obligation bond referendum now. So to the extent you hold another one, then that's obviously information that we would relate to you to say, well, now you've got to show this. And so that's where I can see that coming into play.
And so that's more specialized knowledge that is particular to public finance versus, the private sector or private banks, I guess.
That's right. I mean, I think that's where I would, a distinguishing factor would be just that knowledge we're bringing to the table. What are you allowed to do? What are you not allowed to do? How do credit rating agencies look at you? Because as that impacts your borrowing rate. So I think that's probably a big difference as opposed to maybe individuals or people who aren't in this business kind of day in, day out.
My question, I guess, primarily for Becky or Teresa, what are we doing now without this service? Or, I mean, I know you guys are pretty brilliant, but are we doing this without their aid? How are we charting these waters without that assistance?
Sure. I'm happy to speak to that. So back a number of years ago, I took a stab at building an operating model to help us understand the impacts of the operating decisions that we were making, how we could bring on or handle additional requests on the operating side. And then there is a part that builds in anticipated additional debt service for mainly vehicle replacement that we would be taking on. I would call it rudimentary at best compared to what we have in front of us. But it was really the first, to my knowledge, the first time the town had attempted a visual to be able to look forward. But it doesn't begin to touch debt issuance, building funds. How do we actually come up with plans for achieving what we're trying to on the capital improvement side, and doesn't touch any of the debt issuance for bonds and all of that. So it is, I worked really hard on it and I think it served its time. But as we look to our complexity of what we're trying to do for moving forward and the needs of the town, this was beyond measure where Teresa and Malia and I landed on. These are the kind of tools that we want to have access to as staff to help bring proposals to the board, and then have the board have access to this in this lab environment as well for you to be able to see these things in real time. And it goes far beyond the ability of existing staff to be able to produce something like this.
I just wanted to weigh in and I mean, this is incredibly impressive, and I can see this being a tool to help dissuade some disinformation that happens every time we get into these processes. So I think the cost is reasonable. I think it's very impressive, and I think this is a great direction we need to move forward on.
Yeah, another comment is, while I agree with Mark that these are at the heart, Excel spreadsheets, I think that your firm has probably refined these over many, many years and many scenarios with all the different towns and entities you've worked with that would be very difficult for us to replicate all the different scenarios and things that you have here. So it would take a great deal of time to try to do this, I think, in-house. I think, let's let somebody that's done it for years and years with all these other entities that they've worked with. Again, I think the fee is reasonable and it would bring a lot of needed information for all of us.
David, you can probably speak to this because you do go to the LGC very frequently, but it's also my understanding that certainly when we make an application to the LGC, it is a package that we are presenting of this is what we'd like to do. This is how we responsibly believe that we are going to be able to achieve what we want to do. And they are looking at the modeling that has been done to determine how we plan to afford to take on the debt that we are asking for permission to do. And so having a partner like First Tryon is a part of that package. And so there is credibility and name recognition at the LGC, and you've got some counterparts that also have good reputations. But the LGC looks at that and says, these are First Tryon models, these are First Tryon numbers. And so they have been vetted, they're validated, and there's credibility in what we're bringing to the LGC that can help for a smoother transaction, a smoother approval process when the board ultimately decides to go take on debt. Is that fair?
Yes, that's very accurate. We speak to the LGC staff multiple times a week and have multiple financings on the full commission's agenda each month. But they're very accustomed to seeing our models. They seem to like our models and appreciate the information. And also just speaks to when y'all can show them the long-term planning aspect of it, it just builds credibility of the town. When you go to borrow money, Matthews has got their act together. They know what they're doing. They know what's coming down the road as well. So I think it helps on all fronts with them.
If I can follow up just a little, I trust Becky and Teresa, and the staff's recommendation for this particular firm. My only question is it fair for us as a board not to have the option of looking at other possible vendors who have submitted a presentation or information? Is it fair to us, no disrespect to your wisdom and insight and your perspective and your decision making, but is it best practices for us not to have had a decision in that as well? Even though I'm quite impressed, but I'm extremely impressed because you're the only one I have to look at and be impressed by, and I think this is a wonderful tool, but I don't have the option of looking at what other vendors may have presented.
Sure, certainly fair, and that would be the will of the board. What we're looking at dollars wise falls under the statutory authority of what I'm able to approve and engage with. And so we did look at it both from the dollars of the contract value, and then also knowing that staff would be doing a lot of the ongoing work of what models were we able to follow the most sensibly, and the personalities of the partners that we would be working with. And we really walked away feeling like First Tryon was the right partner for us, and also felt like they would present very credibly to this board, and that the board could have a lot of faith in what they were bringing to the table. But ultimately, that's a board decision. So, we're very comfortable as staff with where we've landed. The dollar amounts do fall within what I can approve. But if it's the will of the board to take a look at other options, or you want to vet this further before we land on First Tryon, that's certainly within your purview to do that before we decided on somebody formally.
Maybe it would be to make Commissioner Threet comfortable. It would make sense to have a memo with the companies, or maybe like the top 3 choices and then your pros and cons for each and why you landed on being most comfortable with this one, so that there's some sort of insight. Then if he feels like he wants to see more about one of those companies, he can have that opportunity where, I understand that sort of that need for additional information, just especially as the newest commissioner, you haven't had as much time to build a relationship and understand where staff is coming from. So would support that, but then it wouldn't take, much time away from other meetings. So
I was gonna say, I think just having the additional information would be helpful for all of us. Maybe not a huge process, but yeah, to see. Yeah,
Sure.
no, that's what
Sure. Yeah.
I think it'd be helpful
And,
for
you know,
the entire group.
we've checked references. We've talked to our neighboring towns who are actively engaged with First Tryon to get feedback from them on their experiences. So we've done all of that. So happy to put that to paper for the board. That's not a problem at all.
One of the clients that you work with that was really impressive to me is the UNC system. I mean, that should say a lot. That's heavily vetted.
Okay. I think if there's no more questions, very much appreciate your time and Chaz's time.
Back there.
Oh,
Yep. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us here this morning. Look forward to hopefully have the opportunity to work with y'all. Thank you.
Great. All right, let's take about a 10-minute break. And All right, we're going to move to item 3, I believe, on our agenda. Becky's going to talk about general obligation bond referendum projects.
Thank you very much. We'll wait for it to pull up. There we got some. All right, we wanted to put this on the planning conference agenda to, of course, revisit the 2022 general obligation bond referendum, really just to get some feedback from the board on kind of where you are and is there any appetite to move forward in any capacity and kind of lay out what those options might look like. We'll see if my clicker works. So, of course, just to recap, back in November of 2022, we had both a transportation bond and a Parks and Recreation general obligation bond that was on the ballot. Both of them were approved. And as David mentioned earlier, the town has 7 years from that voter approval to issue the bonds. And there is a possibility of a 3-year extension, but that is not perhaps entirely guaranteed.
I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Yes.
We go back to the 3-year extension. So what constitution of approval or disapproval of that 3-year extension?
So that is an LGC extension that has to be authorized. And so it would be up to them. I know the town did engage with that last time. And apparently we are on record as being, I think, those other bonds, we were the closest to the 10-year extension that I think any locality has ever been.
Well, I guess
Excuse me.
Why would they deny it? Say for some reason, financials just aren't there and we don't do it and get in that year 7 and they just say no. Why, what would be the why?
I couldn't answer that right now. I think it's just one of those, it's presumed, but given it requires somebody else's permission, there's not a guarantee. Charlie, I don't know if you have any insight into that.
The only insight I can tell you is that have judges rule, a lot of it goes on what they had for breakfast. LGC on these decisions, it depends on what those commissioners had for breakfast. I mean, are they having heartburn or they have a good, there's no way to tell. Yeah.
And if I could add something, also, there's a huge amount of turnover and shakeup happening right now in that area. One, the treasurer's running for governor, so we are going to have a new state treasurer who basically kind of sits over all that. Sharon Edmondson, who had been like the right-hand person to the treasurer and over the LGC, retired and went to work for the league. State auditor has retired, so we will have a new state auditor. So there's, like Charlie, like Becky said, there's a whole new dynamic going in there, and you don't know what they may or may not, and what this new dynamic is going to look like when there's a new state treasurer, a new state auditor, because Beth Woods has been the state auditor forever. So the dynamic on the LGC is drastically changing.
You good? Okay. Okay. So just to recap the identified projects that were meant to be completed with each of the bonds. Again, there is flexibility. So the bond categories give authorized uses. So you could change the projects, but that, of course, creates a whole other conversation to have with constituents who may have voted for approval wanting some of these projects if you start changing them. But this board identified the downtown parking improvements, the downtown streetscape and mobility improvements, the extension of Greylock Ridge Road between John Street and Independence Point Parkway, sidewalk connections in various gaps around town, 14 priority projects there, the railroad crossing improvements at East Charles Street and Crestdale Road, and then a betterment share for the East John Street and I-485 improvement project. Just a note on that last one, that is the smallest cost out of all identified bond projects. We don't have an exact figure, but we'd been anticipating somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 for that project. Scheduled completion of that project is December of 2024. We expect that it will be after that, but that is DOT's current completion date. The betterment share will be due at the end of that project, and we had anticipated having bond proceeds to make that betterment share. So if we don't have bond proceeds, we'll be looking for those dollars from some other place.
So that is on the other side of 485. We're not talking about.
That's the 10-foot wide multi-use path and the planting strips that go under 485. So it's really along the John Street corridor.
But not all the way up to Trade Street. We're not talking.
No, it ends at Greylock Ridge.
Right. 500.
The exact figure isn't confirmed, but we were banking on about $500,000. Susan, I don't know if you have any additional insight into that.
Dana has been trying for over a year to get those numbers so that we could do better planning. And this design build has been an interesting endeavor for the DOT on this. Basically, the engineer finally said, we're not getting good numbers because the numbers they were giving me compared to numbers that I was calculating were astronomically different.
DOT not being super transparent. That's surprising.
Well, I would turn to their contractor because they're trying and they gave me information, but it was comparing apples to airplanes.
Are your numbers higher or lower?
Mine were lower. So
Okay.
I kept challenging them.
What I guess that brings up another question. Maybe this isn't part of this, but if we're on the hook, quote unquote, for it, we should have had a set number months or a long time ago if we've committed to it. I mean, what if they come to us and say, "Oh, it's $1 million now"? I mean, that seems
So
that's frightening.
that is our format with NCDOT Betterment Cost Shares. Is there's a project estimate and the town is asked to make a commitment at the front end because that then determines the design of the project. And so they've designed the project, they then build the project, and then we get the bill at the end. That is true for all NCDOT cost shares.
I don't know.
We're not saying we like it or agree with it, but
It feels like it should be sometimes we do the not to exceed number. Okay, if 500K is the precipice, but that is like giving me major heartburn. It's like, wow, you can be on the hook for something we can't afford.
Yes, every day, heartburn right here.
I
Right.
can
And it's
see.
multiple projects.
Yeah.
So for example, the number they gave us was like 430,000. And once I started crunching the numbers that they gave me, I came up with like 180.
So
Right. So then I go, well, this makes no sense. You have to show us. Prove it.
So there is a transparency where we can see their books for how does that?
That's how it's been done in the past. And on past projects, it's been much, much easier because it's design, bid, build, and we can see the bid numbers. And then we also, like Eric attends all of the construction meetings. So we know, oh my goodness, we have to blast for whatever reason because of this widened sidewalk. Well, then we know there's going to be an extra cost. So we're usually prepared for that extra unknown during construction. But in this case, Blythe's numbers are all over the place and they can't seem to give good cut fill numbers.
Yeah, I wish that was a better way to do that. That seems
Ditto.
incredible. I mean, you answered my question. It just seems incredibly inefficient and incredibly not transparent.
Not to give them any excuse, but as maybe a possible explanation, and this is more a question, but is that due to the size and the scope of the project? So they don't have it. It's not. It's okay. I mean, I was just trying to understand why, like, there's no reasoning behind it is kind of the face that I'm getting.
I say, what are your cut fill quantities? And they go, I said, well, where is it on this list? Because I don't see any borrow material for this expected fill. It's just like, well, we don't actually know. So is the response that I'm getting.
Aren't they the good
ones?
Just the same for the bad ones. Thank you.
On the Parks and Recreation bond side, the identified projects for that $14 million total issuance was, of course, Pershing Halsey Park was the vast majority of that amount. And then also completion of the Matthews Downtown Loop, multi-use path, and then a variety of smaller park improvements that could be peppered in with one of the larger issuances. So taking us back almost a year, the town hosted some public input meetings and administered an online survey. There was interest to hear from the community regarding what projects they would like to see completed first out of the options that had been identified within those groupings. And so the top 5, just to revisit this, the Crestdale Road crossing improvements was the highest vote getter, followed by Pershing Halsey Park, Greylock Ridge Road extension, sidewalk connections, and then the park improvements. The Crestdale Road, we did have 132 signatures that were provided to us that did help push it to that number 1 project, but it does show that there is a lot of interest in seeing it completed, but just want to be transparent that that was outside of the online survey process.
If I could make a comment on that, I would support that being one of our top priorities because it is a safety concern. And several trucks hung up on that railroad crossing.
Becky, correct me if I'm wrong. I remember maybe it was 2020 or 2021. We talked about this. Wasn't the cost like only in the hundreds of thousands?
For Crestdale Road?
The crossing, I remember a number of like 400,000.
I think there was an original cost, but then to actually bring the road up, and then I know there's some drainage issues that need to be corrected as part of it, and so the 1.35 million, that was the cost that was used for the bond process. Okay. That's not a new number. That's the number that did go into the bond calculations.
I for some reason I had like a $400,000 number. I think Larry maybe said that.
I think when we first started looking at this,
it was a while ago. I was just thank you.
I have concerns of Greylock Ridge Road extensions until we get IPP under control.
Absolutely. And this is, we put all of the projects out just for public vote. And so this is really just one data point. This isn't suggesting that this is the order that the board should complete them, or, or that this would fall in line with staff recommendations if the board were to ask for those. Purely, it was one of the top vote getters among citizens. So options for next steps. So there's, of course, a lot of different factors that come into play in thinking about issuing any bonds whatsoever. Of course, tax rate impacts are important, and we want to be respectful to any impacts on that side of things. But we also have the inflationary costs of identified projects to keep in mind. So the further we get into our allowed timing of issuance, the more expensive these projects are likely to get. That will put pressure on the ability to complete all of them within the available dollars that we have. We, of course, also have the time constraints around bond issuance, and that will expire if they are not issued in time. And so as we kind of look to what to do in the short term, certainly we can continue to not move on them from a design or construction standpoint. There is no immediate financial impact if we do that. It's possible that interest rates could be lower at a later date, but like we heard from David earlier, they're currently at 3.5% to 3.75% in this current market, which at least, from where I sit, takes a lot of that concern out of what we were hearing previously or what we thought might happen with the interest rates. And the LGC has definitely recommended that any locality never attempt to time the market, because it's a 3, if not 6 month process from the time you decide you want to issue a bond to actual bond issuance, and the market can change. And so their recommendation is issue the bonds when you're ready to do the projects, and the interest rates fall where they fall. we can work that into the modeling. And then if there was an opportunity to refinance years from now, if that made sense, that's always an option for the board to consider. Some of the cons of not doing anything at this point in time, as we mentioned, the project costs are going to continue to escalate. And we are at risk of those costs outpacing available funding if we wait too long and the costs just rise and rise the way that we have seen with some of the construction costs out there. So the board could end up having to make some difficult choices about which projects get done and then which ones we would have to let go with the available funding. Ideally, related to any tax rate impacts, I would like to see a more incremental approach. Of course, it's the board's prerogative, but that may feel more palatable to voters as opposed to a very large issuance all at once that can be harder to absorb in our given revenues without having to look at the tax rate. Another option would be to have the board identify your desired first projects, whether that's through the public's prioritization, if that's looking at the timing to complete certain projects, the ones that you're most interested in seeing done, and then at least move forward with design work. So some of the design process for these projects, I know Purser Halsey, we were looking at a minimum of 9 months to get through a full design process. Some of the downtown streetscape improvements, given the amount of public input that we anticipate is going to be needed for that process, minimum of 1.5 years, if not pushing 2 years to get through design before we could ever be looking at construction. And so time is continuing to pass before we would even be able to consider actual construction bond issuance without having that design work completed. If we wanted to pay for design work without a bond issuance, we could get reimbursed for the design work through a future bond issuance, or the board could consider a small issuance for design work and then look at a separate issuance for construction. There are, of course, costs associated with each issuance, so you don't want to have too many if you can avoid it. It just doesn't become a smart use of funds given the costs associated with actually getting the issuance completed. Sure.
CJ or Susan, in the vertical world, we would design and get a permit, and we don't have to put a shovel in the ground for about 1 year to keep that permit active. How does it work? Let's say, we want to design some things and get them in the queue, and they may not all be, we may not start them all at the same time, but what is the process on the horizontal aspect of it?
So yeah, it is somewhat similar. We still have a review process that has to go through, still has to go through permitting for erosion control and grading permits. So, and the other benefit you have by doing the design now is you have that plan ready to go whenever you decide to go. And you can also use that to start looking at possible other funding opportunities to help match some of the funds that we're putting in.
So once, let's say you pull a permit for Purser Halsey Park, from that aspect of it, how long does that permit ride until the county comes back and says we're going to deactivate it unless you put a shovel in the ground? Do you have any idea? Meaning,
so one example is what we did in Veterans Memorial Park. So we took that to complete design and it was permitted. I want to say the window was around 6 months, but then we didn't reach back out to the county, and then they would just extend that. I think once it got maybe beyond 18 months, then we will have to resubmit.
You must have good connections. Okay, so before we go any further, one of my asks would be is sort of a spreadsheet on design time, and then we can look at from a permitting aspect of it, and then let's say 6 months to 1 year after, sort of strategically position these things and how we could. Same vein, though, you'd be able to look at the dollars and cents and say, well, we can design the park improvements, for example, with the $50,000 and hit it FY such and such, FY 26, and then FY 27. I'm just looking at how we can utilize getting design work done and then staggering it, that may also coincide with how we stagger the bond issuance. But I think it's extremely important because, there'll be code changes, there's ADA changes, ANSI, the whole 9 yards. To be able to get it done in play and permitted is really a huge lift, because it's kind of like doing the bonds. If we didn't pull the trigger on the bonds, we'd have to start over and wait 2 years. So I would encourage everybody on the board to sort of emphasize the designing aspects of these things of projects we know we really want to do. Don't design something you're not going to do.
I have a question for you, both Susan and CJ. And this is maybe about the application for the discretionary funds for Greylock Ridge, that we are committed to a 20%, and we just approved that through the CRTPO. If I'm saying anything wrong, correct me, please. So, and I think I already closed that tab, so I can't look at it. But the Greylock is chunked into segments, right? We're doing different segments. So to make it attractive to be approved for discretionary funds, did we say or imply that, we have a broader project and we have a source of funding for it, but that hasn't been hasn't been issued yet? Or if we don't approach as the board is considering projects that are important, if we don't sort of comprehensively cover what we have conveyed to these other organizations, then we're short of information to make an informed decision. So whatever that may be.
Yeah. So to answer part of that, I think it would be wise to consider that perhaps you do want to use some of the bond money for it for the AB match. And then maybe we focus on C. And to Commissioner Hoover's point, we don't have Independence Point Parkway even figured out yet, but there are immediately utilized segments of Greylock Ridge right now. If we connect it all the way through Matthews School, that roadway facility can be immediately used as another access point for that neighborhood, which is important for emergency services. It's important for the neighborhood to have two access points. In my mind, when I think about the safety of our communities, having a secondary access point to a neighborhood of that magnitude would be important. So we could just focus on the 3 segments and use part of the bond money towards our match. Becky, do you want to elaborate on that? You covered it. Oh, CJ wants to elaborate though.
And I don't know.
Sorry. I'm just saying this to Becky, is that like when the board is considering it, having that as one of the bullet points for consideration would be important for us. But sorry to interrupt you.
Are you good, CJ? Okay. Still sticking with the second option there. Like Commissioner Urban talked about, if we wanted to just move forward with design work for some of the projects without issuing a bond, that would put pressure on our fund balance. We talked about use of excess fund balance earlier. There isn't an immediate path forward on the actual bond issuance to complete construction. Charlie, do you have something to jump in? Okay. The third option is, I think, still getting to what Commissioner Urban talked about, but it would be doing a little bit more of a prioritization with this board, bringing in some of these timing factors. Susan has already done some of that work of laying out on a Gantt chart as far as how long design would take and then how long we think construction would take, and trying to start to pattern some of that out. And that can be moved around depending on the individual costs of design work, the individual costs of construction, and how you may be interested in grouping some of those together to have them make sense from a bond issuance perspective. Where we think our modeling could come in and help us is to then lay on top of that then the financial implications year over year of how the dominoes would fall with when the various issuances would start to come due with payments, and how that can potentially fit in with our future revenue expectations. Through any of that, fully understand that there is zero appetite for a tax increase in FY25. That will not be included in any budget that comes forward in May from my office. And but we would be looking at is sort of how quickly can we move, keeping FY25 whole, but what can it start to look like after that? And what could those models look like that the board can potentially become comfortable with to move forward with full issuance before the bonds expire?
Could we not do a combination of the second and third?
Sure.
Because given the length of time of some of the design, particularly a comment I hear pretty frequently is, when are we going to start on Purser Halsey? We've had that property for how long? 10 plus years, and it's got a dog park and a bicycle path, community garden. That's about it.
The challenge that we have, just bluntly, is design work on Purser Halsey is expected to be about $800,000. And so coming up with that out of our fund balance is painful. If that dipped us below our fund balance policy, that is something that the board could make the conscious effort or conscious decision to do, knowing then that it would be replenished when you issue the bond. And so that would be a one-time exception, if you will, but that is banking on moving forward with bond issuance as soon as your design work is done. Very much an option, but I'm not sure that $800,000 would fit coming out of our fund balance to move forward with cash.
So maybe we do the third bullet first and then immediately move to the second one.
Can I ask CJ and Susan one thing? There's a hidden gorilla in the room here, though, in terms of financing the DOT projects. And that is, as Renee said, we have an 80-20 split, I believe, on Greylock. But the hidden gorilla is that's on the projected cost. All cost overruns as a result of actual construction, 100% going to be on the town.
I think that's the discretionary fund covers the overage.
Well, it may or may not. I mean, we don't know. We got 100% of the cost of the overrun.
Can I, can I repeat that into the microphone so that everybody could hear? That was a discretionary grant that was meant to cover the overages that NCDOT estimated on that project. That's how I understood it. Is that accurate?
Both of you are correct. How about that? Just hand it out to both of you. I mean, so the current overages are based on some right-of-way calculations, which Dana and I expect to come in under based on how they're currently doing in right-of-way, but we went ahead and secured it for what Charlie is saying is we are anticipating some construction overages. We don't know what they are, but while the opportunity was available to grab those funds, we went ahead and did it. But once we start digging, we don't know what we're going to run into, and there could be additional overages. So by saying we're going to issue this amount of bond money, it could very well be more. And CJ's reaching for the mic, so I'm going to hand it to him.
I was just going to say, to Charlie's point, that's an issue that we have with all DOT projects, that at the end of the day, if there are any overages, the town is responsible for them. That's part of the MOU that we sign with them, and they don't budge on that.
In 2017, the town paid for, well, I just knocked it out. Well, they actually discussed the options here for Purser Halsey Park. What happened with these designs?
I don't have the image that you might be looking at, but that is that would be considered a schematic, and that's pretty close to where we've landed on what we would like to have designed, but that's sort of an artistic rendering of what it could look like, but there's no we're talking about actual construction documents to be able to go in and yeah, and make that happen. So it would be bringing that to life.
Corey, that's not the husband and wife team. Is this something separate? You remember that wanted to put zip lines and all that stuff?
No.
That-
If I could see
this-
that image.
This is the three component one.
So there was another version in 2018 that's a little bit different than that. But essentially, yeah, what we did was create a conceptual design that was taking public input and painting a pretty picture, essentially.
Is there any other feedback on interest in prioritizing projects, not doing anything right now?
So we'll rip the Band-Aid right off. So I will tell you, I'd like to see some of the design work moving forward. I'd like to see the sort of the financial impacts and how the Gantt chart or milestones chart or what you want to do and sort of see how these can prioritize. But I would like to see is get Chief Kinnebrew Station underway, running, very good optical. I'm feeling excited about it. And then we look at the next set of priorities from that aspect of it and then on from.
And the other thing that I think is vitally important is absolutely to stick to the no FY25 tax rate implications. Thank you for Becky. Got an amen. So, all right.
I would also think it's important to as we look at these priorities is the sidewalk connections is a big deal because it's a matter of safety in some respect. And so I'd like to think that because the cost is not nearly as much as the Crestdale and then the sidewalk connections are the 1 and 2 cost factors are the least expensive. I would think we would probably want to prioritize those two because both of them have some connections to safety and wellness. And so I would think we would want to move on those two, if anything.
I wanted to reiterate what John Urban said is, I think we have can you hear me better? You threw me off, John. What I was gonna say is we have a lot on the docket right now. We are biting off a lot right now. And so I think, maybe tapping the brakes and doing bullet point 3 is probably where I would land. Let's see where we go with Fire Station 3. There's some, other economic development that I want to work through. And yeah, no tax increase this year, please.
And keep in mind just the timing of everything, right? So the minute the board says, yes, issue a bond, you're still looking at about 6 months before you get your funding. So if the board said today you wanted to move forward, we would be halfway done with construction on Fire Station 3 before we ever had $1 in hand. So if there's interest in moving forward with the third one, we can bring forward some recommended groupings that kind of take into account some of the safety concerns, some of the timing of laying it out of what can we get started on with some design work, keep issuances small and palatable and manageable here on the front end to make sure we're getting through 25. But then the board could see how everything laid out all of the years past that and make some decisions from there.
So the 18-month design time, was that for Greylock Ridge or for Mercer Halsey?
18-month is the downtown streetscape because of the sensitivities.
Mercer Halsey is 9 months.
9
Is
months.
that correct?
At least 9 to
Yeah, I just
12.
think all these times in perspective and in the back of our minds, because if you're looking at 9 months for one, 18 months for the other, and then 6 months to get till you get money afterwards, you're looking for some of these, if we say let's go today, you're looking a couple years from now before anything's going to happen. I think the public approved these bonds and they want us to do something at some point. I don't want to wait 5 or 6 years to issue the bonds. I mean, I think we need to move. So I would kind of like to be shovel ready on a couple of these, if possible.
Okay.
And just reiterating that shovel ready on some projects makes them more eligible for other funding sources. So if we get to that point where we're better off anyway, I want to emphasize the importance of Crestdale railroad crossing improvements simply because we try and serve all of our neighborhoods equitably, but I believe that is when we owe it to the residents of Crestdale to get that fixed.
So it sounds like a consensus at the board is, I don't think anybody wants to do nothing. I mean, so we want to do some combination of the second two for staff's consideration.
We are happy to take that and bring you back the start of a plan for you all to look at and then amend accordingly.
So do we have lunch ready? Okay, so if we want to take a few minutes to grab lunch and we can do a working lunch and CJ can tell us about stormwater in a few minutes. So CJ, you have 2 minutes to eat. So let's take about a 10-minute break, grab lunch, and then we'll hear from CJ. Lori. Yeah, we take for granted you just go in there and get food, but Lori's behind the scenes, ensure it's here on time and helping with everything. So we really appreciate that. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is stormwater program needs by CJ. It says 1 hour. We'll give you 20 minutes. You're up.
All right, let's go. Also want to thank Lori for the candy that's in front of you. Please go ahead and have a piece before we start. Get you in that good mood. All right, well done. So Town of Matthews, we started our stormwater utility in 92. Since that time, we've only raised our rate one time. That was in 2017. At the time, I said that would probably be good for about 5 years, which was in fiscal year 23. So here we are in 24, and we've gotten to the point where what we are bringing in is not covering our expenses. So we do have a utility in Matthews, despite what our last people said. Our stormwater is a utility. And what that means is that we bring in funds specifically for that service, and we have to provide a service with those funds. So our utility includes an operational side, which is our crew, the supervisor, senior equipment operator, and 2 maintenance workers. And they're responsible for constructing and maintaining our system. That's 65 miles of storm pipes, 36 culverts. And what's in your package is probably wrong. It's actually 55 miles of ditches. So a lot more than what I had in there before, and 538 outfalls. It also, that money is used towards our NPDES permit. What that is a water quality permit. It's something that's federally regulated and allows us to discharge stormwater to our creeks and streams. There's a lot that goes into that. A lot of things that we have to do with public outreach, with maintaining the system, with having an erosion control policy and enforcing that, with sweeping the streets, keeping track of all of this stuff. And so that's part of the NPDES permit. So the current funding, like I was explaining, our current operating cost for this fiscal year is $970,000. That covers personnel account, covers the fees that we pay to Mecklenburg County to help us with the NPDES permit. And also they charge us for our impervious surfaces, which are our roads. So we have a fee that we pay to them for that, as well as materials and other costs. That does not include our capital equipment, which is covered in the CIP. That averages out with the equipment we have to about $120,000 a year. So right now we are currently operating roughly $200,000-300,000 in the hole with our fees that we bring in versus the expenditures going out. We received from the county estimated income for this fiscal year of $903,000. So this is how we compare to the other municipalities. This is us at the top. This is an estimated total I use based on their tiers and what they, the number of parcels that they have in each tier. I use that to come up with those totals. I did not get that from the municipalities, except for Davidson. I verified it because they had, I calculated 160,000. I thought it was really low. So talked to Davidson. It's actually 225,000 that they get. Cornelius and Huntersville are both looking at increasing their rates. Cornelius, I think this year, Huntersville, this coming fiscal year, Huntersville next fiscal year. Actually ran into Brian Lee last night out, and he said that they at Davidson are also considering raising their rates. Right now, we are somewhere in the middle with our stormwater rates. That doesn't tell the whole picture. Everybody does things differently. So like Davidson, they and Huntersville, they supplement their salaries through the general fund. They don't use their fee to pay for those. All they use in Davidson is contracted work for all of their work. I think that's a fairly poor idea. We are out there every day working on the system, and the amount of work to contract out to do that would be substantial.
Got a question. Can you explain what the tiers are?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So they are based on the amount of impervious surface that is on a lot. Originally, when we first started it, we only had 2 tiers, and it was, I don't remember, it's 3,500 square feet, something like that per tier. Now we've broken it up to break it out better. So tier 1 is up to, I think, 2,000 square feet of impervious surface. Tier 2 is between that and 3,000. Tier 3 is up to 4,000. Tier 4 is up to 5,000. And then those are commercial properties, and those are based on acres of impervious surface.
So based on these numbers, it looks like we're near the top. How is Mint Hill and Pineville able to do their work for $500,000 and we need over more than double that?
Right. And some of it's based on service. Mint Hill is, I don't know how to put this nicely. They do a
Don't hold back.
No, but I mean, and I lived in Mint Hill. They do a lot with a little money. Their staff is very small. They have, I think, 12 or 13 people that basically are not broken up into crews. They basically do everything. They do the landscape, they do the roads, they do the stormwater system. So none of it is, I think, to the quality that our citizens expect. But it's a lot more rural. So I think the quality is not quite as expected in a more rural community. Pineville, I think they're very behind, to tell you the truth. And my guess is they're going to have a time in the near future where they're going to have to pay the piper, and it's not going to be pretty. But I'm not sure about that.
Do you have a general idea of the areas of these towns, like compared to Matthews?
I do. I have a spreadsheet, but I do not have it in the presentation. And are you looking for overall area or the impervious areas?
Overall, I think, I mean, in my mind, Pineville is much smaller than Matthews in size. So I just don't know how they all compare in terms of that.
Right. Yeah, I don't have that in front of me, unfortunately. But I would agree with you. Mint Hill, a lot of it is not built out. It's a large area, but most of it is rural and doesn't have a lot of impervious surface except for the downtown area.
I had pulled that for a previous exercise, Commissioner Garner. Pineville is 3.6 square miles. But Mint Hill is 24.5. But again, to CJ's point, it's a much more rural setup, and there's actually large swaths of completely undeveloped property that still exists in Mint Hill compared to how Matthews is developed.
Cornelius
is 12 square miles, and Davidson is 5.1. Huntersville is 31.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. So I wanted to talk through, I guess, a few things. This first one is neighborhood stormwater control measures. Those are the BMPs, the ponds that neighborhoods have. When we started our post-construction ordinance in 2007, part of our policy was that if they petition the town, we would take over the larger maintenance of those ponds. It wouldn't be the day-to-day activities of mowing and general maintenance like that. But if it fails or if there's a large issue with it, then we would be responsible for that. The idea behind it is most neighborhoods are not good at budgeting for large expenditures. You see over time, some neighborhoods with private roads, they fall apart because they never held those reserves back to be able to pave those roads. So our thought is that the same thing would happen with the stormwater control measures, that these neighborhoods would not build up that pot of money that they would need when they need in 20 years, $100,000, $200,000 to redo these ponds. Since 2007, though, we have had 0 neighborhoods ask us to take over maintenance. My guess is that it is because they don't know about it. And I think we need to make a decision. If this is in our policy, we need to let them know about it and start taking these over. But that also means we need to fund that. The other possibility is to change our policy, since we have not taken any over, and change our policy that it is the neighborhoods that they will be taking over the long-term maintenance of that. Currently, Huntersville, Cornelius, and now Charlotte have that policy.
What is involved in the maintenance?
So this is more the larger maintenance, not, like I said, the mowing, the trash removal, those sorts of things. This is when you have a blowout, when you have like a sand filter that needs to be refurbished, dug out, replaced, when you have some large scale maintenance items like that that have to be done.
Are you aware of any neighborhoods doing that? I'm not.
No, the regular maintenance, they do, and they're checked annually by the county. They're inspected annually. As far as the larger maintenance items, no, I'm not.
So what is the regular maintenance? I'm thinking of my neighborhood. What are we supposed to be doing to maintain our?
So there's a few things, regular mowing, keeping trees and other larger vegetation from growing in the banks, trash removal. There should be some sort of device that measures the level of sediment that's built in there. And over time, digging that out if it gets above a certain point. Those are the sorts of maintenance activities that they would be responsible for.
Well,
yeah, I'm sorry.
My question to that is that you're talking about neighborhoods and communities. Some of them do not have homeowners associations. How would they generate the funding to repair if there's a major need for construction or work? I mean, what are we thinking? Because I'm sure the average residents or community are not thinking they're responsible for making such repairs.
Right. So every neighborhood after this went into effect was required to put in a maintenance plan and I don't think HOA is the right word, but a group, like a funding mechanism to be able to handle the maintenance of that. So every neighborhood that has one of these does have that in place.
Just a comment. I'm not aware of any neighborhood that's maintaining. I mean, maybe you know better than me, but I mean, I don't ever see this type of activity. I don't know if anybody else does. Where the neighborhood is actually doing it.
Yeah, Matthews Plantation has a private pond. And so they've been working with us on the maintenance of their pond, and they're doing all the repairs.
Okay.
Like that's Matthews Plantation, right?
Yeah, Matthews Glen as well. Yeah, Matthews Glen. I want to make sure there's a lot of Matthews neighborhoods. Matthews Glen. I'm sorry, the Polo Club. They've been contacting us also about the.
So is this mostly just for neighborhoods that have like a drainage or water retention ponds? Is that what you're talking about?
Correct. Yeah, that's what the
maybe that's why I don't see it, because a lot of neighborhoods don't have those.
Correct. Yeah, before 2007, they did not have them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So this is, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry if I didn't hear this, but is there an enforcement policy for neighborhoods that don't maintain their stormwater ponds?
Yeah, the county inspects them once a year, and if they do not, then they get an NOV, and which is a penalty assessment saying that they need to fix it within X number of days, or it'll be assessed a certain amount of money ongoing until it's corrected.
And you said that part of that is trees growing on the banks and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, once a tree gets to a certain size, the root system starts to destabilize the bank. That's why we don't allow trees on the actual banks. So if it's built up and then goes down, they're not allowed. If it's a hole dug into the earth and there's trees over here, then that's okay.
And trees in the bottom.
Trees in the bottom are not good because they take up, and we have seen that where we had to go at the Sportsplex. We've had to have them go in and clear that out. A lot of schools forget that they have ponds in the back, and they've grown in over the years, and they've had to clear those out as well.
Yeah, I can think of a handful of those, and I'm thinking if the town is going, if we as a board do want to, keep this going, keep offering it, there needs to be some sort of benefit to the town if in enforcement.
And so, yeah, so the benefit of the town is the water quality that these provide. It's protecting that water before it reaches the streams. And it would go to take over these ponds, undergoes a similar thing as to any other piece of infrastructure that we take over. There's an inspection, they have to bring it up to our standards. And at that point, we would take it over. So we wouldn't take over a pond that has trees growing in it and issues with the banks. They'd have to fix that first.
Has nothing to do with policy, but what about like spraying pesticides along the banks or maintenance like that? Like, I never thought about the jurisdiction of the town and the involvement in these. But now it's a whole new world.
Yeah, and Life may be better to answer this, but it's my understanding that if you are spraying herbicides and pesticides in something that goes to a water treatment facility, you have to have special licenses to do so. I know with standing water, like ponds and things like that, you do. Do you have to for these as well? Do you know, Life?
Not that I'm aware of. It's just if there's water present or if it may rain within 24 hours, you can apply herbicides. But for standing water, you do have to have a special aquatic license.
And so kind of what I'm going through is what our stormwater program currently covers that's not being funded, and also options of what I think we should look at in the future to cover. So anyway, that's a little background of what I'm doing. This is one of the things that we currently have in our policy. And I think it's really up to the side if this is something that we do want to continue on. If we do, how we're going to fund that. I think I estimated over the next 5 years, it's roughly $450,000 that we need to build up in surplus to cover any of those catastrophic failures that happen over time. Basically building up a pot of money like we do in other areas to cover these ponds if they fail in the future. And the county will come up actually with that model once we ask them to. Any other questions about SCMs or BMPs? All right. Well, another thing that I've talked about for a while is system condition assessment. These are the number of stormwater inlets that we know about in our system. We don't have a very good handle on exactly where they are. We have like a dot on a map for a lot of them, but that's not something that we can use for any sort of design work like we did in Old Town, where we wanted a model done. Having these in our database would help us be able to do that with little extra effort. We also don't know the condition of a lot of our system since it's underground. It's kind of one of those things where you don't see it, you don't think about it, and we don't know a lot of what's out there. Some of our infrastructure is aging. A lot of our developments were built in the early 90s, late 80s. Windrow, like Pine Forest, those areas where it's getting to the point where a lot of them will start needing to be redone, especially metal culverts that have started to rust out. I've seen in Windrow, a lot of the culverts under the road are starting to rust out in the bottom. But there's a lot out there that we don't know about. Right now, we operate on a on-call basis. There's a sinkhole, somebody sees water backing up, there's flooding, and we go out there and we assess what's going on. And that's basically how we do our work, is going back in after the fact to figure out what's going on and what we need to do to fix it. I'd like to be a little more proactive for a few reasons. One, to know if there are big things out there that we just don't know about, to start planning for those and start getting that fund built up to be able to cover those larger costs. I don't want to be, in the middle of a storm and have a road wash out because one of these pipes, bottom had rusted out and we didn't know about it.
Is that common construction, metal culverts?
It,
I thought they were concrete.
yeah, so it depends on where you're at and what time it was built. Methods have changed over time. That is very common for larger size pipes to be metal. So most of the larger pipes you see are corrugated metal pipe, aluminized pipe, aluminum pipe.
That's guaranteed to fail. I mean, it just seems really foolish to stick that in the ground and put water on it for 20 years. I mean,
Yeah, it's cost, 50 years, I'm not going to be here and that'll be somebody else's problem. The, concrete pipe lasts a lot longer in general. But there's still a period of time, after 100 years, it faces the same thing. So where do you draw that line? And where they drew it then and where we draw it now, maybe a little different. I would really, really like to do this first part. This system condition assessment will give us, I think, 80% of what we need. It won't do a CCTV of all the pipes to see what condition they are through the pipes, but you can get a general idea of what the pipe condition is just by seeing where it connects and a few feet on. Like if you see a bunch of silt in the bottom of a pipe, something's going on in there. If you see that pipe is starting to rot out, the rest of that pipeline is probably not in good condition. So that first part is something I really, really would love to see funded sometime in the near future.
so to be clear, this would be a person going to every single inlet and manhole and assessing it and noting where it is. But do they use GIS to?
So yeah, they'd be using GPS to survey grade GPS to get the top of it. So whatever manhole inlet, whatever that is, that geolocates it X, Y, and Z. Then you also have the inverts of the pipes coming in and out of it, the size of those pipes, the condition of those pipes at that location.
But nothing inside the pipes, not running a camera through the pipe.
Not going distance. Well, you can see visually from that area. So maybe the first 10 feet.
So $150 for every one. Wow, that's expensive.
And this is an estimate, right? So we would obviously go out for RFPs for something like this. And
I'd like to be in that business. That's great.
What is the turnaround time for this assessment?
So
start and finish.
I would say it would take roughly probably 6 months for the field work, probably another 3 months for QA, QC. So between 9 months and a year, I would say.
And when would you like to see this started?
Last year.
The issue is funding. We've exhausted the revenue that we're bringing in for stormwater, and it has been the historical approach to the town that the stormwater division is 100% funded by stormwater revenues. What CJ was talking about earlier is we have seen some communities offsetting their stormwater division with general fund dollars. We haven't done that, and that has all of its own pressures for usage of general fund. We don't have funding right now. There isn't $650,000 available to fund this assessment. So we would either have to use general fund or we would have to raise the stormwater fee rates to be able to fund something like this over time.
Are we good on this slide? All right. More good news. Did I miss one? One I guess I did not put in there was to fund an additional crew. One thing that I would love to do is to have a small crew, basically an operator and a maintenance worker, to have a dump truck and a backhoe to work on ditches. So we have 55 miles of ditches. It averages, and thanks Life for getting this information, but it averages between 3 and 10% of a ditch sediment fills up over time. And so a good program would have maintenance of those ditches roughly every 10 years.
CJ, you've got a bullet up there about the crew halfway
I
down.
do. Yeah. I just didn't have a separate slide on it. Thank you. So that is right here. So to fund a crew like that, which that's all they would, well, I'm not going to say that's all they would do because we would pull them off for larger projects to do other things, but the majority of their work would just be working on those ditches. That helps with offsetting for flooding. Once that ditch loses its capacity, that water then starts flowing into the road. It also, that capacity cuts into pipe size. So pipes are easier to block up. It's much easier to have flooding when that maintenance isn't done. The cost for that is roughly $280,000. That's for a dump truck, for a mini excavator, and for a trailer to haul that mini excavator. Roughly $300,000 in operating costs for that crew. So this is kind of a just an overall, what do we want to do? And I'm not looking for answers today. This is a lot of asks and a lot of probably thinking that you all have to do before deciding what you want to do. First option, keep the funding constant. We're running about $200,000 in deficit right now. That's going to have to be offset through the general fund at this point. That's a big pressure on the general fund and the tax rate. You could look at funding current expense levels by increasing the stormwater fee, and it's roughly an 11% increase per $100,000 is what I figured out. So $903,000 is what we're at now. For another $100,000, it would increase at 11%. Do we want to maintain the neighborhood SCMs? That's something that we have in our policy, something that we said we would do. But to this point, like I said, we have not taken over any. If we are going to continue doing this, we should start budgeting for this $450,000 over the next 5 years. That's roughly $100,000 a year. The additional crew to reshape ditches, the capital costs, I think, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think we do have enough money in the current stormwater fund balance to cover most of that. That's something I would probably need to make sure.
To fund the capital expenditure.
Correct.
We could absorb that with the remaining fund balance, but it would exhaust the fund balance. So then if there was an unexpected project that came up, we would have no funding for it.
Correct. And that's another good point. One thing I don't have on here is money for projects, for large projects. This does not include building up that capital fund on the side to be able to handle when we have the road washout without tapping into the general fund. That is probably something that does need to be built up over time. The mapping and assessment of the system, roughly $2 million total, $650,000 for the survey, $1.4 million for the assessment. Over 5 years, that's roughly $400,000 a year. One thing that we saw from the last one, it was 2017, last time we raised the stormwater rate. How do we, how long do we want to keep the rate? If we do raise it, how long do we want that to cover these expenses?
CJ, so the current funding for stormwater is about 900,000. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So if you adopt all of these wants and needs, you're looking at maybe doubling the stormwater fee, doubling it, going up 100%, not 11%.
Yeah. So this is, I kind of ran through some scenarios for the different, so roughly 132% increase.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
And yeah. And again, these are discussion items, I'm not holding anybody over a barrel.
I don't think that would go over real well for us to go up 132% on our stormwater fee.
What is, Have we ever talked to the Department of Environmental Quality for grants on some of these upfront planning and assessments?
So we have looked at grant funding through various ways. Most of the grants are for places that have impoverished areas. That the census tract is, I can't remember the qualified census tracts. Thank you. QCTs. We have, I thought we didn't have any, but I guess we have one in Matthews near Ames Street. So the only thing that we could use that grant funding for would be in that qualified census tract. All the rest of them are basically loans, low interest loans.
I mean, I guess we drive through Whiteville, and I think it's pretty impressive what DOT is doing. And, I don't know that we want to necessarily have another DOT giant project taking over Matthews, but to see a town like that, that I guess is relatively rural compared to Matthews, taking this initiative to address stormwater in really creative ways, seems really forward thinking, and it seems like an approach that fits Matthews with our emphasis on the environment and on care for the earth and water quality. So,
yeah, I'll have to say, your talk about going to Raleigh and that might be something that some of them would be interested in helping us out with.
I have a broad question: is how are other communities keeping up without having to jack up their tax rate every few years? I mean, that's what this conversation seems to is getting to, is like, yeah, every so often we have to keep raising the tax rate, raising the tax rate, raising the tax rate. How do other communities do it without just like falling apart or getting strung up in front of town hall?
Well, we're not talking about the tax rate with this one. We're looking at the stormwater fee.
But isn't it essentially, yeah, it's essentially still a tax. I mean, maybe not the tax rate, but it's still essentially a raise in tax or fee. I mean,
so
it's a tax, right? And it's like, I'm just,
The stormwater fee's on the water bill, isn't it?
It is on the water bill. And if you look at that last line item there, this is what some other communities do. That's what the county does, is to tie it to the CPI. So it changes along with the CPI. The county raises their stormwater tax every year, and you never hear about it because it's tied directly to that CPI.
And I guess I wanted to ask a broad question. Are we at this point where it's, you're looking at to do all this to raise it by 132%? Are we at that point because the need is just now hitting, or is it because we've put it off for decades?
When you look at the things on this list, we have never undertaken a survey. We have never had the crews to be proactively maintaining the ditches to the level that would be a best practice for the system. We have never put the money into maintaining the SCMs. We had exhausted the revenue compared to expenditures back in 2017, which was why there was the raise at that point in time. But then it's been left alone since 2017. So as expenses have increased, we've gotten closer and closer to matching revenues and expenditures, and we've now exceeded them. So for the years, 2017, 18, 19, we were able to put some money into what created a stormwater fund balance. And then we were able to pay cash for some of the equipment needs as they came up. But we've just reached a point of exhausting that. We were able to contract out some projects using that fund balance to sort of clear the deck of some backlog that we had to get caught up. But this is another example of if we're looking to do it right with how we maintain our stormwater system, there is a notable gap between current revenue and what it would cost to
Well,
do
yeah,
that.
without even doing this, we're bleeding $200,000 a year. I mean, that's
And we just tipped over into that in FY24. CJ, can you go to the rate screen? That one. And, you know, I think just for clarity's sake, there isn't a suggestion that there's a proposal in the FY25 budget to move from $1.86 in tier one up to $3.88. I think merely what we're trying to demonstrate is to do all of the best practices would require, in one fell swoop, to all of a sudden move to that would require a jump of that nature. But we understand a tiered approach, a phased approach. Is it a smaller increase every year over the next 3 years? You know, is something like that more palatable? Or does the board want to say, well, you know, we're going to pare back and we're not going to be able to fund all of the things that we need to for stormwater because we're not going to be comfortable higher than, you know, we never want to be higher than Cornelius if we look at our neighbors. You know, that these are board decisions. At this point, it's really just trying to bring you the information to say there is a gap between how the program should be run, in some cases needs to be run, and where we are with available funding. And we have always looked to the stormwater fee for 100% of that funding. We can deviate from that, but it would be putting pressure on your tax rate that, to your point, it's kind of 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. But I do think it is a very clear way to budget to say stormwater fees cover stormwater programs and let it operate essentially as an enterprise fund so that we can use our taxes for all the other things that we're trying to do in other areas.
Yeah, I want to make a couple more points. First of all, I get what you're saying about that, but the average citizen is just going to see their water bill go up and they're going to say, you raised my taxes last year and you're just continuing to increase fees. And then, you know, we're going to get the brunt of the anger and frustration, which I kind of understand. And then second, you look at the current rates, we're at the top end already. I mean, I guess that's where I'm so lost is like, we're already at the top end and we're not even close to where we need to be.
You look at Huntersville is at $1.52 because they've got salaries coming from the general fund.
And then the last point I want to make, when we approve development, so say, does that affect this at all? So like say, we keep bringing up the Sante Matthews, when that goes in, is that going to affect what your team has to do in the pricing of things?
Yeah, so it impacts it in a few ways. So yeah, a lot of that system is going to be public. So we'll take it over once it's been inspected. We do get income from the property taxes of that, but since we can't charge impact fees, we don't have, you know, we're playing catch up.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, you know, it's not going to maybe have a big impact now, but 20 years from now is then when things start to fail, then that's when you get hit with it. I think this is not just like, you know, what we need to do now. I think we have to look 20, 30 years ahead.
These fees are based on per lot.
So,
And so if you have a big 30-acre land, you're probably not getting any fees out of that. But when you have 250 lots, now you're getting an increase.
so you're offsetting it.
You're offsetting,
Okay.
you're getting per lot charge on their water bill, not on the taxes, but on their water bill.
I just want to reiterate a comment. The survey estimate just seems incredibly egregious to me. I would rather see, and I don't know what all's involved with it, but $150 per inlet just seems outrageous to me. And I know you're already at capacity perhaps with work, but I would like to see that perhaps absorbed by town staff over multiple years of doing your own survey work. I just think I don't know. I don't know what all's involved, but it seems to me somebody's going out with a GPS and going, yeah, that's pretty good. Here's the height. Yeah. Okay. It's got a little bit of silt in it. That's $100. Go to the next one. That just seems ridiculous. And I may be grossly wrong in what they actually do, but if that's what I'm seeing as a survey, that just seems outrageous. I could see somebody making, $10,000 or $15,000 a day surveying our system. That seems like a waste of money.
Yeah, so there are some differences between what you said and what would be done. We did try that. We tried doing that with our own staff over years, and what we found out is with conflicting priorities, it was never done. And when they went back to do it, where do we stop? Some of these inlets are 15, 20 feet deep, and it's going down those inlets to the very bottom, measuring those out. So it's not all just, looking in from the top. It's survey grade accuracy. So you have to have a licensed surveyor for that. So those are some differences, but maybe if we change the scope a little bit and we don't need survey accuracy, we have something that's more to the, several feet. So we know where it is and the general condition, that would probably be much cheaper.
I have a question. It's something that the town could do if you had adequate number of people, correct?
To this level, I would say not, unless we'd have to have a licensed surveyor. But the majority of it, then yes.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is 1.4 million pays a lot of salary for a number of years. And if we're going to be continuing on this effort year after year, it might be worthwhile to spend this money to bringing on additional people instead of hiring an outside contractor. So I'd leave that up to you to come up with some kind of crossover graph of some kind to determine whether or not how many people would be needed over what period of time. I would imagine that those individuals would be hired on a permanent basis for a very long period of time in order to keep this program up on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, and that is something that the general part of that is doable. I'd say we could get probably 95% of this with having an internal staff of maybe 3 people doing it, and that would get us the GIS data of where those points are within a few feet. The condition of the pipes, we do have a camera trailer, so we could camera our own systems. We could do. Yeah, the only thing we'd be missing is the survey grade accuracy.
What I would like to see is what the cost would be of bringing these individuals on, plus the cost of the equipment that you would need. And I'm just doing very quick calculations in my head, but 3 people with benefits and everything would be about 110,000 a year, and multiply that times 3, and plus all the equipment that you have, we're already almost a savings of 60% on what it is that we're estimating for the survey. So I, for one, would like to see a cost estimate of what it would be to have actual staff and equipment perform this operation. Thank you.
One final comment, and I don't want to beat CJ up too much because I like him. I think he's a nice guy, but we can say, hey, this is not a tax increase, this is stormwater fee, but we have many savvy residents that live here. They're going to say, hey, Higdon, you just jacked up my water bill by X number, and that equates to this many pennies, and you raised my taxes. So the people that live here are smart. They're going to see this as a tax increase. So we have to be very careful. And for me, I can say it's a non-starter of going up 132% on a stormwater fee. I recognize the importance of stormwater. I think it's very important, but I don't think we can do that. I mean, that's just too much. It would have to be tiered to some degree, or find a way to cut the cost somehow, because this is just a bridge too far for me. That's an incredible increase.
Just looking at this chart, just want to be clear. So if we're in a $200,000 deficit a year, we would have to go up to the 22% increase would be our break-even point where we don't have to touch the general fund. Is that correct?
In round numbers, that's accurate.
And that would just be for this current year.
And so that would, and then it would continue. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, because I guess I wouldn't understand, why would you go up 11%? Why would you do it so minimally if you're still bleeding $100,000? That doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
And I'm sorry, these numbers were just to give you ideas of what those levels
What it would
would be.
look like.
Yeah,
Okay.
not
I
to fund any
suggestions. I see.
You see, Jay, and you're right up here, it's not consistent with what you're displaying, but in the document, you had here, after initial outlay of approximately 280,000 for a dump truck, mini excavator and trailer, and personnel and equipment costs would be an additional 300,000 a year. Tell me what that was for, that paragraph.
That was for a crew that just concentrate on ditch maintenance.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting in addition to that is for constant surveillance or constant mapping or condition assessment or whatever the case may be. We still come out way ahead in terms of hiring someone to go out and do it. I understand that hiring someone to go out and do it, it's probably done in a very shorter period of time versus if we hired some additional people to do it. But it seems like this is going to be something we're going to need year after year for a prolonged period of time. So I, for one, would still like to see an estimate back from you on what it would cost to actually hire the personnel and equipment in order to perform this function over a period of time.
Are there any other questions? And again, this is just questions and answers. This is not obviously to look for a way forward at this point.
Could you have a survey crew of 2 people instead of 3?
Yeah, with the way equipment is now, you can.
Love you, man.
And I do just want to clarify and certainly understand where some of the board is feeling on this, but these are monthly rates. So if you are looking at a home that is in a tier 1 at $1.67, if we did look to increase, say, by $500,000 a year up to $259, it's less than $1 a month increase. So it's just like tax rates. Are you looking at it as the dollars extra, or are you looking at it as a percentage increase? But if you're looking at it as a dollar to the homeowner increase, it's less than $1 a month is what we're talking about to generate the extra 500,000. So still very respectful. I know last year was very painful for a lot of people. Don't diminish that in any way, but just want to make sure that we are level setting just as far as what a 55% increase equates to when you're looking at, really $1, $2 a month.
I think my point wasn't looking at the percentage. I was looking in comparison to the other communities. I think that's where some of my heartburn comes is it's like, do you want to be above Cornelius? I think, I understand it's less than $10 a year.
Sure.
Which I, for some families is still a lot, but it's when you look at this list to our comparable communities, it's like, man, you're at the tippity top.
Yeah, and we can check with Cornelius to see what they are going to be proposing to go up to, since it sounds like a rate increase. It is also in many ways often like the tax rates of, how they're running their operations, or how much penny actually generates for that community. It can be very different in terms of the level of service that we're trying to provide, or the age of our infrastructure compared to some of these other communities. The needs can be very, very different in how we're actually trying to operate it or how we're looking to fund it compared to our neighbors. So it's not always apples to apples as often as it can maybe look like apples to apples on the first blush.
CJ, what percentage of our residents are tier 1 versus tier 2 versus tier 3? I know, I think Vi Lyles once told me that there's more $5 million plus houses in Cornelius than any other town in North Carolina. So those are probably some folks that are in higher tiers because they have lots of impermeable surfaces.
So the majority of the lots are in tier 3 at a little bit over 3,500.
Okay.
The second amount is in tier 2 with 2,900. And then tiers 1 and 4 are, 500 plus or minus. So the majority are in tiers 2 and 3.
Okay. So the increase would be a little more for the average person, would be more like, well, in the case of tier 3, $4 times 12 is, $50 a year. So could be significant. I mean, I don't know. It's just the perception of seeing an increase that's significant.
$1.50 for tier 2, and then a little bit less than $2 for tier 3 per month. I think my math's right.
I just wanted to ask again. I know that one board member can't in itself instruct the staff to do a particular function. So I just wanted to make sure that it was everyone was in consensus that we would ask staff to come back with an estimate of what the workers and equipment would cost in order to satisfy these needs. Does anyone have an objection to that? Okay. Do you have an approximate time when that could be coming back to the board for review?
I was trying to formulate my thoughts on that. I would want to make sure that if we brought people on board, does that translate into a full-time job consistently, or would it be adding staff members who perform this job plus others when there's not a need for it?
Yeah, we always have room for giving work to people. We've got more than enough. My thought after Commissioner Tavano brought it up is, what if that ditch crew did ditching and did the pipe conditions with the camera? They clean out the ditch, they use the camera through the pipe, and then you have another person who is more GIS survey based to do the figuring out where that point is in space and do the condition of that inlet, and then bring it into our GIS system. They'd also be able to do that with the maps for the new systems that we're bringing into town. And since they're not busy enough, Susan has a lot of work for them to do after that.
Yeah, I was going to make the same suggestion, but it'd have to be a very educated ditch digger or more highly qualified ditch digger than would normally expect. Ditch digger.
Right.
Interesting combination.
My comment to this is, man, it would be great to have a survey crew. We are in dire need of surveyors in this state. It is very bad out there right now. If you need survey, there is a long lead time, and to try to find a surveyor to work in the public sector is very, very difficult. So I think it would be difficult for us. We'd have to do some very thorough research on how much that's really going to cost to bring on a qualified professional licensed surveyor. The need is so bad. I'm considering on retirement, going back and getting my survey license, as is my husband, and we can have our own little survey firm. There's so much survey work that needs to be done, and we just aren't getting the candidates in the field right now.
So also, I know Debbie Foster with the Appearance and Tree Board worked with a student from North Carolina State to GIS map some of our tree canopy. Have you considered trying to get college students to do this? For the
Go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, that's something we've asked for over the years for like an MPA student, an intern to come in to do that. But it's also
go ahead,
the
CJ.
timeline for doing that would typically be longer though than we have that student. So then you run into difficulties. Do you wait for the next year and try to get somebody else to continue that work? And how does that overlap look?
That's been some of our challenge. So an MPA intern, you're typically looking at a 10-week assignment. So what can you fit in within 10 weeks? And then they're gone again. And then there's typically a 2-ish month lag before the next semester would start up again. And finding someone who wants to do that, MPA students are sometimes more interested in the administrative side than perhaps the out in the field side of things, depending on the personality. But, I think the purpose of today's discussion was to certainly make the board aware of the needs in this area, and also just start to get your appetite for any ability to move on revenue to help address some of these needs. So I think the next steps from here is to take the feedback that we've heard, go back, do some additional research, put together a plan. We would see this as part of the proposed budget for FY25. But depending on the complexity of the plan, we could figure out if we had a separate 5:30 with the board to go over it, or if it would just fit into the budget presentation and we can have the discussions as part of the FY25 budget work sessions.
I will say that this is more palatable than other suggestions, like we've heard possibly moving, garbage collection to a fee structure, which I think is a lot of smoke and mirrors, but this is an existing tax that already exists on people's water bill. So it's more reasonable to consider these type of increases here, but we just got to get it knocked down a bit.
One last question, CJ, and maybe I misheard, but it appeared that this was a time-sensitive situation where it should have been done a year ago. So saying that, is there some kind of timeline we can get in terms of returning information to us on what that employee increase total charge would be, so that we could move forward in a more time-sensitive manner?
The fees are set as part of the FY20, as part of the annual budget process. So we had anticipated making it a part of the FY25 budget process. So we're not looking at needing to set a rate today and start hiring. That would be something that wouldn't go into effect until July, because the rates have already been set for 24.
All right. Is everybody good? Had a couple questions. Commissioner Urban had to step out for a family or personal, address a personal concern. So he's going to be out for the rest of the day. If we're done, any other further questions for CJ? I think we beat him up pretty good. Thank you, CJ.
We'll try to get you out.
Going to move on to the next agenda item, investment policy. Teresa.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and board. So in your packet, excuse me, you had this memo and a proposed investment policy for the town. The town of Matthews has historically, traditionally, just all idle funds, or the majority of the idle funds, have been placed in accounts at the trust, at North Carolina Capital Management Trust, where, they earn interest, which of course fluctuates with the federal interest rate. So during COVID times, we didn't make hardly any money off of our money. It was just basically sitting there. Of course, right now, those rates are doing well, because the Fed rates are up there. So we're earning around 5.4% on those funds. However, that is subject to change if the Feds do start dropping the rate as is anticipated in 24. Of course, they kind of shocked the financial community when they did not lower them at their last meeting, and they kept them. They didn't raise them, but they didn't lower them. And most economists and people were expecting at least some type of drop in the rate. So right now we're doing very well. But what this policy does is gives the guidelines, which basically are really spelt out by general statute anyway. But it gives the authorities for the finance director to take some of the idle funds that are just sitting that we don't tap into on a regular, they're not needed for daily cash flow, but they are needed, when things arise, and put them into some fixed rate investments for, 24 to 36 months or so. So when the feds do start to drop the rates, we don't lose our earning capacity on all of our funds. We would have some funds that were in allowable investments that are guaranteed a certain rate of return at the time we invest them, and that's guaranteed throughout the term of the investment and not subject to the fluctuations in the federal interest rate market.
Well, I would highly support that. I guess I had, a couple years into being elected official, was absolutely shocked to learn how pathetically little we earn. I mean, it was just a joke. I mean, it was, why even have a bank account? And it was, almost like we had to pay them for the privilege of holding our funds. So anything we can do to increase, I think that's being good stewards of our taxpayers. If we can put some money into something that generates some sort of income, that's better than not, in my view. So I would be highly supportive of this. Leon?
Short-term CDs is what you're thinking? What kind of investments are these?
So CDs are an option. And on the page 3 of the policy, it kind of basically lists what the statute. So it's also, United States, like Treasury notes, and things of that nature, anything that is fully guaranteed by the United States or anything that is fully guaranteed by the state of North Carolina. There are strict regulations from the state. So to protect the towns and counties and to protect the taxpayer dollars, to protect the principal funds, which are taxpayer dollars. So these are the allowable. And while number 5, while commercial paper is allowable, it is not recommended, because it is the highest risk. And, the goal is, safety first, liquidity, and then risk. And most municipalities and counties who at one time did invest in commercial paper no longer touch. And the trust, the NCCMT, actually dropped their portfolio that included commercial paper because it became such a volatile.
Can you define commercial paper?
I wish I really could.
I think I used some in the bathroom earlier. So.
I don't have an intimate knowledge of exactly what commercial paper is. Okay.
So corporations also provide bonds for themselves, and also for, they might package together some securities into one package. And so they sell those to the general public or to investors. And that's a broad interpretation of what commercial paper is.
So it definitely sounds like there's more risk.
There's
there.
more risk. Yeah.
Yeah. But, if we can have the guaranteed funds, and do you have an idea what kind of rates we're talking about? I'm probably still not going to be real happy, but.
Well, we're talking, so for, of course, a lot of times the shorter the term, the higher. So like 5.5, there are some right now.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
And there are some that, the lowest one right now that we've been given like information on is 4.86.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So it's
No,
not bad at all.
Yeah, and for perspective, for those of you that were on the board years ago, I think some of our investments were earning like 0.01% or 0.012% or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. That's just crazy. So yeah, this is great. If we can get 4% or 5%, amen. Let's do it. Everybody else in agreement? See head shaking, heard a yes. All right. So
Just have a question on the document that associates with this memo. Is this something that will be coming up for a vote?
Yes,
For approval?
that's why we were bringing it to you during this conference, so you could ask questions, we could have open discussion about it, and then we will bring it to the board for official a vote and approval, and then we will begin the process, and it would, from the time of adoption, it would take approximately 30 days to get the first investment.
And is this something of a policy like this? Is this dictated to municipalities by statute, or is it something that we're taking the initiative to do on our own?
The policy itself is not dictated by statute. The scope of investments is dictated by statute. The
Yeah.
policy just kind of formalizes everything.
So the only thing we're obligated to do is to adhere to the authorized investments.
To the authorized investments, and with this policy to adhere to the internal controls to ensure that one person doesn't do every step of the process that we have. There's more than one person who is making the investment, tracking the investment, and monitoring the returns. So it's not just me, it would be myself and Becky, and then someone else in my office actually reconciling the statements that come from the investments to make sure that all funds are where they should be and how they should be.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any idea how much money may be available to move into such account? How much are we talking?
Well, CashVest, which is the company that we contracted with a little over a year ago, and I actually have a quarterly call with them on Monday to go over the last 4 quarters. So according to their calculations, which obviously we would not tie up this full amount. So currently we have a little over $33 million sitting at trust. Of that, I mean, if we wanted to tie up everything that is liquid, which would not be a smart thing to do, would be $21.4 million.
We're still talking maybe millions of dollars.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We would be talking at least $3 to $6, $7 million.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice return. That'd be great.
Yes.
That'd be fantastic. Becky, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say that if the board is comfortable with this, and if there's unanimous input from it, we can put it on the consent agenda for the first meeting in March, and then staff can get working after that.
Okay.
We're going to need time to get back changes to you or recommendations. Do we have enough time to do that between now and the first meeting in March?
We were hoping for that discussion today. If there's additional suggestions that you have, we would certainly ask for that in time for us to look at those suggestions, and then we would need to make it a regular agenda item since the rest of the board hadn't seen it.
I will personally need more time than that because this is a rather lengthy and intricate document, and I really would like to have the time to go through it in more detail and studiously. If we could postpone that to the second meeting in March, I would appreciate it.
Okay. And do you have an ETA on when we would be getting any feedback from you?
I'll try to get something to you by the end of next week.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Teresa. We have here on our agenda a scheduled break, but we just had lunch. I don't think we need a break. I would prefer to move right on into Susan's presentation on NCDOT, if that's okay.
I apologize. It was handed to me.
Dramatic pause while I went for a walk. Sorry about that, everyone. All right. Once again, Dana sends her regrets. I will do my best to cover this information in a fully equal manner to Dana being here before you. Everyone's favorite topic, transportation projects. Well, at least it's mine. Maybe we should have had that break and get our act together. Okay. So here we are. And so this slide should be in your packet for transportation projects. Currently, we have 3 studies going on, 5 multi-use path projects, and 10 roadway improvement projects. 3 studies that we have, the Silver Line alignment, that's ongoing. We are being delivered the 30% design plans from the Silver Line team. Those come in 4 sets, just ancillary information. We're currently looking at station designs. And then next we'll get, I think we just got the civil and track plans. And then there's the vehicle maintenance facility plans. So that's a lot of review work going on. They did take into account staff comments on the 15% designs. We had many follow-up meetings to discuss each and every one of our comments. And I really appreciate CAT staff listening to us and helping us work through those comments.
Andy Mott coming at an upcoming meeting. Still working on. Thank you.
Next study, the comprehensive and downtown plans. Now we know that that's the land use plan, but there is a hefty transportation component. So Dana has been working with the planning department on that. And the John Street pedestrian and bicycle study, we had several kickoffs. Each group got a kickoff. So we have the project management team, which is town staff and NCDOT staff and CRTPO staff. Those are the core people driving because it is CARPO and DOT money funding that. And we have that 20% match on that. The next group is the stakeholder. And we have the police department participating in that, as well as local business owners and residents. It was an application process for the residents. And so we have a wide variety of representatives. And then a member of the TAC also sits on that stakeholder meeting. We presented the project to them. As a reminder, it's this corridor you see here on the picture. What can we do short term to improve the pedestrian and bicycle experience on John Street? Because waiting for the DOT to come do improvements while we're still in disagreement, it's weighing on our minds, right? Safety is number one. And as the land uses continue to change and grow and become popular, more and more people are going to want to cross John Street. So this study is very important. We have a great consulting firm pulling that data, and they already have deliverables for us on the existing conditions report. Multi-use paths. This was, I talked to you yesterday about maybe doing a little catch up on the CTP about pedestrian and bicycle improvements. First is, this is the overview. I'm going to go in each of these in detail, but you see the stars on the map. You can see our improvements are spread across the town. So the first one is the 4 Mile Creek Greenway underneath South Trade Street. Remember the head walls were built along with the South Trade Street project, and then we came back and dug this tunnel. I say it was the DOT. We had a little bit of money in this project, but they came through and dug the tunnel, and then they came through and put in the asphalt. So it was a multi-stage, multi-year endeavor. And CJ just took that picture this week, and it's there were a lot of people out there. I mean, we were out there for like 15 minutes and 3 or 4 people came by in this area. So it's great. I mean, one of the benefits is you get to cross South Trade Street underneath. It's a grade separated crossing, which is unique in Matthews because a lot of times we don't have the vertical distance to do a grade separated crossing. And this was an opportunity for us to see what it's like to dig a tunnel under a facility. I don't think the cars driving over it knew that they were being dug underneath. We had no failures, no incidents with this tunnel project. And it went, once we got the gas line out of the way, it went very, very quickly. And when Dana said, the greenway is open, let's go walk it. I'm like, you mean the tunnel? No, the greenway is open, let's go walk it. So this was a great partnership using NCDOT dollars. NCDOT managed it. The county funded a lot of it. And this helps our greenway system, especially if you like loops like me and Becky, we like loops. So this can loop you back into town.
Just a quick comment, maybe for Renee. I think this would be a good opportunity for some art along those, I don't know what you call those sidewalls, the flying buttresses or whatever.
Ring walls. Oh, there's
Yeah.
already some art out there.
Yeah. Well,
Non-commissioned.
yeah, it's big bubble letters.
Free art is out there. Not in this view. There's not free art. All right, next. Dana and I call it EB 5783. Everyone else calls it the Sam Newell Multi-Use Path Project. This is one, so Corey mentioned the Irvins Creek Greenway was completed from the park, well, Idlewild really through the park over to Sam Newell and Crown Point Elementary School. So this will connect that southward all the way to Williams Road. It's a 10-foot wide side path. Design is complete. We just got right-of-way certification, so that's very exciting. We did not overpay our right-of-way consultants, so we were very pleased with that. We also, had some control over that because Dana is the project manager on this one. So there is a 20% match that's already approved, and we're looking forward to moving into the construction phase this next fiscal year, which is actually coming up really soon. I see a couple questions, perhaps.
Just want to make sure that this is differentiated from a multi-use path along Sam Newell. This is a different project altogether.
Thank you for that distinction.
Yes.
It is along Sam Newell. So it's 8 to 10 feet off the edge of pavement. So you'll have the Sam Newell and then you'll have your roadside swale, and then the multi-use path is following along the center line, but off to the side of the road.
Okay, so it starts at Crown Point and goes all the way down to which road?
Down to Williams Road.
Down to Williams Road. Okay, fantastic, because Phillips Road is a death trap. It really is. This will be fantastic.
Sam Newell.
Sam Newell. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sam Newell.
Yeah. I mean, literally there was a walker in this area that got hit.
Yes.
While we were working on the designs.
Very good. Thank you.
There is some sidewalk out there currently, and we are widening along this neighborhood. And the name I am currently escaping me, but we are widening it to 10 feet to accommodate bicycle traffic as well as pedestrian. It's on the west side of Sam Newell Road. The other side does have some intermittent sidewalk pieces. So these gaps will show up in future sidewalk gap maps and then become priorities as well.
One last question. When is the anticipated completion date of this?
Construction, we always say 2 years for construction. To Charlie's point, we never know what's gonna happen once we start digging. So conservatively, you can say 2 years. We'll bid it this fall. And then in the fall of 2026, then we'll use it. And we're hoping to have a big walk to school day and have events with Crown Point Elementary. Dana and the police department have gotten to know the principal there very, very well. There's already students walking to school. And so this will help.
Last technical question. What is the buffer, for lack of a better term, between Sam Newell and the edge of the multi-use path?
It's about the distance between the edge line of the road and the front edge of the side path is about 8 to 10 feet.
Okay, so it's not with sufficient bandwidth or sufficient width as that. It's not necessary to have any kind of barrier or planting of any kind.
There'll be a swale. So the roadside swale will be between so that, the road is up here, it'll come down for the drainage system and then back up. So there will even be almost like a vertical differentiation as well.
Excellent. So there won't, the minimization of having a young child drift into the road would be minimized.
It would be very unattractive for them unless they wanted to play in the ditch.
Gotcha.
So
Well, actually,
yeah.
and that would probably be quite attractive to them after CJ clears the ditches.
that's right. That's right. And so we definitely minimize any need for handrail or guardrail to keep the pedestrian and cyclist safe there.
So the northern point where it stops, that's Crown Point Elementary School campus?
Yes.
Would it be considered a sidewalk or multi-use path gap up to Margaret Wallace in the future?
Absolutely. That's a gap. Yes. Much needed sidewalk as well. That was our original vision, was to go actually from Rice all the way up to Margaret Wallace. And we just had to reduce, as construction costs increase, we had to reduce the scope. And so the school was the logical terminus. Thanks for that question. Any other on EB 5783? All right, EB 5969. So the EB is just an NCDOT designation for multi-use path. I'm not sure what EB stands for, actually. So here we have Matthews Township Parkway. The hospital here in the center of the screen. We've got Trade Street on the left side and Independence Point Parkway on the right. There's sidewalks on Independence Point Parkway, on Trade and Sam Newell, and on the north side, Page North, geographically west, I guess, of Matthews Township Parkway. It's a 5-foot sidewalk, 4 feet off the road, 5 feet off the road, maybe. People use it. Not a lot of people. Maybe you feel slightly uncomfortable with 50-mile-an-hour in traffic next to you. This is a schematic that was done in-house as like, what's the most expensive thing that we might encounter as we design this, right? We plan for the worst case scenario. And what we're seeing here are some steep grades. And so we thought, well, maybe there's some walls that are needed. We're hoping not to put a bunch of walls out there, because as difficult it is to bike against 50-mile-an-hour traffic, it's also hard to bike against a wall as well. So we have talked to DOT about minimizing the use of walls, but again, it'll be 8 feet from the backup curb to this 10-foot multi-use path. Working with the hospital on what this looks like across their frontage, they would like to see that path actually kind of meander through their wooded area, which will be a nice experience. They do a very, very good job maintaining that area, so there's good visibility if you're walking through there. The grades are pretty good. Getting up to there and down from there is a little challenging, and so DOT, once again, listen to us. They are the design firm, if you will, on this project. So we asked them to do a tree survey through here, because as I walked it, I could absolutely visualize where this path is going through there. And we have continued conversations with the hospital about this path. They're very, very supportive of the DOT doing this work. But they have a very active community there. You see the employees of the hospital walking all over town, especially at lunchtime. So we're excited for that partnership. This is, you all might remember, this pond here is a recent rezoning. We actually put in their rezoning to do that 10-foot side path and extend it to the driveway of the hospital where there's a bus stop. So in the event that DOT pauses funding again, this is a thing that happened a few years ago, and that development continues to go through, they will build a portion of it. And the idea that the designs would align. And then we have this really kind of difficult section here where the buildings are a little bit closer to the road, but we think we can make it work to get all the way to Independence Point Parkway. So it's currently being surveyed by NCDOT crews, and then they'll move into the design phase.
So a comment, I think the board is aware based on Becky's last town manager's update, but Jason Byrne, the current CEO of Novant Matthews, is relocating to Charleston, and the new CEO is named Jack Landry. I spoke with him briefly on the phone last week. Becky's going to go meet with him and Jason, I believe, to look at the new tower and stuff they're building at the hospital. But what I just wanted to say is that this location has won, since the hospital was built, has won a couple national awards for how beautiful their campus is. I drove through there this morning I went to Starbucks and I cut through the hospital, and it's just really beautiful. I think this is going to be a great amenity, and it's also going to greatly enhance safety. I'm aware of at least one person, a hospital employee, that died a couple of years ago at the intersection on the far left there crossing the road. So I think having this multi-use path here is going to be a great amenity. And also when we can complete the downtown loop, which we talked about in the GO bond stuff, we'll really have a cohesive area for people, employees of the hospital, employees of businesses, and people in our town to safely traverse this whole part of town. So this is great. And I'm hopeful, Susan, that you'll be involved in making sure they save as many of those trees as they can, because they're really mature, nice trees up there along 51. That's what makes the campus part of why it's so beautiful. So
I'm gonna yes, and that there will be a connection between this side path on 51 to the Matthews downtown loop on Matthews Mint Hill Road. That's a project that Corey and I are working on with the hospital. And so I'll be in that meeting with Becky and Jason and Zach to
hit them up and get some support for that, because the new guy say, hey, you're committed to this.
That's right. You want to do this.
Don't ask him, tell him.
And there's a small amount of Carolina Thread Trail investment too, because this piece, this piece along the along their eastern property line is part of the Carolina Thread Trail, which will then go up to through Paces somewhere through here. So that is some many ways to get around and through campus. So they have a preliminary design on that for us. So they designed that because I told them I could design it and you probably won't like it, or you could design it and integrate it with your campus and do what's best for your campus. And they agreed to do that. So we are very grateful for partnership from Novant.
Susan, you're a good salesperson.
Thanks. Not an NCDOT project, but a county project. I think Dana just wanted to highlight again the public investment in our northern corner of town here, the Irvins Creek Greenway that was recently completed, the Sam Newell side path, and then the county is now working on that western extension of Irvins Creek Greenway that goes under 74 and connects to McAlpine Creek. This is very exciting to, again, these loops about how we can get around off-road, get around town. This tunnel under 74 exists today, and if DOT holds to their word, they will do that improvement with the 74 project. They've done the hydraulics on it, so there's a triple cell culvert underneath 74, and one of them we can pour a bench in it and use it as an underpass. The downside is there will be no overland connector. A lot of the greenways you see have overland connectors, but this one would not. So if it floods, it's probably going to be closed. Yeah. Before I move on, since I've got the mic, I'm going to take the liberty to, I held my tongue yesterday. I wanted to make a comment, and I was encouraged to go ahead and make the comment. It's about the mural on Matthews Chapel, and why is this a benefit to the town, right? It's art and transportation. But I want to remind you all, it's actually, it started off as an innovative solution for our transportation needs. It started off, Corey, when we did the Crestell Heritage Trail, it came to Matthews Chapel, and then there was just pavement. And then it picked up on the sidewalk that we built in front of Mount Moriah Church. And we kept saying, like, this can be better. This can be better. And I had heard about this thing called an advisory shoulder, which everyone was scared of doing. Oh my goodness, we're going to have pedestrians and cyclists share the street. Well, yeah, we're doing that. We just ended the trail into Matthews Chapel and picked it up on the other side. And what can we do for the community for this piece? And you all let me, I applied to the Federal Highway Administration to test advisory shoulders, and they initially said yes, and then they turned me down. And I was like, I really believe we need to do this for the community. And I came to you and I said, I really, really want to do this innovative treatment, which is to designate a space to narrow the vehicle lane and and give a special space to the cyclists and pedestrians. And you all said yes. And all my neighbor transportation friends were super jealous because they don't have this thing. And they've been asking me, what's it like? What's it like? And we've been running data on it twice a year. Eric and I do counts and observations on how the facility is doing. So we did the crosswalk that gets the pedestrians and cyclists into that shoulder. There's a little bike ped symbol at the beginning and the end. And then, of course, Melissa and her genius was like, can we paint this? Yes, we are going to paint this, which just leveled it up again. And again, my transportation planner friends were like, we're so jealous you have this. And apparently now it's on the CARTPO website. And this was you all taking the risk and saying, yeah, we're going to do something innovative and different for the community to designate our priority of being walkable and bikeable. So I wanted to thank you all for that. I shared with a couple commissioners, innovation and technology are going to be our solutions for transportation in the future. And I appreciate the support that you've provided us with that.
Just a comment on that. We did a MLK walk from Mount Moriah up to here, and maybe it was about 100 people on the walk, but a lot of them hadn't seen that and never heard a lot of real positive comments. So we walked along that section to get a trail to come up here, and a lot of very positive comments.
It's one of the highlights of my career. I mean, definitely like the support of the board to say, yeah, go try this, and then the support of the Parks Department to partner with me on that. I'm so glad we won that award. And Dana's also going to try for a Moby Award for that too. Thank you for doing that. Another pushing the envelope kind of thing. This could have been just a plain old sidewalk funded with community development block grant funds. North Ames Street. This is that one area, one little pocket of town that is, what was that, QCT? And so there's going to be, it's not currently a gap, but there's going to be sidewalk across this 215 North Ames Street development that's currently in renovation. So this would have been a gap. And there are people that were just walking down and running down the middle of Ames Street. Like even when we were in construction, they were running down Ames Street. Like, did you not see the construction signs? Be careful. But Dana was like, okay, we're going to get on-street parking here. Look, we have a need for accessible parking, accessible public parking. Let's get an accessible space. Oh, and let's just go ahead and start creating a pedestrian gathering space. And we heard this yesterday, Jay and I, in Vision 1, 2, and 3 room, that the need for just pedestrian gathering spaces. And Dana's already one step ahead of you, which probably doesn't surprise you. But this area, she's working with Lifes and the landscape crew to get this area landscaped, working with Melissa on potentially getting art there, a bench and amenities for just being able to use those grant funds to just level up the infrastructure in town. And now NCDOT projects. There's a lot. I-485, there's some construction going on there. Been going on for a while. We anticipate it'll continue to go on for a while. On 485 itself, it looks pretty good, but on our interchanges, there are 3 in Matthews that are being worked on. It's slow going. They're still doing utility reload on Reddington Road. I can't even with it. I'm glad I'm not in those meetings. Eric's in those meetings. John Street, the improvements will go all the way up to Greylock Ridge. That's another slide. So we keep pestering them for updates. They still say December of this year.
Got a question on that, Susan, that I get asked pretty regularly. When they began work on the John Street interchange, and I can't remember who, one of the traffic engineers from DOT told me they had inadvertently cut down a couple acres of trees that they weren't supposed to.
At the John Street interchange?
At the John Street interchange. Are they going to do anything to remediate that? Because I get asked that all the time. People are really upset. And those stands of trees at these interchanges were great sound barriers for all the neighborhoods that are around there. And when they cut them all down, it sounds like you're sleeping on the side of the street of the highway. So it'd be helpful if they would, other than just a sound wall, if they would plant some trees back.
Yeah, I'll have Dana look into that for you. I remember that was several years ago they did that, and I can't remember the resolution at the time that they came to on that. So like I said, combined with the 5507 is this Weddington Road interchange. It goes all the way to Winterbrook. Here's the intersection of Honey Creek. So this intersection at Winterbrook is going to be right in, right out restricted. Dana has had a lot of conversations with the neighborhood because everyone here now has to come out Honey Creek if they want to turn left. It will be safer for their neighborhood though, because the interchange will come out parallel with, I can't remember the Charlotte Road, but it'll come out intersecting that road. And so that's a very, very short distance. If they were trying to make a left with people coming off the highway, we don't want to put them in a dangerous situation. But also bonus allocation dollars for improvements at the intersection of McKee and Weddington Road. Dana and I kept telling the DOT, like, you're pushing all this new traffic here. So much more traffic is going to want to utilize this interchange, and they weren't doing any improvements. They were doing, some curb line improvements, but not wholesale improvements to that intersection to accommodate the future traffic that we would think that we would see utilizing that new interchange. And so that is another project called HL0024. The limits come a little bit far down McKee, but definitely further down Weddington and Charlotte.
And when will that be? I'm sorry, Renee, I'll get you next. When will that be completed? They made a mess of that. I mean, they cut down some very mature trees. I've heard a lot of negative comments from folks about how terrible that whole stretch looks right now.
It was pretty shocking when they took down those trees.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. They were mature, large, 2 and 3 foot diameter trees. In some cases they cut down.
Yeah. Over on the Charlotte side. So again, it's December of this year, and we actually pushed for an intermediate contract term for the Weddington Road interchange that would be open first. Or did I just stop? There we go. And so, but now all the timeline is all the same because of the delays.
I have a question about, is Honey Creek, like you said, I know 2 years ago I asked about getting a light there, and I was connected to Charlotte CDOT. They said even with the Weddington Road numbers that a light didn't pan out. Is that still, do you believe that, or is that still, I shouldn't ask you that. That puts you in a bad situation.
It is on our to-do list when this interchange opens up to monitor that and to continue to advocate for the DOT to do signal warrants. You usually wait about 6 months for traffic patterns to kind of level out, and then we can ask them to run another analysis.
They need a light there now.
Well, and it didn't meet the warrants. That's the
but
problem.
that whole section there is just is wall to wall cars most of the day.
So Dana had an exchange with one of the neighbors from that neighborhood just within the last week or two. And in that email follow-up, I know she was going to pull the data to see if anything had changed to potentially meet the warrants now, but otherwise it would be waiting until after construction was complete. But we're continuing to monitor, but without the warrants, it's going to be difficult.
I regularly get asked about that, about a light there. So, I mean, if it keeps coming up, that's because I keep hearing about it.
Understood. Any other questions about 485 Weddington Road or the John Street interchange? All right. 4713A is the McKee Road extension between that section that the town did, opened up in 2016, and the McKee Road at Pleasant Plains Road. This is one where we contributed $2 million of the Erickson donation to advance this project. I'm not going to say that it actually advanced the project, but it did help the project to happen. So they're planning to bid the project in fiscal year 25. No further comments. The design is good. I'll say the design is good. When it opens up, I think you'll like it, and it'll provide some great connections for these neighborhoods, as well as a side path, all the things that we want to see. They are also doing a noise wall for some of the neighbors, and Dana got them to do some brick facade. Now, will that be value engineered out of it on bid? Not sure, but we are pleased with the design.
Was that segment considered in part of the John Street modeling, or was it all inside of 485?
Oh, this was considered for sure.
I had a couple young boys write me a letter 2 or 3 years ago. They were like 8 years old, and they said, "Dear Mayor Higdon, please don't build this section because we play in the woods and stuff like that." And my response was, "Don't worry, kids. You will be an adult before this section is built."
They're older than 10.
Back to John Street. I will point out that, so this section of John Street is also currently under construction. There's some utility relocations going on. You've seen some clearing. So that's what that clearing is for. The final configuration of this intersection is another alternative intersection type. It was going to be a reduced conflict intersection, and you would not be able to make certain movements from McKee. You could only turn right. And Dana and I pointed out that this is a local bypass to 485. If something happens on 485 and people are looking to bail out and use local roads, this through movement is very important. Not to mention access to CPCC is very important. You don't want to make it tricky to get to school. So they're going to allow that through movement in what is affectionately called a Michigan left configuration. So to turn left, you turn right and then make the U-turn, but you are allowed to go through.
Susan, have you or Dana or CJ or anybody had any conversation with DOT about the mess that they've made along John Street? I mean, it looks like the Jolly Green Giant used a big lawnmower and cut all the trees down like 18 feet up in the air, and then they have just piles of debris everywhere. And it literally, it looks like somebody dropped a bomb. It's even worse outside of Matthews, but it's pretty terrible in Matthews as well. Have they given any rhyme or reason for why it looks the way it does? I mean, it's horrific. It literally looks like a war zone or a bomb was dropped. I mean, trees are just shot off to the side and they're cut off 20 feet in the air.
So we haven't had conversations specifically to that. I hesitate to put too much pressure on them for things because we just want it to get done. CJ wants to say something though.
I wasn't going to say a lot. I think what happened is when they bid it out, the best price they got was from a timber company. And that's typically how the timber companies do it. And it's terrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of negative comments I've heard personally. There's a lot of stuff on social media. Sure Maureen and others have seen where people are just like shocked, like, oh my gosh, what's going on?
Yeah, so those comments can go to NCDOT and we can forward them on to the resident engineer. But for us to say, stop everything and clean up.
No, I'm not saying that. It just looks unprofessional. It looks like somebody just came in and dropped a bomb to clear the side of the road. And that's not typically how I've seen roads built, but
They might charge us betterments.
It's sad and it's shocking. It's like shocking to see it. It's like, wow.
So we do have different segments on different fiscal years. We're still going to be talking about this section between downtown and Greylock Ridge. The A-B section, scheduled for the end of this year, along with the rest of the 485. And then the AC section, like I mentioned, goes all the way out into Union County, currently under construction or utility relo. I've had some conversations about Greylock Ridge Road. The concept for Independence Point Parkway kind of going through here. Greylock Ridge, we have, dedicated right-of-way through subdivision plats. I should say it was platted right-of-way. And when I was talking before about the AB section, there's the A section, the B section is the difficult traversing of the railroad tracks. And then this is the C section here through Matthews School. That would provide a lot of good access for this neighborhood to get to the highway, to get to John Street, just mobility around town in general. the design of this street. It was done with, it was started with bonus allocation dollars, which is a zero town match and has been switched to other funding sources, but we are in the right-of-way phase. Currently, I think we've done everything with the town-owned parcels. You've seen that on your agendas. And again, it is a side path on the downtown side and a sidewalk on the other side. Nope, I said that wrong. They're keeping the side path on this side to try and maintain kind of the Heritage Trail feel. But it'll look a lot different once those areas get developed. Traffic signal at John and Greylock.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge benefit for the neighborhood for sure. Back to John Street really quick. Do you know if there's any, if the improvements are going to affect the Rock Store barbecue building?
I don't know.
Because that building apparently has been around. I've talked to some people much older than me that recall it being a candy store when they were kids. That's a very old building, kind of a historic nature.
CJ thinks they're accommodating it somehow.
I hope so, because they have good barbecue too. Thank you.
This is one project too where I'm going to come back to you and ask for streetlights on this, but I'll do it after the project is over because it just gets super complicated to try and put it within a DOT project because the design engineers don't know how to do it and DOT doesn't know how to do it because they don't normally do like thoroughfare lighting. But I am trying to get conduit in with this construction so that we don't have those charges from Duke going forward. This is one too where Charlotte Water, I think, is expanding their facilities across here. They weren't going to do it because of the this rezoning petition here next to it, but then that was withdrawn, and so we'll have a water line along that too. 4913A, you see some repeats of numbers here. This is we just saw 4713A was McKee and 4913 is Idlewild Road. And the A section, it used to be this diverging diamond interchange, which we were really excited about because to walk or bike across through this interchange, I don't recommend it. We'll just put it like that. I don't recommend it. That is not going to be fixed with this project, but what is going to be fixed with 4913A is this terrible sight distance issue you have when you come down Stallings Road and try and turn onto Idlewild Road. So Stallings Road will be realigned to Davis Trace and a roundabout will be installed at that intersection. This was kind of a compensation to the town of Matthews when Stallings asked the state to cut the Idlewild project. They did that in a room without us there and everyone forgot that the project and the interchange were actually in Matthews. And so Dana, of course, immediately got on the phone and talked to the division engineer and said, hey, we weren't there. We still want the interchange. What can be done? And then he turned around and said, well, what if we just do this piece of it? And we're like, safety improvement at Idlewild and Stallings? Yes, please. And then through partnership with adjacent development, this alignment is made feasible by their donation of property. If they weren't a partner in this, we would be realigning to hooks because this would be a very costly right-of-way transaction. So we are grateful for the developer for working in partnership. You've seen one agreement already where they are helping to advance or keep the project on track, shall we say, by helping to pay to advance the funds for that. So we've got the developer agreement with the town as a pass-through. We're still working on the DOT agreement for that. So you'll hopefully see that soon.
Can you review sort of the traffic numbers and why this project stops here? Because there was so much discussion about widening Idlewild Road and what that meant. And I think people were under the impression that it meant the entire section to the other roundabout. So,
yeah. So traffic numbers between this future roundabout and the existing roundabout actually go down because there's a lot of turning movements here onto Stallings Road. So I don't have that information off the top of my head. So this really is to help the traffic in this higher volume section and that safety improvements for the intersection of Stallings Road and Idlewild Road. The developer with their future traffic does have mitigation improvements further down. I'm not remembering the name, but further down Idlewild Road. So they will be doing some mitigation as a part of their contribution. Sorry, I couldn't fully answer that. And a side path will also be included here on the Matthews side. You know, when we were in scoping meetings and the DOT was like, who wants the side path? Dana and I were like, we do. This area on the other side of the road is actually unincorporated Mecklenburg County. And so it's kind of in that like weird area of who maintains that sidewalk, because the county doesn't do transportation and then Hill doesn't want to claim it. DOT doesn't maintain sidewalks. So we thought we'll take the side path just to make sure that there's a good bicycle and pedestrian facility. And then the rest of it all the way to the next roundabout is still kind of a pie in the sky project that we want to have a side path all along Idlewild Road. It's just a very, very expensive undertaking. Any other questions about Idlewild? Spaghetti, anyone? The purple and green and blue variety. This is the project known as U2509. US 74, although less about 74 these days and more about the parallel routes. So the dark blue segments are included in the current STIP. So we have Matthews Mint Hill Road, Butler High School is here. This is Northeast Parkway. They show it all in dark, but we know that this part here by 51 is built and this part here by Matthews Mint Hill Road is built. So it's just this middle section. The apartment project going on right now is also building part of it. Quadrant roadway behind Bojangles and Wendy's. This quadrant roadway is out in favor of a more cost-effective, less takings quadrant roadway going down Brigman Road. That is our high priority because of students walking to school. You may have noticed the pedestrian signals going up there. I've been working on that for 5 years, asking for that. They said, oh, we can't because you need to put in a curb ramp. Well, Corey had a concrete contractor. And we're like, yes, curb ramp. Okay, curb ramps, and please do this. Oh. So we finally have the pedestrian signals. So what will lag? So they patched the big hole in the median on 74. They've done the signal work. I think they're done with the signal work now. We just got to wait for the weather to warm up so they can put down the thermoplastic crosswalk. Then they'll start testing the signals. So we'll have pedestrian signals there. We have people that email us every year, what's the status? And we've been staying on NCDOT. And I appreciate the new division traffic engineer for keeping that moving forward.
On a somber note, how many pedestrian deaths have we had in that area of Matthews? I feel like there have been several.
I know of one recently was in that intersection. Lighting is potentially a factor. We have one side of Matthews Mountain Hill Road lit. The sidewalk side is lit, but someone came to the board and asked about lighting along 74. And it is the responsibility of the town, according to NCDOT. They only light interchanges with high mast lighting. And so on my to-do list is what would it take to light the intersections on 74? What costs, what timeline are we looking at, as well as the lighting gaps on 51. Part of 51 is extremely well lit. And as you get farther and farther away from Charlotte, the lights get dimmer and dimmer, non-existent. Yeah, that could be a contributing factor, but having a crosswalk, a signalized crosswalk, hopefully will be a big improvement. And CJ saying there was a second death that was a little bit further away from the intersection. That might be the one I'm remembering. It was between the two service or convenience stores.
Yeah, I was going to say that's my cross area every day. And you see a lot of people just crossing into the median between the traffic. And so I was glad to see those crosswalks. I'm like, that's going to be interesting to see as well when it gets to working. Because you do see a lot of people cross there. Yeah, I'm saying they'll cross and go across, and then you've got I've lost my track of thought on the apartments down there. People walking that way and coming up. Yeah, so I was so happy to see that because I said all the time. They cross through the traffic. And even on 74, it's just such a long walk, so.
It is. And that's why there's two pedestrian signals in the middle, is if you can't get all the way across and you're stranded in the middle, you can push the button again to make sure you get another pedestrian signal on the next signal timing loop. And so it'll be interesting for me to see, are people going to use the crosswalk? Or are they still going to jaywalk through the cars? We've provided a safe crossing for them now, right? So that's the best we can do. You can put Major Assist there telling them, please use the crosswalk. He'll just sit there and be like, nope, use the crosswalk. Here, I'll push the button for you. Okay. All right, so that is what's called the AD segment. The AC segment is one we've been working with them, the DOT on. It goes through the Duke substation area. A lot of it is on Bridge. It goes behind the Harris Teeter and Home Depot. There is a ton of what we call topo, lots of hills. It's a very interesting area. We're working on trying to get the Paces apartment and the apartments to the west. I can't remember the name of it, but to get them a pedestrian connection down to the roadway, so that they don't have to come out and around and on 51 to get to Harris Teeter. They can get out to the road. Now there's no connection from Harris Teeter to the road yet. We're still working on that, but baby steps. Get from the apartments to the sidewalk, and then we'll try and get from Harris Teeter to the sidewalk. But there's some steep grades out there. So we are excited about this. This was like Hazen's last hurrah, was getting this one funded. And then moving on to, we saw Sam Newell, and this is, the orientation's a little bit different, but this is the Sam Newell intersection here. You see a lot of people walking there too, trying to cross Sam Newell. And walking along 74, you see people. This will be another grade separation. I don't know if I said that, but Matthews Mint Hill Road will be a bridge. Sam Newell will be a bridge. And that improvement will go all the way south past the bridge where we had that deep water rescue or swift water rescue, whatever water rescue that the fire department did. Because the culvert is undersized and is also backing up from the downstream. So that is something that we convinced the DOT. They were going to stop it at the culvert, and we asked them, please include this, and then also greenway accommodation for future greenway to go under the road. This is taking a while. My apologies. It also includes Rice Road connections. And up to, this is Arequipa and the Sardis Road North interchange. Currently a signalized intersection, turning that into an interchange. These are ramps. This is a half clover interchange. Oh, you're right. There is some quadrant roadways in there. Yeah. EB is one that was also a consolation for removing the Idlewild project. So funding this section from along the quarry into Charlotte. Okay, so those are the STIP segments, big impacts for the town. 74 then will come later. That's the managed lanes, those toll lanes. And then the light blue segments are unfunded and need to be reprioritized. So we had to give up something. We gave up this piece here across 485. You got to pick something, right? It was tough to lose that. It was tough to not get that funded. We tried and it didn't make the cut. And that's one that you will see as a resolution of support for the state to allocate funds to. You'll see that on Monday night. Any questions about Independence? All right, I'm starting to lose people. So we'll speed it up here. 5007. This is along Purser Halsey Park and the new fire station. We are accommodating the fire station driveway in the design. The fate of the roundabout still unknown. The town engineer for Mint Hill and Dana and I are still fingers crossed to preserve that roundabout. But it does include doing a restrict or reduce conflict intersection at Phillips Road. So no left turns at Phillips Road. That Phillips Road signal is bad. It is backups all the way through the roundabout, right? So that signal at Phillips, there's not a lot of hope for it without doing something innovative. Last one. And my understanding is you want to spend a little bit more time on this one. This is another project on 51, widening to 6 lanes from Sardis Road, here kind of middle-ish, to John Street, here kind of middle-ish. So you see the original concept. It says end of project. What it means is end of study area. So we kind of go beyond the limits to see about tie-ins and like terminus. So the original idea was to go, I think the improvements ended here at Team. We got them to include a crossing over a pedestrian crossing over CSX. But a 6-lane section still showed incredible delays at Monroe Road and 51. So like, well, we'll just do an 8-lane section. More incredible delays at 51 and John, and a lot of property impacts. I said, we'll just do an interchange, function great, even more property impacts, right? Visual impacts to our community. The other thing Dana wanted to highlight to you all is we did negotiate a pedestrian hybrid beacon for the school. We tried to get it between the school and Warner Park, but the compromise was having it here at Reed Hall Lane. So still kind of close to the school, maybe a little bit out of the way to get to Warner Park, but that is where you push the button and you get the vehicles get a red light.
Is there a sidewalk from that neighborhood to the park? Because I drive past there sometimes when I guess those fields are used by the school and they're walking to go practice. Is there a sidewalk from that neighborhood right up to the park, or are they walking through the grass?
There will be a sidewalk with the roadway improvements.
Okay.
So all DOT roadway improvements, the agreement is if you're building curb, there's sidewalk behind the curb.
Okay.
So sidewalks for all the improvements. Not sure we got a side path. I don't think we got 10 feet out of them. There's some vertical constraints in that area. So we'll see what, I don't remember actually off the top of my head.
Hey, we'll take something, right?
Well, right. So that they're not walking through the grass. So I did want to give a little more details. This is straight off the website. If you go to the NCDOT STIP mapper, look, it only costs $43,000. Oh, wait, that's $43 million. When I was looking back through my research, at one point, they're like, oh, it'll cost us $4 million to build this. And we were like, yay. And now, again, they have this new estimating tool that just astronomically increases prices of projects that I'm really concerned about their future, right? Where is this $43 million? It's in the STIP. Let's hope we get it. So in the 5763 project, as I mentioned, this was the first iteration that the DOT went through. When they called me and asked for a clover leaf, I said, no. So they're like, well, let's look at kind of some innovative intersection treatments. They looked at continuous flow and partial continuous flow. I wanted to share these slides with you to show you like this, they actually ran the models and they're actually looking for what is the best intersection type that provides the lowest delay and doesn't use up all the capacity of an intersection. And they settled on this partial CFI was the recommended treatment. And so they came to the town board and you all said no. That partial CFI took out like the gas station on the southeast corner. It took out the what's now Oaklaw on the northwest corner. And so they did four more iterations and compared those and took the 2 top performing ones and laid out those designs and recommended the reduced CFI median U-turn, which is what we have. So it eliminated the impacts on the eastern side and just kept the impacts on the western side, which we heard from Oaklaw. So we didn't like the double left, schlepping all that traffic into downtown. That's gone. But partnered with that like offset left turn is a U-turn movement. And that reduces a lot more property impacts. The quadrant roadways took out a lot of property. So this one, you see some kind of relic things, like it doesn't even go near the CSX bridge, which reduces costs. It reduces the construction limits along John Street because the original ones went past Lois all the way to Covenant Church. Again, saving costs, does perform well. It is one of the better designs for pedestrians And there you see less right-of-way impacts. The disadvantage is we don't get our sidewalk all the way to Team Road, but to reduce impacts on those two legs were, we thought was more important. But really, when you look at, have y'all used this as historical traffic on Google Maps? Probably not. Meaning, yeah. Ken's like, yeah. But I mean, this is something that we use. I use it to see like when are the peak hours for the studies that we do. And here's a typical 5:30 weekday on 51. Green is good. Yellow is, moderately congested. Red is pretty congested. And this dark red is like, well, it's stop and go. And if you've been on 51 heading in, right, you've seen this. So there's a 1.6 mile backup on 51 in this direction and a 2 mile backup on Monroe Road. But you see, and I also, when I, kind of stepped through it, this congestion here on this northbound movement starts at about 10:30 in the morning and doesn't turn green again until 7 o'clock at night.
I drive that almost every day. I was telling John because I'm on Elizabeth Lane, we have a 5:30 meeting, I like literally have to leave at 4:45 to get here with ample time. It is one of the most infuriating things. And I'm like, God, I wish I knew someone who could fix this. And my fiance says that to me. I'm like, John Higdon, we'll schedule a meeting. But I mean, it is so infuriating, and it is, yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad.
And when you come in, do you notice this pattern where kind of after Fullwood, it kind of frees up a little bit?
Fullwood, you're fine. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's really yellow. Once you're past, like the second you get past the precipice of Fullwood, you're back to 45 miles an hour instead of 3.
Right. So this is mostly, and this is where I get a lot of complaints, is the Fullwood intersection. And this project is really centered on Sardis and Fullwood, and the improvements that were recommended for Sardis and Fullwood are standard widening improvements, and the intersections do perform better. But it's that intersection at John that was challenging for the DOT. And to Ken's point, so this validates what he says. But when I leave town hall at 5 o'clock and I go to Uptown Charlotte, where I live, I'm getting home at the same time Ken is getting here, right? So that's 15 miles away. I'm going 15 miles home. So the same amount of time to go 2.5 miles to go 15 miles is what it's like there on 51. If we say, okay, we like this project, let's just keep John Street the way it is. Well, now all this traffic gets relieved, and then you'll start seeing that red there. So once improvements are done at Sardis, it frees up all the traffic to get to Fullwood. You do improvements at Fullwood, it frees up all the traffic to get to John Street. And so improvement, that's why John Street is such a focus for the DOT in this project. In summary, like what I want you to take away from this is that the 5763 project is more than just the John Street intersection. It's about that congestion at Sardis and Fullwood that everyone sits in every day and takes them 30 to 45 minutes to go 2.5 miles. That's the problem. That's the backup is Sardis and Fullwood. Then that traffic gets released to John Street. And remember too, that the bypass, the 51 Matthews Township Parkway was built to move traffic around downtown Matthews. How much longer are people going to sit there before they start diverting? Maybe they don't take the Fullwood. We've been telling people like trade to Fullwood to 51 to bypass downtown. But if 51 is going to be backed up, they might continue to go downtown.
I have an anecdote about that. I have a buddy's house he lives off of Sardis Road North. And if I'm going there in the afternoon, I'll turn left, take Alexander and cut through Alexander to get all the way over to Sardis Road North just to avoid that. And it saves me like 30 minutes just to do that.
Yeah, using neighborhood connectivity rather than the thoroughfares, which is what the DOT is trying to do. And also, if we just cut this project completely, how does that impact John Street? Right? Again, this like congestion on 51 has expanding impacts throughout our entire network, and it is part of the sub-area model. And it is one of the projects that was listed in our letter to DOT saying, please pause the AA section of John Street, that section in downtown, until these other projects are finished. McKee Road, 5763, and the 74 project.
All right. You've probably been pre-warned that I still, I think the project's good up through Fullwood. I don't know why we need one of the largest intersections in North Carolina in Matthews. I mean, that is humongous. It looks like something I've said frequently. It looks like an intersection in Los Angeles or Seattle or something. I don't know why Matthews, what is that? How many lanes is it? 12, 14 lanes across or whatever? I just think that's ridiculous. I can't, I know you're the professional. You're saying, yeah, this thing with my mic's going out. I just think it's just it's a monstrosity. It's my gosh, we need there. Where else is there an intersection that large in Mecklenburg County? I mean, that's humongous. I just can't imagine that Matthews needs something like that. I also understand that it's a experimental type intersection and that there's only a handful of them built in the entire United States. So I don't want to be a guinea pig in Matthews to have an experimental intersection built.
Yeah, so when the mayor talks about how humongous it is, here's an example. What the DOT is proposing for Matthews is kind of this section here. These would look kind of the same. This would not be built. This would look more like this. So it's really just this leg here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we have 11 because we have the median U-turn. So it would be 11 for us. This median wouldn't be as wide. This would be that median U-turn movement would be in this grass area here. And instead of a slip right, our right turn is teed up for a pedestrian environment. So it is big, and it's here at Highway 16 and Mount Holly Huntersville Road. As you can see, the context is a lot more rural-ish, suburban-ish than what we have because we have development right up to the corners. So our environment, I think Joe would say, would be a more urban environment. And here they're saying, well, we have it in Mecklenburg County. It's right here. Okay, these shopping centers are pulled really far away. There's a transmission line going down the side of it. There's a little bit different context.
I think one thing to look at though, can I see that real quick? Sorry. So with just the widening project, you would still be looking at a right turn, 3 through movements, 3 lanes through this way, and 2 left turns in just the regular format. So that's still 9 lanes in that intersection.
What's there right now on 51? 7 lanes?
Yeah, 2 less, right? So 7 lanes, yeah.
I don't know. I'm one of 7. I would rather see nothing than this built. I just think it looks ridiculous. I just can't appreciate that it's required. And I'm an engineer and I know I should know better, but I think it's going to be incredibly impactful to Oaklaw, to the other surrounding businesses. It's going to be extremely difficult to cross from a pedestrian standpoint. And I think it's too much.
Yeah, I think one thing to remember is you said we believe that this is the best intersection. I don't know that it's us. We've worked with the DOT through, well, it says 4 alternatives, but it was really around 9 alternatives going down, seeing, does this work better? Does this work better? To finally arrive at the best thing that we've been able to find for that area.
So is this currently approved and it's going to be built? Yeah, well, again, I'm one of 7. If I had a vote, I would say no, don't build this. I don't want this in Matthews.
I've traveled this road many, many, many times, and I wouldn't recommend it for Matthews at all. I know there's a learning curve to understand it, and I'm still working on it. It's just that confusing. So many moving parts going in different directions. I'm always challenged about this crossing over to the other side kind of traffic. It just throws me. I've been driving since most of you before you were born, and the staying to the right is still kind of my thing. And this is so confusing, but it's more than I think we need in 51 in Monroe Road. I really do. Has to be a better way.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with John. It is a bit of a monstrosity and too big, but I'm also toiling with the fact that Elizabeth Lane to Fullwood corridor is like obtusely terrible. Like it is just like I cannot. It's really bad. So I hope that there is some sort of middle ground where you can fix the traffic concerns there without maybe ruining the character of that intersection. I do worry about the businesses. And if you can go back to the last slide, or the one with the one in Huntersville. It reminds me of a game of Frogger. I mean, look at how many times yeah, you walk, you stop, you walk, you stop. If you're a pedestrian, that seems almost more dangerous. Maybe that's just my ignorance, but I mean, they've got 5 places they have to stop to cross the road. It seems inconvenient and dangerous.
And can you imagine, someone that's elderly or in a wheelchair or
I mean, it does.
a young child trying to cross that?
Yeah, it does look concerning.
So, do you want to direct staff to tell DOT we're okay with 180 seconds of delay in the future condition at John Street? I'm not sure the DOT would continue to fund a project with 3 minutes of delay in the project corridor.
I would recommend we tell DOT we don't want this. I don't know what other alternatives there are, but this is too much.
I think it makes sense for this to be a work session of some kind. I don't think I have the ability right now to process all of the information that we would need to see to make an informed decision on my own part. But to your point about a kid or somebody in a wheelchair crossing this section, no, but also I cannot see a person in a wheelchair or a kid crossing 51 as it is now.
Susan, can I ask a question just totally out of ignorance? And I sincerely mean that. Has there any been discussion of tunneling under John Street?
There has been discussion here at the town. And so I told the DOT, hey, someone brought up a tunnel. Tunneling is very, very, very costly. And the main issue being the stormwater collection system and having to pump it out of the tunnel. So that's not even an option they explored. And CJ's going to expand on that.
Yeah. And one other thing, so tunneling is kind of like doing the interchange just below ground. So they would not allow buildings on top of that. So you would still have those same impacts as you would with an interchange. You wouldn't see the actual interchange itself, if that makes sense. So it would still clear out all the businesses on the 4 quadrants to do the tunneling.
I think this is most telling. Look at this. Really? I mean,
Yeah, their color choices are pretty terrible. It means these color choices mean a lot to me, but probably don't mean a lot to you. Yeah. So the current intersection is 7 lanes here. But this is that additional lane we were talking about for that U-turn movement. There are some impacts on this northeast corner, but the John Street side is very minimally impacted on the downtown side.
At this, I mean, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 7 buildings that are going to have to be bought and torn down by DOT. I mean, private business. I mean, that's also like a huge concern of mine too. I mean, yeah.
Every option had building demolition.
Yeah, I can imagine. Just I don't like this at all at this spot.
Yeah, and this was the least impactful. Would it be helpful to go through all the options that they looked at first to see the impact?
Yeah, I've seen that. And and it looks like all roads point to Rome, right? I mean, everybody says, hey, this is the best thing, but I just, God, my goodness, look at this. This can't be the best. I mean, there's got to be some compromise or something maybe that's not quite as efficient, that's not so incredibly large and just devastating to the surrounding businesses, et cetera. This just seems like massive overkill to me.
I mean, what you're describing is a reduced conflict intersection where you can't make turning movements.
Well,
I think the-
You know, again, I'm one of 7. I will never support this. If it gets built, it'll be built with my objections because I couldn't support this. I think this is just way too massive and also incredibly confusing. It's experimental. There's not a lot of them around. I would never support this.
I think the hard part on this is the predominant movements are not going across the intersection, it's turning. So it's the ones going from 51 to Monroe Road. And so I think that's what makes this so difficult to figure out. And I absolutely hear what you're saying. We'll go back and see, you know, is there anything else that they can think of to handle this? I think the question we need to figure out though is what is more important to us, because if we don't do something in here, then we will likely points to having to widen John Street through downtown.
Could you push this traffic to Independence Boulevard and limit the ability to
prohibit lefts onto?
I don't know if you prohibit. I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, maybe that's an option. You just keep going straight for another whatever. What is that? A half mile and get on 74, which is going to be massively improved, I suppose. But
yeah, I mean, it's worth looking at.
I mean, you talk about the comments we're going to get as a board. Wait till the road gets tore up right here and they cut all the trees down and knock all the buildings down and start pouring pavement here. I think I don't think our residents are aware that this is what's planned here, or many of them aren't. I don't think a lot of them would have a lot of support for this.
So you all would support like 4 times the amount of delay is what I'm hearing. Because Dana and I do support some level of delay through downtown, like John Street, not widening it to 4 lanes, keeping it at a reduced section. But with this 3 minutes, I mean, sometimes you feel like it's 3 minutes because you're sitting through two signal cycles, but it would be, you know, up to that point. I mean, it's going to be a lot of just traffic sitting there. This is a big heat island. If we do an 8-lane section with turn lanes, that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lanes potentially, which still performed poorly. I mean, I'm not sure what other tools we have in our toolbox except to prohibit all left turns.
So the improvements made down by Fullwood aren't going to increase the efficiency of that intersection. A lot of people are going to be turning that are coming from down where Ken lives are going to be turning onto Fullwood. A lot of that traffic will be diverted, right?
Right. So that's a good point.
So not 100% of the traffic is going to just jam up to the next intersection. There's going to be more efficient turning. There's a ton of people that turn on Fullwood because I drive that way quite a bit as well. There's a lot of cars that turn right on Fullwood.
So the modeling does show this is the dominant movement here. So it is those left turn movements that are causing the congestion here. So a lot of this backup is people who are trying to get to 51 to turn.
Totally. And yeah, maybe I'm completely wrong, but all of the congestion is because people are turning onto Fullwood. It's a red light. The red light is too long on Fullwood. And so there's no turn lane. And so everyone's backed up in the right lane for a mile waiting to turn there. Because again, I drive this nearly every day at this time. Once you get to that, the congestion isn't that bad there. I mean, I don't think the left turn lane is what's causing that, frankly, at all. Honestly, you probably could fix it if you just put a designated turn lane onto Fullwood.
The turning onto Fullwood is continual because I drive that regularly.
But that's why everyone stopped. If you had a turn lane there, I think it would shorten the traffic significantly. I mean, again, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a traffic person, but it seems like a more simple fix than spending $50 million and being super drastic.
Yeah, we can look at those turning numbers because they do have those turning numbers for Fullwood. I'm trying to grab it now. I'm not readily putting my fingers on it.
I do also want to remind the board that the road projects are not just to meet current demands, but they are intended to be what traffic is projected to be in 2040, I believe, for this project specifically. So it's not just what we're seeing today.
Another question out of ignorance. I think we discussed at one point like the New Jersey jug handle on Charles Street coming around instead of turning left through that turn lane. Was that discussed? And if so, what was the downside of not having that?
I think again, that was building takings. I think Charles Street is close, and then there's the throughput couldn't handle it.
In other words, to make a right turn on Charles and come back around on, I can't remember the name of that small street there. But actually make that the jug handle there. And that was discussed. And
It's part of the quadrant roadways analysis.
And that was not.
It didn't provide the relief needed for this dominant movement here. Right. So that this movement is a lot of this left turn movement here. So to do that, it didn't relieve that, if I recall correctly. But I know that they did look at it.
Okay. Thank you.
We're happy to get a 5:30 schedule just in the interest of time, and suggested we make it a 4:30 instead of a 5:30,
Yeah,
and invite DOT perhaps as well.
I'd like to Ken's point, get more information on the number of people turning right there onto Fullwood and how many people are turning left onto Monroe.
Don't think it is fair to compare numbers because more people are going to get onto Monroe than Fullwood, but the backup isn't being caused by that left turn. The backup is being caused because the Fullwood light tends to be slow sometimes. So I don't know if it's comparing the right thing to compare numbers. I think it's also to compare the timing. That's what's causing the severe backup.
Well, currently that's what's causing the backup, but the counts will tell us how many people are making those movements. If we say more people are turning right on Fullwood than turning left on Monroe, those numbers will tell us that.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that will be the case, but I think you have a much more efficient turning right now. The way it is now is much more efficient. Where it backs up from folks turning left onto Monroe Road is when somebody wants to do a U-turn and they're waiting for the cars that are coming down from the top. They're waiting for a U-turn, that backs up. So if there was another lane there to accommodate that, because that causes some backup there. But I'm certain you're going to find more people are turning left on Monroe than right on Fullwood, but that's more efficient. If you could accommodate the people doing U-turns, that would stop a lot of backups. It's really not that bad right now. I know we're talking about what the traffic will be like in 2040, but there's got to be a better way.
If you live on Bubbling Well Road, like and try and turn left out of there, my parents live there, so I frequent that and experience that. Not that we should make one decision based on one road, right. But I think, and I hear what you guys are saying. Right now, we're being presented with a snapshot of the information, and we don't have it in front of us in paper or in documented form to dive into it and really understand it. Susan does have the numbers, and I think having already put my faith in the John Street modeling, I would give some credit to those modeling numbers. And wait until we can really dive into it and flesh it out and understand it. Because right now, our understanding of it and our daily experience is not necessarily, it could be, but it's not necessarily reflective of the information that's already been gathered.
It's anecdotal at best, but I drive this very, very, very regularly. So does Ken. So we see what's happening. But yeah, I think we should have a 5:30 and have DOT available. But I don't know, unless my mind can be changed. If this is built the way it's proposed, it'll be over my objections. I can say that. I would never support it the way it is now. Okay, any further comments?
What do we have? Give us say do we have in that intersection, Susan? We as a board.
So you have already told DOT twice, we don't like it, go back to the drawing board. So they have listened to the board. They have, and they've come up with alternatives. And if you say cancel the project, we don't want it, they'll say, excellent, we will use this money somewhere else, probably not in Matthews. So they'll happily cancel it. And then we have no improvements to Fullwood, Sardis.
Why is it all or nothing? We can't do the improvements up to Fullwood? If we have to do it all or nothing, I mean.
Because the performance at John Street would be lacking and wouldn't serve the purpose and need of the project. And I'm just telling you what we've heard over and over again on other projects when these things have come up. Will they reduce the scope to just Sardis and Fullwood? That's something we haven't asked yet. I'm assuming they would say no because they're always looking at the downstream, making sure that there's no downstream unintended impacts.
Well, they should improve it to Independence then and get folks to drive on through, in my opinion. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you all. Good discussion.
ball forward some more here. Thank you for that robust conversation. All for the benefit of Matthews. We love and appreciate our staff and all the hard work they do. All right. Moving on to options for 335 East Matthews Street. Mr. Camp.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Switching gears completely from roads to downtown development. So the slideshow before you is really just a visual representation of your memo. The information's mostly the same. I did add a few graphics just to help us out during the conversation here. Does it work? I decided to turn it on. It's fine. So just to orient everyone, 335 East Matthews Street, obviously Town Hall, got 324 apartments here. And then it's the corner property here that's bounded by public streets on three sides. Just a refresher on like how we came to own this property. We closed on it December of 2020. It's a little under 3/4 of an acre. Currently has a 1940 era house on it. It's 1,400 square feet. The home is in not the best condition. It's got about 80 years of deferred maintenance. I mean, I don't know how many of you have been in it. Like it's got original light fixtures, original tile in the bathroom. Yeah, there's like an engine block in the attic. I mean, it's an interesting property. So we had Bolton & Mink completed a feasibility study, and I'll go into that in just a moment, back in 2022 to give the town some idea of how the property could be used. Just last year, we rezoned it to the Historic Urban Core District, which is similar to the zoning along Matthews Station Street and some other properties in the downtown. So kind of matching up the proper zoning on it. Just as a reminder, as we talked about during that rezoning, the town cannot place conditions on property when we are the applicant. So it is just straight historic urban core zoning. So that means that it's ordinance standards that apply. There's no conditions associated with this site. It's a version of by right, you would say. The board directed staff to pursue the sale of this property just last year. Just a few considerations. So switching from roads to rail, the Silver Line. This is a snapshot, screenshot rather, that Kat shared with us. That's I guess, CJ, this is the 30% or approaching 30% design. And let me orient everyone. So property boundaries. This is the footprint of the house, Matthews Mint Hill Road. This is East Matthews Street here. This is the track crossing of Matthews Station Street. The area highlighted in yellow, that would be the rail trail. And then this box right here is CJ, I'm just going to call that a substation. It's electrical service for the Silver Line. They've got a technical name for those, but it looks like a shipping container. It's just and they can wrap them, or the brick walls around them. They have a lot of treatments up and down the existing blue line. So these are some of the considerations that will need to be there's some of the items need to be considered should this property be developed in the near future. Just to give you a really not to scale, because this is a Google Street View image, the improvements with the rail and the road redevelopment, the rail trail, it's going to push the sidewalk to probably close to about 5 feet from the front steps of the existing building. So you do lose some developable area when you're reserving the space for the expansion of the road and the Silver Line. We had a tremendous amount for such a small property. The survey was really well received. When I say really well received, I don't know, we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments. So I just wanted to highlight the feedback we received from folks. What we did on the cover when we advertised it, Marina, remember when the social media went out, we used an aerial view. And the reaction from most folks was, we just leave it alone. We love the tree canopy, save the trees. We want this to be a park. Of course, we have KP Park adjacent to it. And we also have the town green, literally a half block down. So it's, I think, difficult to justify putting a park across from a park, down the street from a park. But Needless to say, we also had, I think over nearly 200 respondents had some shopping of some sort, food and beverage, really not a lot of interest in any kind of residential office or hotel. But again, these are, and this is another one that said, well, if there is a building, what would you like to see? The best scoring, we had over 200 responses for vertical mixed use, some commercial, and really not much interest in single family or townhomes. So we had a few iterations developed. This was a preservation, which really would have kept the house on the site, kept some of the green space. We actually did a full 3D rendering, and at the time, the board landed on preservation of the home as the, I guess, the favored solution. Over the past several years, I've walked it with, booksellers, like coffee shops, and a lot of folks that had interest in it. Once we walked through the building, it was pretty typical to not hear from them again, because once people got into the building, they realized the mountain of work that would be required. And a lot of the character in the structure would be really changed because it's very chopped up inside. So there's a few cool archways, and there's some nice features, but a lot of that would really have to be blown out to really make it usable. And that 1,400 square feet includes the upstairs, which has a narrow winding staircase, some really low ceilings upstairs. So there's just not a lot of usable square footage for this building. We also had a few versions that looked at just this property. We considered the adjoining properties as well. There hasn't been any interest from the adjoining owner to sell. When we do talk from time to time with me and Dick Jordan. But this, in the upper left, you had a multifamily version that just showed some multifamily on the corner, a retail multifamily kind of mixed use, and then more of a retail office. This is a building in Davidson that they took some inspiration from. Davidson, they spend a lot of effort on architectural and design review. So that building, I don't know if it was award winning, but it's been a really well-received infill building in their downtown. It's been there for 10 or 15 years. Just keep in mind, you hear parking a lot from your constituents. I'm sure people worried about parking. Most of these would be some reduction in on-site required parking. They're not going to provide probably enough parking for that use on the site. So there would need to be parking elsewhere, or an acknowledgement that you're only going to meet some of the on-site parking with that future development. It is a tight site.
That building in Davidson does have parking within it, I believe.
Yeah, they tucked
underneath it or something.
Yeah, they tucked in maybe 10 or 12 spaces.
Right, something like that, right?
It's a fairly large building. I forget the square footage, maybe 30,000. Right.
Yeah, I believe off to the left on this view, if you go to the right and look to the left, right in there, there might be eight spaces or 10 spaces, something like that, underneath the building. That is a really nice building. I don't know if any of you have seen it in person. It's you kind of drive through Davidson's downtown and you come right into this, and it's pretty striking presence.
Well, and I think the idea here was that if you were eastbound on Matthews Mint Hill Road, you have KP Park with the green space, then you would have this building that kind of anchors that view as you come around the corner, headed out of downtown Matthews. So the last slide I have here is disposal options, but what you'll see in your memo packets, the first conversation is, is the board still interested in disposing of the property? Like, we don't want to make assumptions. We had that direction last year, and Leon, you've joined us since that vote occurred. So, we can talk about the various options, and Charlie may want to elaborate on a few of these. But before we go through these and kind of some of the ramifications, we just wanted to know that we've got the correct marching orders.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, can I jump in and ask a few questions about these options?
Absolutely.
Okay. First of all, I don't see donation on here, and I want to find out if donation is not legal.
Donation of real property is not legal.
Okay, so that brings me to my next question. If you lease for affordable housing, do you have to go out for competitive bids on the lease, or can you unilaterally lease to anyone for any amount of money?
In order to do that for a long-term period of time, you would first have to create a housing authority. Then you would designate yourself as that housing authority. Then you would with a housing authority, you could either sell it or you could get someone to manage that property, establishing rents, but you also would have to establish the rents so that you had a sufficient number of rents for low-income housing.
Right.
Not just moderate, but low income.
Yeah, that wouldn't be.
That's the only thing that's going to make it constitutional would be the set aside of the rents. Now you could sell it at a lower price, but then you're going to have to put permanent conditions and restrictions on the use of that property. And if it's ever sold and not going to be used for that purpose in the future, then it would have to revert right back to the town.
But if you sold it, you would have to do competitive bidding, correct?
No, not under those circumstances. Once you got to the housing authority, they can sell it, but you still would have to they would have to receive either a fair market value for it or alternatively, permanent conditions and restrictions on the use of the property as to how it can be used, and also would have to have either rents that were reserved for a certain number of units to be for low income housing, or if you sold it, it would have to be used for low income housing, low to moderate income housing, or in order to sell it for a
So let's say we went through the steps of creating a housing authority and assigning this land to the housing authority. Then you could lease it or sell it to unilaterally to any party for any price.
Well, you have to get a fair market value.
On a sale, but not on the lease.
You will but then you'd have to put restrictions on it that there have to be leases for set aside so that the low income can be able to afford to be able to occupy the premises.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Jay, we have had this conversation, and gosh, it felt maybe it was earlier than last year, but about possible land swaps with this. Was there any interest in that from any property owners of property that were interested in, or did that kind of fall dead in the water?
There is an interest, but we didn't go into great detail because we wanted to have this broader conversation with the board, because there's so many options for how to dispose it, and the amount of strings that the board may or may not want on the property given the current zoning. We wanted to make sure that we weren't getting ahead of our skis in terms of that. But yes, there is interest in a land swap.
So that is going to lead into my second question. Is we've talked about light rail, and there's a good chance I might be elderly by the time light rail comes to Matthews. But I have two questions or concerns. One, you sell it and it gets developed and it's a wonderful development, and then they come in and they have light rail, they need to tear it down or something. That's a concern. And then second, what if we sell it, in the next year, and then CATS gets the funding for light rail, and that property is worth $1 million, $1.5 million because of what's going to be developed along the rail trail? Then maybe we're losing out on significant revenue from what that could be worth. I mean, that property, if I knew Silver Line was coming, so that property would be worth a boatload of money, I could imagine.
Yeah, there would be no way to recoup, there's at that point.
That's what I'm saying is if we jump the gun too hard, do you lose out on some significant revenue that could be made by selling it in 5-10 years?
Yeah, Jay, can you talk a little bit as far as the where we are with the design of the Silver Line and Ken's first concern about building being built too close? Are we far enough along that we think we could have reasonable setbacks known that would sort of minimize the risk of them coming through and needing to take more than they expected, and we find ourselves with an issue.
So with these, again, this drawing came directly from CATS. This is more or less CJ 30% design. I'm pretty confident that if there's going to be rail in Matthews, there's going to be a silver line. This is a representation of the land area needed for the modifications to Matthews Mint Hill Road to accommodate the rail. So any development there, we would plan setbacks accordingly. So you would likely have, I don't know, call it a minimum 10-foot setback off that future side. And yeah, maybe it's going to be a back of sidewalk, very urban. The more I would say troubling is the transformer, the substation needed. You know, they had it at the corner, and we said, no, we don't really want this big box at the corner to anchor this development. So it really has to be fairly close to the tracks. I think they've got some examples in some mixed use buildings where it could be incorporated in the building. I think that was a conversation we had with Andy in the last year or two, but I'm not sure. But the having to knock down a relatively new building, that's not a concern. The future value, it's hard to speak to. I should have set the table a little better and said tax value right now about 400,000. That's probably a minimum on value. I looked at some comps. Office buildings across the street just sold for about 3 million. The land value of those buildings is about 1.1 million. There's a 1 acre property right at Charles Buckley and John Street that just sold for 600,000, and now it has a habitable house on it, and it's 1 acre. So you're probably out of somewhere between 400,000 and 700,000. I know that's a really wide range, but without an appraisal, that's probably your current market value.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I'm not sure the year that the town purchased that, but what was the intent behind purchasing that property? And now we are just a few years later talking about disposing of the property. What was our thinking then?
Can I jump in on this? In September of 2020, I received an email from Beth Frank Nimmons. And I won't read the whole email, but her father inherited the house from the family, or her father grew up in that house, and so did her uncle. The first email that she sent, she said, the town acquired a triangular portion of the lot some years ago to construct a portion of Matthews Station Street and what is now the KP Park. Since this is such a unique parcel centrally located, I wondered if possibly the town would be interested in acquiring the property. We've had a number of inquiries and likely will be putting the home property on the market soon. But Dad and I thought it was worth asking just in case the town may have some interest. We would much rather see it become Matthews community property and or partially preserved if at all possible. We didn't, as a board, I don't think, make any conditions or say we were going to preserve it in that way. But I think it's a neat story and something that we should observe as we're discussing what we do with this property and how we frame any future consideration.
Jay, can you point where KP Park is, please? So they own that whole piece, Leon, and so we just
okay.
We bought it back.
So from a strictly business standpoint, this wasn't a great investment at the time, or is it a great financial investment?
Fantastic. Yeah.
We paid 300,000 for it, and then we've put a little bit in. We had to replace the roof. So there's been a little bit of investment in keeping the property since then. But at this point, with what the market has done, again, haven't done a official appraisal, but we think we are at least to the good in terms of fair market value with what we've paid for it.
There was a little bit of strategy too, probably going back to around 2018. We did have some small group meetings with board members at the time talking about our municipal campus here. We reached out to some of the property owners here, and it's hard to see in this aerial, but there's quite a bit of underdeveloped land. I mean, this house, I think, sits on like an acre and a half or something, one of Mr. Jordan's properties. So I think the idea was, could we put a land assembly together potentially if we ever need to expand town hall or the library needs to expand? So we had those conversations. At the time, the other property owner said, thanks, but no thanks. We're really not interested in selling. When this opportunity came up, I think at the time Hazen said, you know what, there's a chess piece and the price is pretty good. Let's buy this. It's really that simple. It's just doing some land planning.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the lease for affordable housing and sale for affordable housing options. Assuming we go through the housing authority exercise, can you go to the renderings of the mixed use? Yeah, the retail multifamily is particularly appealing to me. To have affordable housing on that corner, and it's actually an incredible signal to the community. In other words, we're always complaining about people that don't want affordable housing in their backyard. Well, we're going to put affordable housing in our backyard. And it's particularly unique in that spot because there aren't very many residents in that area that would typically object to this particular type of project. I mean, we have businesses across the street, which the retail on the ground floor would complement. And one of the biggest was restaurant and beverage was one of your biggest items there. So it would be just an incredible fit there, and it would be like I said, and not to repeat myself, but an incredible signal to the community that we are really serious about affordable housing.
All right. Is that comment in relation to the proposal we received a few board meetings ago?
Speaking in generalities.
Well, be aware there's a difference between affordable housing and low and moderate income housing. I know you're aware of that. You can't convey it if you're going to create the housing authority, if you're going to have a retail aspect to it. Even the housing, it's got to be housing. They cannot do it to the retail. Can't be mixed. Remember, it's the purpose for housing authority is to comply with the constitutional requirement that no private emoluments, but also the constitutional requirement that it is the duty of the state to provide for the widows and orphans, which is the language of the 1700s. And so that's the only constitutional provision that allow you for housing authorities to be created to be able to create housing for low and moderate income and also affordable, but there has to be a connection with low and moderate income housing.
So with the exception of the retail space at the bottom on the first floor, if it was totally residential, then it's something that's doable.
It's doable, but it's doable to the extent that it's more than just affordable housing. It's doable. You've got to include a percentage of it for low income housing as well.
Good. Thank you.
Got a question for either Becky or maybe Malia. What is required to create a housing authority? That a full-time employee?
Speak to that, Malia?
You have to first, you have to adopt a resolution requesting that the Secretary of State's office recognize a corporation which you will form to be called the Matthews Housing Authority, for instance, and you have to file with the Secretary of State's office. And if you get certification for that, then you can create that corporation. Then that corporation can act, but you've got to be able to fund that corporation, at least initially, to carry out its duties.
Would it require hiring anybody is the question I really have.
Well, if you're going to now there's also the provision that you can set yourself up as the board can, not the staff, but the board can be set up as the housing authority, because the housing authority has to have a board. So this board can set yourself up as the board for the housing authority.
When you set up the charter for the housing authority, is it land specific or can you have non-contiguous parcels?
Oh, you can have non-contiguous parcels. I mean, you can go out, you then we've been trying to find, and see, the housing authority can't act until you've had a land study to show a housing study, which we've had, that there is a need in the community for low income housing and that private development is not supplying that need. So you have a two-step phase in order to even create the housing authority.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to add, when you look at some of these options, obviously upset bid, you guys have gone through the upset bid process recently. There's no strings attached. It's transactional. You sell the property appraisal and you're not attaching any conditions to it. We recently added in our UDO development agreements a couple of years ago. 160D opened that opportunity up for the town to partner with a private entity to create an end result that has a, I guess, Charlie, I would call it a public benefit, which could be infrastructure. In fact, I was looking at one earlier today. It was a 50-page agreement between the Durham Housing Authority and a developer, where that developer was creating a percentage of market rate and a percentage of affordable housing. And in return, the city had infrastructure improvements. The developer was donating some lots to the city, and so on and so forth. Downtown Development Project, another statutory authority we have. Matthews Station was a downtown development project. We finally sold that last lot last year, so we're after 23 years we're complete. But that's another option that would, Charlie, I don't know if we could expand existing or it would have to be a new downtown development project since it was not part of the original boundaries.
You just create a new one.
Yeah, just create a new one. But before you look at any of these, it's probably good to keep in mind how communities, particularly in downtowns, decide what they want and then how they advertise. It's typically through an RFQ or an RFP process. So you formulate a vision, you say, look, our vision is a 3-story mixed-use building with some shops downstairs and some residential upstairs. You go out to the development community, you put an RFQ together and you say, this is the vision. What are the qualifications of your firm? Or you put an RFP together and say, no, we trust you have qualifications, development community. We want to see a firm proposal. Come to us, tell us how big the building is going to be, what it's going to look like. You can, if you want to, you can go on Google and keyword town of Cary. They just did a huge RFQ for 18 acres of downtown property in downtown Cary. So they've put together a website, they have renderings, they have a vision of what they want to accomplish in their downtown. And they're going out to the development community telling us, hey, what are your qualifications? What have you done? And would you be a trusted development partner? Because ultimately that's what most municipalities are concerned with is it's not just the end product, is can we get there? Is this a trusted development partner to execute the vision here? So, and then obviously the lease and the sale, those are, Charlie, I pulled those off School of Government, and I think you kind of, address some of the potential issues with, and I shouldn't say issues, but complications of some of those options.
Are housing authorities common in other cities in Mecklenburg County? Do we have any?
Charlotte has one.
Yeah, I know Charlotte.
Charlotte's had one since the, maybe even the late 50s, yes.
How about some of our sister cities?
I'm on HUD's website right now, and Charlotte is the only one on the list. Otherwise, it's Durham, Greensboro, High Point, Greenville. There are some smaller communities like Pembroke and Lumberton, but just clicking on their websites, they most of them have a standalone board of directors. I just found one that it is the sitting town board that is the board of directors, but they have an executive director and staff, and it's an entire program that's administered through the housing authority.
So the housing authority synonymous with HUD qualification? No, they're two separate things. Okay. And also, can the overriding board be a volunteer group? I don't see why not.
Well, that would be in the corporate charter.
Yes. Thank you.
What was the outcome of this presentation supposed to be? I mean, it's.
I think Becky, while Becky run with the I saw her grab the mic. To receive some direction, we want confirmation. The discussion during the budget process last year was maybe we need to move on and to sell this property to, we've had a lot of expenses. We've been buying other properties. Let's just sell this one to put some money back in our fund balance. That was the last official direction we had from the board. So we just wanted to go back and say, hey, do we have confirmation? Do you still want to sell it? If so, we'd be happy to put together a plan to move forward. It would likely be some kind of RFP proposal creating that vision based upon probably some additional conversations with the board to solidify, make sure there's a shared vision for what we want on the site.
So with the development agreement, would the town still own the property? Or
Probably not.
probably not?
Otherwise, there's no need to go into it.
So it's just the town partnering with someone that would build our vision on the property, but they would own it.
Right.
It gives the board control over the outcome. So right now you've got some zoning on that parcel that if you were to just go through, say, the upset bid process to sell it to, you'd have to sell it to the highest bidder. They could build anything that was allowed by right on that
Right.
property.
So
So a lot of this is just, we can't go stick a for sale sign out front the way that you can with your home. So understanding which process the board is interested in following in order to dispose of it, depending on the level of desired control you have on what the end product ultimately looks like.
well, I don't think we want to do that. What could be built by right on that property?
Anything in the HUC zoning district, it still has to meet our setback, architectural requirements, parking requirements. I don't think single family is an allowed use, but there's a first floor retail requirement, so you would have to provide. But you could also do 1-story commercial, and the board may not want to see. The vision may not be a 1-story retail building because someone decided to build like a sandwich shop or I don't know, some retail use that made sense on the site.
So again, speaking for myself, I would not want to do the upset bid process. I think that leaves it too much out of our hands. The housing authority discussion would have to be done if we chose either of the last two, lease or sale. You have to have well, I guess not sale, but if maybe, I don't know.
Well, if you want to get a fair market return, then you're going to need to have a housing authority. But you can sell it to a developer if he's willing to put conditions on the use of the property, which would be a permanently recorded restriction and condition on the property that would define the use, and then the percentage of that use. He would have to pay you a certain amount of money. And then if it's not fair market value, then he would have to put those permanent restrictions and also show how much of that is going to low income housing so that creates the public purpose. Otherwise, you don't have a public purpose to sell it like that.
Just one more comment. I think I brought up the concern that Ken brought up regarding the future possible value of this property. I'm of like mind. I think, Ken may be elderly and I may not be alive when the Silver Line is built, but if it is, this is going to be worth well in excess of $1 million. And if something happens, if the sky parts and the earth and moon align and planets, etc., I would hate to dispose of this property for a really low price and have it be worth 3 or 4 times what it is now, a year or 2 years from now. So I think I might be in favor of just tapping the brakes on disposing of it immediately. But
I was going to concur with that. I did want to take one step back on when you were talking about, Charlie, the sale for affordable housing. Are we still required to get fair market value for it? So, say,
you can only do affordable housing per se if you're in association with a developer who is in agreement to do it.
So
you can't provide it on your own.
But if they were to buy the property, you couldn't give them a discount.
You could give them a discount, but there would have to be permanent conditions that were on the property forever.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
To make up for a public purpose rather than giving him a private emolument. He's going to donate to widows and orphans, so to speak, using the constitutional language. And that's a public purpose.
Widowers are important also.
Well, I think we should maybe tap the brakes on all of this and kind of see where we are. I don't think we need to be desperate to get rid of it at this stage in the game.
And by the way, we mentioned the presentation that was made to us a few board meetings ago, and that's not to say that we still can't support that group in some other way with our CARE Act funds or something like that. Supporting that group does not necessarily have to be tied to this particular piece of property.
Could we informally maybe talk to the chamber or another organization about leasing the property out and in some sort of way so that the burden is on the person who leases it to get it up to whatever use, but so that it's used while while it's, I mean, a house sitting there empty without upkeep is only going to get more degraded.
Great.
And again, the cost of making the house safe and habitable, I mean, there's probably well into the six figures, 100, 200, I don't know. There's maybe we haven't
Somebody lived there recently, right? I mean,
have we had a home inspection? There maybe been some arcing or almost fires with the wire. I mean, the wiring's all original. So there's some issues with the home.
But did you get one quote? Like, did you get several? Our house is the same age, and I walked through the house, and I understand that many of you feel like it's maybe not the house you would live in. However, it's not in much worse condition than my own house, and my house is pretty livable. If there are issues with the foundation or whatever, somebody who's looking to do business in Matthews that gets a fair and reasonable rent may be willing to put some investment in the house for, say a 5-year lease or something like that.
Just real quick thing. So Albert did take a look at the house as well. And there were some structural issues. And I think the phrase he used is, if the termites stop holding hands, it's probably going to fall down. So obviously there's termite damage down at the bottom.
I have to remember that. That's a good one.
Well, I wanted to point out too, that's a change of use to go to commercial. So it's going to require ramps, wider doorways for bathrooms. Like it would be cheaper to renovate and keep it residential than to make that leap to non-residential space, because it's a whole different code. And John's not here to talk to the architectural requirements, but that's a sprinklers, you think, even a rehab code? I don't know. So it's the rehab code. So it's just a similar process, but you have to treat it as commercial, and it just triggers a lot of different code requirements.
Jay, I'm in the UDO, and I'm sorry.
I'm not a contractor. I'm not an architect. I don't have experience in that realm, but, and I know Brickman's was an expensive renovation for them to do, and it took a long time. I don't know that it would hurt to get some feelers out there and see if somebody's interested, because it's a prime piece of property in Matthews and would be an opportunity that maybe otherwise wouldn't be available to people.
What we heard from the brokers that we spoke with said there would have to be a substantial allowance from the property owner, being the town, like an upfit allowance. And you're also talking about like paving a parking lot, unless we exempted it in some way, like there's currently no parking on the site. So there's site improvements and building improvements that CJ, in my mind, it was several $100,000 in addition to our initial purchase price to get this structure back up to like what I would say is a usable condition.
What are the parking minimums for an office or something in downtown Matthews?
I'm glad you asked. So on Trade Street, in the 2 blocks, the 100 and 200 blocks of Trade Street and Matthews Station, we have no minimum parking requirements. The other HUC zones still have some, I'll say light parking requirements. So maybe for this site, 8 or 10 spaces or less. We're proposing in the new comp plan to exempt all HUC for minimum parking, because we just don't want parking lots all over town. So there's the potential that we could exempt this site, but you still would need some parking, I think, even if it were just a few spaces, some handicap parking. The other thing I'll point out, and Life and CJ are probably aware of this, we've got some trees in really bad shape on that site. There's some pretty costly tree. A lot of the crown has died out on some of the large mature trees out there. So there's some work. If we continue to maintain it in its current condition, we're going to have to put some money into it, I think, regardless.
I'm sorry, are you finished? Okay, Jay. In the UDO for the, I don't want to call it the Huck district, but the.
I've never called it the Huck district. But
all right, but anyway, it seems to imply that it is it a maximum of 3 stories or it must be 3 stories?
It's currently a maximum.
Maximum. And regardless, the first story has to be 50% retail.
Correct.
Yeah. And retail can be public services such as barbershop, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Barbershop, bank, coffee shop.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that it was a maximum of 3 stories. Regardless, the first story, even if it's a 1-story building, has to be 50% retail.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think you got pretty solid direction now. Not.
I mean, it's always good to have property in your back pocket as a community. That this is a high profile location, and to your point, Ken, there's one argument that you buy and hold, and it's worth $1 million in 5 or 10 years. The other side of that argument is you put the property to use for the community. You sell it, you put it back on the tax rolls, you create opportunities for new businesses, new housing opportunities, or even find a tenant that wants to reuse that building. So I think the argument is potentially like what's best for the town. It's a really high profile piece of land. It's not sitting on like a dead end that nobody knows about. So I think some further conversations maybe about which path is the best would be warranted. Because I think everyone's a little like batteries are running a little bit low on this day. So
let me ask a question. If that property, it may be exempted in the future, but if it had 5 or 8 parking spaces, and we did the necessary upfits and made sure the termites held hands, we put 200 grand in it. How much could we lease it for?
I don't have those numbers.
Anybody have any idea?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I met with a general contractor several years ago, and he said it would be 300,000 to bring it up to commercial.
You could tear the whole house down and rebuild it for 300,000. Literally, you could just bulldoze it over and build a new one for that much. So that's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not, and that's what he told you, but of course he did. I mean, yeah, town's got deep pockets, right? But I mean, you literally could tear it down and rebuild it for less than that.
You probably could. It probably would be cheaper to tear it down and rebuild it.
But there are, I mean, again, back to Brakeman's, and I think Brakeman's is one of it always pops up in precedent images of what Matthews is. They leased their property. They did all of their renovations. They invested as a company in what they want, their identity. Why would it hurt to put that out there and see what people are interested in? At the same time, we could get multiple people to come in and give an estimate on what it would cost to fix it up to be, X, Y, or Z, just to get some more solid information if the will is to hold on to it, but and until we know a little more. If we hold on to it, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving it sitting there empty for any amount of time. I feel like that's not only, it's just sad. Right.
It's a house very similar to that in Raleigh that has been reappropriated or reused as a book seller. That it has rooms cut up like that, but they just put comfy chairs in it and lined all the walls with bookshelves, and it's extremely popular. Ton of traffic in that place. It's an old house. Gina?
Okay, I'm just curious. Let's say we sold the property. We say we decided to sell it, and we had something that got built on it was that little apartment complex with the the multifamily. What kind of tax revenue would we receive from that?
Honestly, if it's held by, it depends on who owns it. If it's a nonprofit or not for profit, it would be tax exempt. it just depends on who's the ultimate, if it's mixed income, there may or may not be tax or maybe partially taxable. Yeah. And just, I don't actually love the architecture of the building they threw in there, but it did fit on the site. Yeah.
Looks like 3 shoe boxes stacked on top of each other.
If there's an interest by the board, we can certainly get a couple of quotes based on the inspection that was performed. And then also adding in what would need to be done to bring it up to commercial code. So we can bring that back and have the board look at it. I would also say that you would be needing to think about how long of a lease you would be wanting to give somebody, because obviously it would be a long time before you would likely get an ROI.
Yeah.
And, given some of the volatility in that area, would you want to lock it down for 10 years or maybe even longer? So just something to consider, to not forget that if we are talking about potential land swaps or things like that, it would take that off the table.
Yeah, I think your ROI is going to come when you ultimately sell it for $1 million or whatever, and then we have 500 in it or 600 or whatever. But I don't know. There's a lot of different options. So a lot of discussion. I think you're right. Our battery's running low, so let's move on. And
one quick question. I'm just kind of asking myself, why would we consider a land swap if we know the light rail's coming and it can be worth this much money on down the line?
Well, some of the thought was the land that we were thinking about swapping is worth more right now. And so it would either, at least today's market, be a better deal for us, or it would just offset the purchase price of that other property. So it was just another chess piece to have in some of those other conversations.
property across from the fire station. No, on Trade Street, next to Mark's house. Yeah, right. Hey, I think my
Before we move on, sorry, how do you want this brought back up? Do you want us to look for a 5:30? Do you want to, we can just let it sit, but if there's more that you want staff to do to bring back additional information on something, I want to make sure that we're doing that in the meantime.
I think I'll just speak for myself, and I hopefully the board. I think I would like to have a couple more contractors look at it and see what it would cost to bring it up to speed. If we want to revisit the possibility of using it for affordable housing, then we would need to know what's involved with having a housing authority and all that stuff. I mean, we could have that in the same conversation. Those two things. I think I speak for the board when I say we don't want to do the upset bid process and just have somebody go buy it and build whatever they want on it. That takes us totally out, and that would be ill-advised. So we don't want to do that. So I think those two things, what would it take to make it an affordable housing lease or whatever? And then what would it cost to bring it up to some usable, and also maybe some recommendations on what you think, how long we should lease it for, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I would think it's probably a minimum of 5 and maybe 10, but
I think the longer you make that lease, the more likely somebody's going to be willing to invest.
That's right. That's right. And so I think we're going to know certainly within the next 5 years and maybe sooner if the Silver Lines is really ever going to come, or there's any political will to have it come or not. We should figure that out in the next 5 years, I hope. Good.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next item. Affordable housing. How do we proceed with requests for support, and what UDO changes could be considered with board breakout session? Malia and Jay.
Yeah, so we're continuing the discussion on affordable housing, and I think we have a PowerPoint But you do have the PowerPoint presentation in front of you, so we can continue with that. So really, we wanted to just provide you a quick update and talk about some ways for moving affordable housing efforts and activities forward here. I don't have the So just want to give you a quick refresh, and really for Commissioner Threed as the newest commissioner, this might be helpful for you as well. Since the $1.5 million earmark, we've made some good progress. We've completed the housing needs assessment, which we'll talk about a little more later with the recommendations. We've also conducted a request for proposal for the critical emergency home rehabilitation and repair service. As you know, we did not receive any proposals, but it was definitely a good effort. We've also applied for the $1 million of federal community project funding for land acquisition activities. That does require a match. So we are still waiting to hear from on that decision. Staff, Jay and I, as well as Nadine, we've met with local partners to better understand affordable housing. It's a very dynamic area and field. And so we wanted to basically understand who are the players of affordable housing in Mecklenburg County. So we've met with Mecklenburg County. We have a standing meeting with them monthly. I do with the affordable housing manager, City of Charlotte. We've spoken to them. We're actually on a consortium with the City of Charlotte and surrounding communities. And that consortium comes together monthly, every other month. We've spoken with Central Line Council of Governments, as well as a consulting firm, and they really consider themselves an advisory firm, more on the real estate development side, that would help and partner with municipalities and serve as an advisor for any affordable housing projects. And we've also met with Dream Key Partners, who we learned that they provide many services, some which we might be interested in, but their key focus is to build affordable housing. So their key focus is to be the developer. We've joined as a local government partner for Mecklenburg County. Currently is an initiative called Everyone Home, which this nonprofit has partnered with Mecklenburg County to kind of study affordable housing availability and activities in comparison to some peer cities, to see from a policy lens what would make sense for Mecklenburg County to pursue, what maybe would have the biggest impact. And so that work is going on. And the recent action, the board approved the allocation to Greater Matthews for programmatic activities in support of affordable housing. So in all of that, we also have received some unsolicited community requests to date. We've received 4 that has all been shared with the board. And currently there is not a formal mechanism to consider these requests. So you all have kind of seen these and looked at them on a case-by-case basis. I will kind of skip over this slide because we've already talked about it in detail of what the statute is related to affordable housing. And this is very limited in nature. So there's definitely a lot more to consider when you think about affordable housing and what we can and cannot do. Really what I'd like to hone in on and focus on for hopefully the next couple of minutes is to talk about what are those options that you all as a board want to consider for those unsolicited requests. And I've put 3 things to consider here. The first is to continue evaluating the unsolicited requests as submitted. So as right now, look at them on a case-by-case basis and then make decisions based on your interest at the time. I'm going to swap 2 and 3. So the second one would be to wait until a decision is made about the federal funding for the land acquisition and opportunity. And if we are to receive those funds, then possibly then developing a formal request for proposal process, as we talked about during our last conversation.
I think the the best is waiting for the decision because the mayor just whispered to me is you double your money. I mean, you'll have 2 million instead of 1 million. I think that's the most logical in my sense. What? It should be. You know, am I too far away? I'm sorry.
Stick the end in your.
Like, oh God. But you need to stop dragging me off track, John. I think waiting is by far the smartest because if we get that money, I think that would be fantastic. I mean, you double what you have. I did have a question. What's the timeline on? I mean, do we have any update? Any?
I was going to say, I haven't heard anything. I thought it was going to be this past fall. But
We got a
slow.
broad update that was springtime, but I mean,
In what hemisphere? I mean, is that springtime here? Or?
I'm, yes. So
But isn't there I mean, it's not a process where they have to do it by X date. I mean, I guess maybe should we triple check that we're not just being swung around and
no, we feel good. I mean, we're in contact with the congressional office getting that. So it's official word. But it's that, yeah, there's still no word.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the challenge? Excuse me. What's the challenge of developing a formal request for proposals while we're waiting for those funds or waiting for a decision? Is there a huge difficulty in creating that process while we're waiting?
I can speak to that. Really what it comes down to is that the request that was put forward to the federal government was specifically for land acquisition because that was what they anticipated would be the most attractive to consider funding. And so if we get the federal funding, then we will have specific federal strings on what we would be looking to spend all of the dollars on because a match is required. So if you want to do, say we got the full $1 million from the federal government, it requires a match. So if we wanted to accept the full amount, we would have to put our full $1 million towards it. And it's then all going to have to be land acquisition. However, the federal government told us to define that. If we don't get the full federal amount or it's less than that, then it would free up our remaining dollars, at least a portion of them, that you could put toward affordable housing in other ways. So if the board said, whether we get federal dollars or not, we're interested in being only in the land acquisition game, then yes, I think we could move forward with an RFP. But if you wanted to be open to other ways of supporting affordable housing, we could be writing an RFP that then we couldn't utilize should the federal funding come through. We're happy to do it. It just may not go anywhere. Yeah, what Charlie was saying was that in order to enter into any agreements, we have to have funds on hand. So we wouldn't want to be sending funds out the door. So should the federal government come in and say, hey, here's your money, in order to accept it, we would already have to have the match waiting.
What other questions might you have about the options to consider?
I don't have a question, just a comment. I agree that we should wait until a decision is made, and I'd say let's wait till June, but I mean, if we haven't heard by then, I think we need to move because there's a lot of people, we've come in, there's a lot of people, we had this great blessing of funds come into our coffers that we could be helping people with, and I don't want to sit on them forever. And so let's keep prodding the congressional folks and see if we can find out something on this. But if at some point we need to go ahead and move and start funding some of these proposals because we've had the money for a long time, and I think we owe it to our folks to move.
So to that, Mayor, there are some additional options that you can consider for the unsolicited requests. One of them being that we can do now, we can continue to serve as a liaison to connect individuals or organizations to affordable housing, community developers or agencies through Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte. And we have done that on one occasion, which yielded a good result there. We can also partner with the UNC School of Government to further explore North Carolina statutory authority for the purpose of creating some type of plan of action related to, I have here, acquiring property or conveying property by private sale. It may not be that specific, but we can work with the UNC School of Government to just further explore the statutory authority and perhaps put a plan together for you all to consider in how you might want to use those funds contingent the approval or denial, or contingent that we hear something back from the federal funding.
Malia, that would be staff
That would be
taking the lead on that?
correct. That would be us
Sure,
taking the lead
let's
and
do it.
bringing that back to you.
Sounds great. All joking aside, I mean, I think that sounds like that could be pretty time consuming, and I don't know that elected officials necessarily would have the bandwidth to take that on. But if you can spearhead it, then we can certainly work with you to continue the effort.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, I will turn it over to Jay to talk about some regulatory considerations considering the housing study in UDF.
All right, so going back to the needs assessment that was done in 2022, these were some of the recommendations made. Just wanted to give everybody kind of a refresher. Number one, revised land use plan and associated regulations. So we do have recommendations in the draft comp plan that about affordable housing, particularly missing middle housing. I think we heard, I think Ken, you'd made some comments about missing middle yesterday. So those are what's pretty commonly referred to as I wasn't just changing by itself. Gentle density. So like instead of large apartment buildings, opening up opportunities for smaller incremental housing. That's kind of 1 and 2. Location and zoning when permitting. I'm not really sure. I have to go back and look at the document. I think that was looking at potentially opportunities for developer donations throughout the town when rezonings are coming through. Preservation of affordable housing stock. So you hear NOAA a lot, naturally occurring affordable housing. That's one area where we really struggle. This is a really successful community, and most of our large, like institutionally owned apartment communities, they've invested in them and they've raised rents. So it wasn't that long ago that you could live at I think it's now called Paces Point. 4 or 5 years ago, there were still rents hovering just under $1,000 a month, and those rents have increased pretty dramatically since then. So it's not to say we don't have naturally occurring housing, but it's not as much as you would find in other communities. And finally, just support to facilitate that housing, whether it's grants or other opportunities. And again, gentle density, we kind of talked about that yesterday. Parking minimums, this is a really big one that communities across the country are looking at. And I told you yesterday about how many vehicles parking spaces there are per car in the United States. It's just absurd how much surface parking or parking in general we have. It's like maybe just everyone double parks or parks in the middle of the parking spaces. I don't know. But it's for the purposes of affordable housing, it creates more land on that parcel and also drastically reduces cost. It used to be that it was really just structured parking that would drive a lot of the increase. But even now, surface parking lots are really, really cost intensive. Charlotte has seen, I think, 1 or 2 car-free developments that have been built in some of their urban areas. I know there's one in NODA now, so it's it's possible to live without a car. Even in Matthews, we have transit service, we have walkable neighborhoods. So I know that would be a big leap in this town to consider car-free development, but those are ways to remove some of the barriers. Revisions to setbacks.
So if we can go back to that,
Yeah.
I recall sharing with you a couple of years ago, and my son, who was studying urban planning at the time, sent me an article, and I believe it was St. Louis. It was like a satellite photograph of St. Louis, and it was a heat map in the summertime, and it was just unbelievable how much parking there was that was unused. I mean, it was like thousands of acres of parking that were just seas of asphalt everywhere, reflecting heat, making the city much more difficult to cool in the summertime. And just talked about they had maybe, triple the amount of parking they actually needed or used. So, that's obviously a much larger town than Matthews, but I'd be in favor of looking at, for like in HUC and other areas of reducing our parking requirements. Again, we talked about yesterday, Lowe's has probably double the amount of parking they need,
Right.
et cetera.
That's music to a planner's ears. There's a lot of communities are making those changes. And when you saw with the tax base analysis that we looked at yesterday, you're also getting really poor return on investment for surface lots. They're valued really lowly. So infill development and kind of reducing some of that parking. Number 3 could be there could be unintended consequences. So revisions to setbacks and minimum lot sizes. I'll call it our bread and butter by right zoning in Matthews is R15. If you look at most of the undeveloped land, that's a 15,000 square foot minimum lot size, about 1/3 of an acre. Those minimums, Charlie, I think they came from, 1970s Mecklenburg County zoning. So I know that Cress said that he was part of getting our first zoning code in Matthews. So we affectionately refer to him. We refer to Cress as the father of Matthews zoning in the planning department but in any event, a lot of that came from old county zoning. So we have 50-year-old setback and lot area requirements. So if you want to build a house on R15 zoning, you have to have an 80-foot wide lot. You got to have 10-foot setbacks and a 55-foot rear yard. So it's a pretty traditional suburban lot. You don't see builders building on those lots much. Maybe an hour away from Matthews, but certainly not in Mecklenburg. But as I think I touched on yesterday, the unintended consequences, you're going to see fewer rezonings, but you're also going to have less control. We can't have architectural requirements. That's preemption from the state. So you can reduce those minimums. You could drop to 10,000 square foot minimums. You could maybe have 60-foot wide lots, and you would see more housing built. I can't tell you that you would see more affordable housing, though. You may just see more $500,000 or $600,000 houses built if that's what the market's calling for in a particular neighborhood. It could be good for your tax base as well. It could allow more housing, but it's hard to draw a direct correlation, and no one could promise you that, yes, you are absolutely going to see more affordable housing if you reduce your lot sizes and minimums. From a philosophical standpoint, I think it makes sense, but it's all about letting go a little bit, quite frankly. And do you want to dictate the terms through conditional zoning and making sure you see architecture and the character you want, or do you want the market to just provide what the market's going to provide? And in some places, along Main Street, we've got good infill development that's happened. Now, like, architecture is totally subjective. We've heard a lot of people say, I don't like some of the new houses I've seen built. I mean, I know there's one really nice one on Fremont Street that I like that was built recently. He's not paying attention. But
That monstrosity.
What's that? Yeah, that monstrosity on Fremont Street. The other one,
Like a CFI intersection.
yeah.
If a house for 14 lanes, it would be CJ's.
But you're just like I guess our batteries are charged up again. But just like our conversation about selling the piece of property, you're leaving it to the market. So the developers may deliver housing that you want to see, or it may be something that's totally out of left field. And people say, oh my gosh, that doesn't look like Matthews. Finally, density bonuses. They're fairly common. I found, what was it? there were a few communities in Eastern North Carolina with like populations of like 3,000, and they'd included density bonuses in their UDOs. I was really kind of shocked. So it's pretty common, but that might be a situation where you allow 6 units per acre instead of 3, with the condition that a certain number of the homes are below a certain square footage. So you're trying to encourage 12 or 1,300 square foot houses instead of 2,500 square foot. So I think, Charlie, we have the authority to do that, to attach some requirements when it's part of the density bonus, so long as there's still the by right option of 2 or 3 units per acre. I think that would be a common sense approach where we could still. Yeah.
That those housing limits and setbacks and things, you just couldn't say for affordable housing.
Right now on the aesthetics bill, I don't know if square footage and limits on square footage, if that would check that box for the state or not, but there's certainly some options there, particularly through the zoning process, where I think we could encourage smaller housing. And that article I sent you the other day, Malia, there are parts of the country now where big builders like Lennar are building 400, 500, and 600 square foot home subdivisions because prices are so high that people are willing to spend upwards of $300 or $400 per square foot to have the option to own as opposed to the option of rent. So
sounds like a fort that I had when I was a kid, not a house, and you get to 400 square feet or whatever. But I have heard over and over again from the ends of the age spectrum, so people 25 and younger and people 65 and older, that desperately want that product, that missing middle 12 to 1,400 square foot house. And they ask me all the time, why don't developers build them? And I ask developers and they say they can't make any money. I'm not sure why, but there would be a huge demand if you could build a house in that size, 1,200 square foot house. There's a lot of people. That's plenty for, 1 or 2 people, as long as you have a bedroom and a place to watch TV, a nice bathroom. I mean, a small kitchen. That's all people want. I mean, what a lot of people want, and that would have to be much more affordable than, a 3,800 square foot house.
I'm going to take that to the next level.
Okay.
My sister and my aunt are both purchasing a 600 square foot house.
All right.
And they actually make them in modular form now where you can just drop them in place. And they're really great. I mean, the amount of space inside is actually quite something. And they're single people and they're up in age and they don't need all that. So it's even going one step further down. They're paying a reasonable amount for it. I mean, it's still at the $250 a square foot sort of thing, but it comes out to $150,000. So I think there's so much we can do in that respect in lowering the square footage of the house in order to make it affordable as well, and come up with some really unique communities that are of that size. And I've been to communities like that where there are actually multiple residents of 600 to 800 square feet. They're quite lovely. It's actually very nice. So it's something that we need to really think about when we're planning into the future. And I don't know if our UDO handles anything like that, where they could actually be on their own piece of property, but wouldn't have that small of a footprint, where they don't have to have contiguous housing with someone else, like a duplex or a triplex. But
we do.
Yeah.
So we could have a zoning classification that was for 600 to 1,200 square foot homes or something like that.
So we don't have a minimum square footage requirement anywhere.
How about a maximum square footage?
We could in certain. I think we actually.
Are we allowed to do that? I'm surprised we're allowed to do anything by the state legislature, but
one of our districts does have a maximum square footage, or we've got one called small residential neighborhood. It's like 1,400 or 1,800, I think, is the maximum. What you also see if you do these density bonuses and you encourage, or if you mandate through these codes, mixed housing sizes, is the charm of old neighborhoods is the product diversity, that you've got a bungalow and a 2-story and a quadplex and a duplex. And if you go through like a Dilworth or a Plaza Midwood, everything is not uniform. And like modern neighborhoods tend to be uniform because people want to buy a house that's similar in size to the other house because they're worried about their appraisal. They're worried about their value, but that's not how it was when neighborhoods were built 100 years ago. You had diversity of housing size and type. You had those missing middle housing opportunities. So to your point, Mark, you might have a neighborhood with 700 square foot houses and then 1,800 square feet across the street. But an appraiser is not going to come in and like, that's the worry, but they're not going to come in and say, well, just because there's a small house across the street, we're going to cut down the value of your house. That's just, it's false, but it's a concern the way production builders build these days.
Yeah, and actually what's the term? Mini house or tiny house?
Like tiny house.
But is 600 to 800 square feet considered a tiny house? I don't know. But anyway, whatever, we'll call it a tiny house for this purpose. We can actually, an entire community of those, not just a couple across the street from a normal residential community, but an entire community of those. And that would satisfy so many needs. And to the mayor's point, there's a demand for it. I mean, my sister and my aunt are just classic examples. They're going to do it within the next month or two, as a matter of fact.
Jay, didn't we have a proposal for a neighborhood like that near Crestdale? And then it
went bankrupt.
and then it never panned out. Okay.
I was wondering here again if the Mooresville affordable housing plan they give the developers the incentive of one additional market rate residential unit should be allowed to be constructed for each affordable housing. So they're giving the developer an incentive, to develop and I don't know if you've checked that out.
I have not.
So that would be along the vein of the density bonus.
That's
Just affordable housing specific.
Correct. Now, Charlotte also, it's not, because we have to be real careful. We don't like to say inclusionary zoning because that can get you in legal trouble depending on how it's applied. But Charlotte does do a density bonus where it's actually kind of like a fee in lieu, and they've got a base density requirement. So let's say you're wanting to build a 40-story apartment tower in South End. Their base density, and I'm oversimplifying it, but let's say it's 20 units per acre and you want to do 40. For that additional density that their code allows, you actually pay into their affordable housing trust fund or their affordable housing fund, and it gives the city money to then spend as they see fit or as they need. Well, it's not a bribe. It's the city looking for methods to fund affordable housing, knowing that every unit in that building is going to rent for $2,000 to $3,000 a month, and it's not going to satisfy any of the city's overarching affordable housing goals.
I guess my point with this one is this is also something that can be put in the UDO.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look at that.
You can have.
Thank you. So yeah, we kind of went down a trail of just talking about for sale housing, but obviously going back to our main conversation, it's a lot more complicated. The UDO is going to kind of dictate those terms and what a lot of products, and they could be for sale or they could be for rent. I don't have anything else. I think that's the last slide.
Jay, can you go back to the prior slide?
One more back.
No, I'm sorry.
The one I was on?
Yes. Thank you. I heard potential interest in a density bonus for affordable housing. Sounds like following Mooresville's model. Are there others that were talked about that the board would be interested in seeing? Because we want to do a full UDO update, but these might be some things to move on faster, to go ahead and make these updates to the UDO so that they're in place, and any development that's coming in the shorter term could be subject or potentially benefit from some of these. So are there things on this list that the board would say we'd like to see that draft language at a future board meeting?
For me, number 3 may have unintended consequences. That makes me a little nervous. However, changing the code to allow more gentle density. We get a lot of laughs in the community when we use that term, but Um, certainly duplexes, triplexes, et cetera. We've talked about that ad nauseum. I absolutely would like to see that pushed. And then reducing parking minimums, I think we should look at. I'm curious to know about the neighborhood in NoDoc, because I was just thinking, wow, what do they just have, like a piece of land with a bunch of houses, but you have to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles, right? So they just don't have garages or driveways or
I believe it's just an apartment building.
oh, it's an apartment
Yeah.
building with
Mm.
no, wow. Yeah. Wow, that may, that's probably not appropriate for us, but certainly reducing parking minimums in certain areas would be something that I would be willing to consider.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with the reduced parking minimums. I think eliminate, we're not there yet in Matthews. And then I kind of disagree with John. I think 3 could be interesting because we could do something like Mark said. I think if you had minimum lot sizes that were smaller, you could fit, this quote unquote tiny home, you could fit 4 of those on what would be traditionally a 2,000 or 2,500 square foot home. And that solves that. So that one lot traditionally for one house can be 4, and you have 4 really affordable.
We've already done that with conditional zoning, haven't we? We've had
But not
neighborhoods with 0 lot lines and things like that.
We do. It's but do you want that by right? I think is the argument the mayor's making.
I see what you're saying.
I don't want it by right. I want it to come before the board.
I see what you're saying.
One thing you have though, by going conditional zoning and get a commitment from a developer on affordable housing to the 80 percentile, you have a commitment where you create general zoning distinctions, which I'm all in favor of. I don't mean to say that, but he may or may not, or she may not, whoever the developer is, put in affordable housing. They may just put in a market-driven house, but still have it at a high rental or a high price.
That's
It
why
may be at a
condition.
Yeah, but I mean,
And so you have a pretty effective way of getting affordable housing.
that is true. But to counteract that, the price still would be lower than what would be a 1,500 square foot house. I mean, you're still it'd be more affordable housing instead of traditional affordable housing, I guess would be the best way I look at it.
Are we good?
Great feedback. Thank you.
We just move on. I think we're behind schedule. Is everybody okay to? Can we move on? All right, we're going to keep going. Hey, if you need to go get a snack or a drink or use the restroom, please do so. But I'd like to keep moving if that's all right. The next item we have is revisit downtown parking study. It's going to be from Susan and Roy.
All right, so with the because I didn't do any PowerPoints. I hope you're not disappointed since you got to look at a bunch of them.
Jazz hands.
There you go. But just by the memo, we're revisiting the 2018 study that was conducted where it mentioned more parking enforcement may be needed, and at the time the board didn't have an appetite for that or a will to go ahead with that. I will say that I learned a good bit about parking from Susan. She really helped educate me about how she comes up with numbers and that sort of thing. We're complaint driven, and based on the complaints that come into the police department in downtown, it's not a huge issue based on just the calls for service complaints that come in. So that's where my opinion has been based off of. Previously, Susan can speak more to the maps and that sort of thing, that the counts that they do, but reviewing those calls for service were 10 or less percent, around 10% of the calls, total townwide calls for service regarding parking issues are downtown. But with that said, I don't own a business or work downtown or hear those complaints. And like I said, unless they come into the police department. We did find that a lot of different areas take the same tack that we do, our local jurisdictions, Mint Hill, Stallings, Pineville, those areas, Indian Trail. Some of those don't really have downtowns per se as we do. Waxhaw was pretty comparable in the types of businesses that are downtown. They handle it kind of the same way, but occasionally code enforcement jumps in with them and works through some of those parking issues that they have them. And talking with them, it's kind of situational, specific, depending on what's going on downtown, which I think would be similar to us, what kind of events are going on. And that's handled by complaints, patrol officers on patrol witnessing things. So they don't have dedicated parking specialist or personnel that takes care of that. Huntersville, and not being familiar with that area, reported they don't have a lot of parking issues downtown because there's not a lot of activity in their downtown. So that was kind of surprising to me, just knowing how Huntersville is, what I do know about their area. Checked with the city of Monroe, and they do use dedicated folks or a person. But the government center there really changes the dynamic of parking as compared to us. They have similar type businesses downtown, but that government center brings in a ton of traffic, a ton of parking issues during the business hours and to take care of governmental business. But they use a part-time person in the downtown area with the chalking tires and writing tickets and that sort of thing. If we do want to take a more proactive stance with it, we looked at a couple things such as automated parking. I think we did find we got a demonstration from a company that's similar to a plate reader. It basically takes pictures of a tag, timestamps it. If it's in a restricted parking area, it'll, for the amount of time that's on the restrictions, issue a citation to that registered owner for that. It handles the mailing of the ticket, the collection of the fees. It's at no cost to us. They do collect, obviously, an administrative fee or software fee or whatever to make their money off of those. There's several different companies or vendors out there that provide that type of thing. And if it's deemed necessary, we could kind of evaluate what works best for us. Some of the problems with that particular company would be our angled parking areas. We don't run front plates on cars in North Carolina, so it makes it a little more difficult to get that type of parking. But there could be options there. Like I said, there's a variety of companies we could check into. We talked about the personnel, adding personnel like the city of Monroe has. We're looking at about an $18,000 a year cost for a part-time person. That'd be 4 hours a day or 19 hours a week. However, we deemed the heaviest parking issue time to be, we could absorb some of the incidental costs as equipment or uniforms or that sort of thing into the budget at the police department. We considered going with our citizen volunteers, and they're great folks and they're really eager and they'll help out any way we can, but that wouldn't offer us a great consistency because of scheduling and their availability. So on duty personnel, we can always step up our patrols or put our focus in there. I don't believe we could get the consistency we're looking for with the time restriction parking, as our duties and our availability may not fit that to give us as consistent as a consistent response as we may want with that. Using our regular beat officers or I'm sorry, I lost my word. Officers that are not on calls or doing things at that time. So yeah, that about covers the memo there. So that was kind of the options we came up with, and we're just kind of looking for direction on how we may want to proceed.
And I can jump in here. Thanks, Roy. What sort of germinated this suggested topic was back when the 2018 study was completed, the temperature of the board at the time was very much just not ready to move into an proactive enforcement type of approach, particularly with the concerns about how much parking might be downtown. But I think anecdotally, we've all heard a lot over the years about a lot of the spaces closest to the businesses are often taken by the employees. And so that may be causing some of the trouble we do have a lot of areas that are posted as 2 hours that aren't enforced. So if you know they're not enforced, you just park all day. Perhaps if you are visiting from out of town, you probably don't know that. And so there may be some disparity in how people are reacting to things downtown. But there was an interesting example out of Greenville that was brought up that was just kind of an interesting spin on if there was a concern about enforcement and perhaps public perception of enforcement. And so, Renee, do you want to talk about this program at all? Or
Becky knows more about it than I do, but I went to Greenville to that Warby Parker store that I was talking about yesterday and parked in I think it was a 3-hour space. And I asked the people in the Warby Parker, if I left my car there, this was 2.5 hours into our visit. If I left my car there, would it be ticketed? Or how strict are they on enforcement? And she said, they're strict. They'll ticket you once you hit that number. But the flip side is that you either get a $10 ticket or you can take non-perishables to town hall, I think it was. And if you take like 3 non-perishables or something like that, they'll forgive your ticket. And then that food is then donated to a food pantry. And I think that I liked that approach because instead of it being like the board wants your money, it's like it's still a negative enforcement, but there's a positive spin to it. It gives back in some way.
So Becky and I discussed this a little bit last week, and I told her that at the time that I was in Philadelphia, but it wasn't Philadelphia, it was a suburb of Philadelphia that apparently was renowned for writing tickets. You know, the chalk had 4 or 5 people chalking tires and going up and down. And I didn't know this. I parked in an area about 3 or 4 blocks from a restaurant my family was going to. We walked down, had lunch or whatever, stayed a couple hours, came back, and they were writing a ticket, and the ticket was like $185. And this was probably 15 or 20 years ago. And, and so I probably said a few words that I wouldn't say in front of my grandmother when I saw I had this $185 ticket. And a lady walked by and said, "Oh, you must not be from here. None of the locals ever come here ever. We don't frequent any of these businesses because if you're here 2 hours and 1 second, they give you a ticket. It's outrageously priced." And also, after she said that, as I was leaving the town, I noticed that people were like sprinting out of businesses and jumping in their cars so they wouldn't get a ticket, almost causing wrecks, peeling out so they wouldn't get a ticket because they were there for 1 hour and 59 minutes. So I don't think Matthews wants to be known as, forgive my French, as a hard ass parking. We're going to come write tickets if you're there for 2 hours. I don't think we have a big issue. I will say that if someone's double parked, or the other thing that drives me crazy, I mean, it's not always easy to see, but I see sometimes people that certainly don't appear to be handicapped parking in handicapped spots. Maybe they have a handicap that's not visible, but I see some perfectly healthy looking 20-year-old parking a handicapped spot. That drives me crazy. But I would hate for us to start writing tickets all over town. I think it would be detrimental. I think people would maybe stop coming here if they knew they were going to get ticketed, a really hardcore ticket program. So I don't think we really have a program that's broken right now. So I don't think we have anything to fix. So I would not be in favor of doing any of this.
I agree.
If to contribute, as much as I really like the automated parking systems in other cities where they don't have meters anymore and you go on to an app and you actually park in that space, that's totally not Matthews. It's just not conducive to a small town environment. So like the others have said, I don't believe we really have an issue that needs to be addressed. And I think if we do address it, it's going to have side effects that we really don't want to anticipate. Yeah.
Is there interest then in taking down the 2-hour parking signs if we're not going to enforce them?
The interesting thing about laws is that often people will comply without any real enforcement. For instance, having the 2-hour minimum or maximum, most people will comply to that even if you have no enforcement because they won't know. generally speaking. But also, I think the real issue is how do we create more parking in Matthews so that we're not as pressed? And I think part of our discussion needs to be how do we address the urgent need for more parking so that we can draw in more businesses, draw in more people, taking advantage of the services and activities we do have here. I think that's a real issue, and we need to give that some discussion.
So we do have the increased parking as part of the bond projects. So we've got a net increase of 100 spaces through the full build out of the downtown improvements. So that will relieve some there. And then also out of the parking study were some recommendations to try to partner with some of the private businesses who own private lots. And so that is something that I know staff is still interested in working on. There's typically going to be a cost if it's like a lease type of agreement with a private property owner, but that may be a way to open up some additional parking, at least outside of their normal operating hours, that could be available for some of our evening crowds, evening and weekends. Susan, was there?
If I can just make one quick comment, I have an altruistic love thy neighbor sort of solution that sounds a little corny, but I'm going to say it anyway. So we take down the 2-hour limit signs and we put up a sign that says something like this. We would really appreciate it if you would only park here for 2 hours because there's somebody else that really needs this space and, to help out the community, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, it's a little out there, but and I don't think anybody else has done it.
It's a really long sign. We would need to edit.
Oh yeah.
Edit words.
Well, it would be written in shorthand. But anyway, this is the concept that I'm trying to put across here is we have loving people in this city, and they do definitely want to be part of the community. And I don't know, I just had the idea. I thought I'd throw it out there. And
It's interesting to see what other wording may, or we're happy to look in. I think that it's interesting. We're happy to look
I
into
think
that.
Becky had a really good point when we had our discussion. She's like, okay, because I told her the same story I just told you, and she's like, well, we should take our 2-hour signs down. And I don't disagree. We probably shouldn't have signs up that talk about laws that we don't enforce. So maybe something like what Mark suggests is not a bad idea. And another comment I wanted to make is when we were considering locally preferred alternatives for the Silver Line, I walked with a group of folks, and some of you were probably there. I don't recall who, but we went back behind the Truliant Credit Union, behind that medical building next door on a Tuesday afternoon, and it was like 20 cars and a 500 spot. I don't know how many spots are back there, but it's a sea of asphalt. The entire thing is paved, and there's nobody there. And they said, this is just for this one medical building here. And I think that's certainly an opportunity. On the weekends, it's totally empty. There's nobody there. So that's certainly an opportunity to lease and make people aware that there's parking back there. The town maybe could pay the medical building or whoever owns that lot, but that is greatly underutilized all the time. I mean, even when it's being used by the medical buildings, it's never more than half full.
We have a matrix system of what we should do with parking that may be helpful to bring up and consider. I think there are plenty of opportunities for shared parking. I don't know that people are willing to provide parking lots and the risk that's associated with them without having some sort of return.
I remember when BB&T was there. I'm sorry, Susan, I didn't mean to interrupt you. When BB&T was actually being used as a BB&T next to the barbecue place, they shared what is that? That's Max Speed Shop. They allowed Max Speed Shop people that were visiting there to park there, but they saw so much garbage and other things happening in the parking lot, they just forbid it. I'll shut up now, Susan. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you all are interested to see where we're at with the parking recommendations. Staff goes out, we deploy engineering and planning staff, Malia, CJ, and we count every parked car twice a year from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on a Thursday and a Saturday. So in the spring and the fall, we don't count in the summer because that would be unfair to people walking around downtown. And so the purpose is, if you go, first of all, this is the area that we count kind of in the downtown overlay, but like what's reasonable to walk to downtown. I don't know if y'all have ever been to Kannapolis. I'm a confident parker, but I actually don't park on the street in Kannapolis because I know if I come in the side street, there's a parking deck there, right? I'm looking for like out of the main drag parking because I'm a visitor and I'm not familiar with their enforcement rules. So we have some of those kind of off out of the area like Mayor was talking about. So we do count private parking lots and public parking lots. And if you go to the next slide, this is the matrix that Commissioner Garner was referring to. And when we started this, that's number one, conditions in place today. And they recommended at the time to go ahead and start looking at some of these joint locations. And Dana and I have looked at behind or next to Stumptown. What's the name? The medical clinic. Thank you. And so we're devising signs that and working with Marine, like how do we succinctly inform people medical clinic until after this time, right? So what's that branding that we might use for after hours public parking? But the recommendations do say that we need to share with you the data every so often. And so I would like to do that because staff has worked very hard on this. Number two is occupancy consistency at 75 to 85%. The quest was, do we have any of these locations where we are consistently occupied 75%? And the definition used in the study is 6 hours or more. So we count in 2-hour blocks from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So in the 6-hour occupancy consistency, there are 3 locations and they're all on Trade Street. Think about the 4 spaces in front of Seaboard, the 4 spaces next to Flying Biscuit, and the spaces in front of Grace O'Malley. Well, with 4 spaces, it's very, very easy to have 75% occupancy, right? So in that 6-hour block, 1 space might free up, right? And so that meets the 6-hour. Dana's like, is that good enough for Matthews? What about the 4-hour consistency? So they looked at the 4-hour time block, and it was most of those groupings on Trade Street between John and Matthews. In a 4-hour time block, they're 75% or more occupied. And also, so those are all 2-hour time restricted. The other location that popped up was East and West Charles Street, just the 1 block off of Trade Street. And those are signed at 3-hour. So those 2 3-hour. And then the little tiny parking lot at the end of Jill Lane behind Moo and Brew. Moo and Brew is the new name, right? So that also consistently in a 4-hour. So we are at number 2 for a portion of downtown. If you're interested, the recommended actions are, take regular counts. We do that, but set key enforcement times. So it wouldn't be maybe all day of enforcement. But so that's the recommendation. And remember, this is for a 4 to 6 hour time block. This is not all day. So your comments about not wanting to be like the worst place to park, noted for sure. I would like to point out too that what we're finding in public engagement is we do have a very tech savvy community. They do use their phones, they do use apps. A portion of the community don't, but it is the mobile solutions that Dana and I have been approached by offer the add time option. So you add time, so nobody's sprinting to their car. You do have the option to add time, and then it's a person though. An enforcement personnel would walk and scan the plate and interact with the app that way.
I wonder if we talked about, private businesses having a concern, if you will, of the liability and the, upkeep of having public parking. What if we kept the town's public parking public, and then you partner with these private businesses after 5:30 p.m. They have, the little QR code at every spot, and people pay it, and the town and the business split it 50-50 or whatever. And then, it may not be a lot, maybe dollar or two an hour. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but it maybe offsets some of their concerns. They can make a little bit of revenue and clean up their area if it gets dirty, and then maybe we make a few bucks in the process and can use that for future building. We can build one parking space a decade or something at $1 a space, but maybe that's the compromise to get the private businesses to buy into that.
Yeah, NODA does that, right?
That's what I thought. I thought someone else did that as well.
Well, I'm old school because I'm old. And when I went back to my beloved alma mater, NC State, and they have that. And I'm like, what a pain this is to scan this thing and you go through an app. I mean, it literally took and I'm pretty tech savvy. I mean, it took me like 10 minutes to get the app loaded up and put time on it. And, this is to park on a deck and then continually having to monitor the time. And I was like, what a pain this is. I don't know. I'm not a fan.
I'm going to vehemently disagree with my friend to the left of me. I mean, it is incredibly easy. They'll send you a text when there's 30 minutes remaining, and you just click on it and say, okay, I'm gonna add a half hour, and it's gonna cost me a buck. I mean, I think it is incredibly simple. And
why do we want to charge our residents to park?
I'm not saying in our public parking. I'm saying in the private parking.
So
let them handle it then.
You'll notice number 1 says lease agreements. So there would be some sort of we would offer them money to use those private lots because of this maintenance thing. And so this idea of recouping some of that cost to then pay for that is something that's not uncommon.
Yeah, I'm not saying to do it at the spots behind Town Hall or the spots next to the train tracks, but behind, True Liant. I think it's a brilliant idea. And I would use it.
I would totally pay $1.
People are, they'll build empty spots.
Again, let me play devil's advocate. What percentage of our population is tech savvy? We have a significant number that maybe aren't. We have many people don't even use a phone. So I can see some elderly person pulling in and going, what, I got to do what now? I got to scan what? And they got a flip phone and, they don't know what to do. I don't know.
But if somebody is parking, I don't know, the free medical clinic wouldn't really be a shared parking because the town owns that property, but let's say that lot, and it's a QR code and it's in Greenville. Again, I moved my car and it was a $10 for like 6 or 8 hours or something. I paid the $10 so that I didn't have to fight a free parking lot, right? Like I walked a little further, I paid to get my parking spot. The parking lot wasn't full. You still have a choice. It's not like saying every parking spot you have to pull out your phone. You're making a choice to park a little further. If it's somebody who's older, they're probably not going to take the time to find a parking spot that's that far away anyway. I mean, you're still there's sort of an encouragement. You make a choice. You make a mental choice. Do I want the convenience of finding a parking spot and using this app, or do I want to drive my car around and around and around and wait for that free spot near the business?
Yeah. In my case at North, I had to download the app because I didn't have the app. So you have to download the app, wait for the app to download, then register for the app, and all this. This is what I had to do at NC State anyway.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common too. And our frequent visitors will know that. And we're not trying to get rid of part of our population for sure. And I appreciate Commissioner Garner's comments about that.
It also depends on what program you use, because when I go to Panthers games, the lot I park in, it just brings up a website. It's not an app. You don't have to download an app. It just brings up the website. And so, I think that could be, if that's a concern, you don't want people to have to worry about downloading an app. You could just do one of those programs. Yeah, Charlotte has an app, and then certain private lots have just the website.
I would prefer approaching, before we do all the overhead of apps and QR codes and signage, et cetera, I would prefer approaching our strategic partners that have private parking lots and seeing what their appetite is to share parking and what they might charge us for it, if they would charge us, and to see what we can do.
I think if John were here, he'd probably talk about Gary Smith's property getting damaged. I spoke to him recently, and he brought up how when people use his lots, they, block entrances, leave trash, damage the brick wall. I think we are, I want to get ahead of this conversation and say that we may in some way be abusing the kindness of our business partners already. And so I wouldn't want to frame it in a way that we're stingy, I guess.
Could we use tourism funds to pay a parking fee? That's visitors. Heads in cars. Come on.
Commissioner Hoover, did you have a question?
Yeah, my question was, because I've never experienced the app yet, haven't had that opportunity. How do you enforce that? How do you know they're doing it? They're paying it? Yeah, but I mean, you're doing it on your phone, you're paying it, and your car's parked there. I don't know how that works.
The demo that
There's someone that comes by and takes a picture of your license plate. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
It's not exactly like somebody's taking out a camera and taking a picture of every license plate that was LiDAR and the car drives by and sort of like maybe the Google Maps car. They're taking pictures as they're driving by, they're not stopping and, making sure everybody's got their plate taken care of.
And that's usually a part of the fee of having that program.
I was just going to say those are privately managed programs. And so the company that's doing that, they are getting a portion of the revenue or fees towards the tickets that are issued if they are issued. So it's not something that would necessarily cost the town extra. So it could be managed there are companies out there that would manage it because they make their revenue from the end user.
That wouldn't be placed in, say, True Alliance private parking lot, would it?
I think the theory is, are there private parking lots in town that would be interested in entering into a partnership with the town? Because ideally you would want one system for anyone that was participating in this. So it's not different apps and websites depending on where you went. So it would be if they were interested in engaging in something.
How about if we went to True Liant and said, we'll run our street sweeper through your parking lot once a month if you allow us to park here after hours?
Yeah, I think there's a twofold conversation to have. One is there any interest under any circumstances? And then could some of those circumstances be straight payment from the town or maybe some in-kind contributions like you're talking about? Or if we were looking to have a revenue component, that's like a secondary conversation that would come in if they were even interested in engaging.
I wouldn't lead with that. I wouldn't personally, but.
So
it's a big value, street sweeper. Yeah.
So there's another angle to it in that not all parking spaces are valued equally. So like Trade Street, Matthew Station, that's our high street. And that's where people want front door parking. They're going to Moxie or they're going to the Creperie. And we have a pretty large downtown employee population with all the restaurants. So I'll throw out an example. If you worked at Flying Biscuit and you park your car directly in front of Moxie, to the owners of Moxie appreciate that there's a car stored there for 6 or 7 hours. So if you're not enforcing your parking, at least on your high turnover streets, you're not doing the businesses a favor. So, I mean, I've heard over the years from businesses that were frustrated. They're like, hey, this big SUV parks in front of my store all day and my customers have to park, 3 blocks away. Not that we don't want people to walk, but I think we should at least listen to the business community or at least reach out to them if we're going to say, look, sorry, we're just going to continue. Like maybe it's fine. Maybe people are getting by okay, but I think our businesses would probably prefer more turnover. So I don't know if it's first 30 minutes free. And then beyond that, maybe there's an app. I mean, there's obviously management options out there that are better than old fashioned, feed it with a coin.
Well, and I want to be careful because we're really talking about two different things.
We are.
You've got paid parking and then enforcing parking signs.
Right.
And those are two entirely different conversations. So I think moving to paid parking in our public spaces is beyond where we're trying to have a conversation today. I think what we were simply talking about is right now, we're not enforcing the 2-hour parking to be issuing people tickets so that they know they need to move about where they can stay all day with no repercussion whatsoever.
So we're a small town. I think David Blackley knows if somebody from Moxie Mercantile parks in front of his store all day. So I think maybe we reach out to our business owners again and ask them to ask their employees not to park and just ask them. As Mark said, we're generally kind-hearted, but I mean, they know. I mean, David Blackley knows if the guy that, works at Brakeman's parks in front of his store all day, he's there and sees him park. So maybe that our business owners could work that out, or we could have a recommended place for the business owner employees to park. But
yeah, some of that is already happening, right? Mr. Blackley allows other businesses to park in the lot behind his business.
Right.
And so there is some of that business community happening. And you'll notice step number 3 is private owners request greater enforcement. So that's something that both staff and you will hear more of, and we just need to continue this conversation.
back to the perhaps pay for parking could generate some income possibly, but generally, and Roy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but enforcement, writing tickets is generally you're losing money. You're not making money because you're writing a ticket unless you're charging some exorbitant rate. But if you're charging $20 for a ticket and you got to pay for uniforms and time and overtime and blah blah blah, it doesn't make the town any money, and I think it's just going to upset more people than
I don't
cause
think
more problem.
I don't think anybody does meter maid programs anymore. So it's probably the same for police departments. I don't know, but
That's what we said. We could hire somebody part time for $18,000. Who's that?
Somebody who would drive around in a car.
Same thing. 21st century meter maid. It's the same thing.
You got me off track. I was going to say something else, but oh well.
Right quick, there is some legislation that authorizes towns to now hire civilians to do infraction enforcement, like fender benders, so that you don't put a police officer at a minor traffic scene instead of policing. But they also could be the quote, the meter maids, civilian employees who would then be in those positions, but still would have some enforcement powers.
And any suggestion of hiring staff wasn't to enforce parking, wasn't to be a revenue generator so much as simply the enforcement arm of the signage that we have downtown, that if we decided that was a service that we wanted to do. But I think we've got at least some direction on some additional information to bring back to you all, and some conversations to continue to have. Anything else on that? Because I did want to bring up one other area. Okay. So also on the agenda related to parking though, and this isn't in the memo, but it's on the agenda, is no parking signs and enforcement on Charles Street. So there is an ordinance in place to have Charles Street near Carolina Beer Temple and the Social House signed as no parking. At some point in time, those signs disappeared. We don't know when, but they went away. And that became an informal parking area. So we have cars that are parallel parking on Charles Street with great frequency. And so when the signs then went back up, they were replaced. So it is now again signed as no parking. Well, citizens have become very normalized to parking on that road. And so there was a misunderstanding on their part that this was a new no parking rule. We let them know, no, that's actually always been in place. But we haven't been able to move on the parking improvements around the downtown area. Talk to both police and fire. It's a little tight to get through there, but they can get emergency vehicles down there. But right now we are in a position of there are no parking signs and we are not enforcing them.
Take down the no parking signs, let them park.
So, well, that's the recommendation from me. But we would want to actually repeal the no parking rule that would have been approved to get those signs up in the first place. So that would take board action. But the recommendation, if we did that, would be to repeal the no parking ordinance for that stretch of road for right now, make the parking improvements in downtown, complete the bond projects, and then appropriately sign where needed, no parking, and then things are fully enforced from there. But want to see if there is appetite for that or if there are concerns. Because if there's not, then we would get it on an upcoming board agenda.
Any objections?
And
Losing my battery here. Susan?
I do have a slight concern. I would like to caveat that with, I would like to look at intersection turning movements, because parking through intersections in a narrow roadway is something that I'm concerned about. We don't want vehicles to be allowing vehicles to potentially be damaged if we know. So I would like the opportunity to just look at those turning movements. So be prepared for some of that analysis, perhaps.
Thank you, Gina.
Is this a one-way road? I can't remember.
It's two-way.
It's two-way, and there's enough room, people park to go both directions.
It gets tight. So it depends on how well the people in the spots park. So there have been times where you can get two vehicles there. There's been a time or two that just, I know anecdotally, I would have had to have waited, but you can see like a car will turn, say, from Trade onto Charles. And then if there was oncoming traffic, they would wait. It's not so heavily traversed that it was
That's right,
creating
it's
traffic
clicking now.
jams.
That's right.
Yep.
It's two. Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
And there is room for emergency vehicles if needed.
Yes.
Chief said he'll move them out of the way if he needs to.
Okay. Well, we'll triple check some of what Susan was referring to, and barring any issues there, we'll bring that to the board at a future meeting.
Yeah, you talk about a sign disappearing. When I was in college, I went to somebody's dorm room and they had a sign up that said Cotton Gin Alley. And I said, "Hey, where'd you get that from?" He will remain nameless, but this was like 40 years ago. We have both dinners here. We take a quick break for dinner. Is this a working dinner, or are we going to eat for a few minutes? Or all right, 15, 20 minutes to eat, and then we'll get back to it. Dang. Oh my gosh. Okay. Miss Healthy. All right. So we're gonna circle back board strategic plan priorities, outcome from our prior exercise.
All right, so what are we thinking? Considering this is your last kind of topic for discussion, it's 12 pages long. What is the best, what is most value for you of how we go through this? What you see here is all of the options that you selected or initiatives that you selected from your exercise. And beside, in the last column, I've listed what board members selected that, just so that you can see who might also have an interest in that initiative. But it is categorized by vision. So this is in logical or numerical order by the vision statements, objectives, and initiatives here. I know you haven't had a chance to look at this in detail, but maybe if we want to look at Vision 1 and just kind of collectively talk about anything that you see here that is of interest to you, or you might have additional comments on, or want us as staff to take into further consideration as we think about what a work plan might look like to achieve that initiative for the upcoming fiscal year. I think that might be a good approach if you all are in agreement with that. So we can look at Vision 1 and kind of talk about that in detail as.
Malia, my suggestion would be, it looks like we have a consensus. Well, I haven't looked through this whole document, but at least for Vision 1, Objective 1, we have a clear consensus winner as the initiative that most folks thought was most important. So maybe we can discuss that one, and those of us, including Gina and myself, that are on the losing side of that, complete our case maybe. But the other question I had is, for instance, on Vision number 1, Objective number 2, you only have 4 people that responded. So where's the rest of our board?
Which you said Vision number 1, Objective 2, initiative.
Right. So we have Objective 2, there's 3 twos, 2, 2, 2, and there's 3, Tefano, Hoover, and McCool. And my choice and Ken's choice, no, McCool's on there. Who's not on there? There's only 4. Am I reading this right?
So let me just make sure I understand. These are individual selections, and so everybody's name might not be on the initiative because it's just based on what you selected as the initiative.
There's no 2, 3. It's not on
there.
there.
2, 3 is not on there because no one selected it. So collectively, all of the feedback that I gathered from you all, no one selected 2, 3 as the initiative of interest. So
no, but I filled out every single one and my name is not on there.
So I have your, let me.
Prove me wrong. I
just want to clarify.
I usually am wrong when. So that's what I always tell Susan.
So which one do you believe is missing, Mayor?
I put an answer for every one of them. So Vision 1, Initiative 2, we had to pick, and I'm sure that I picked one. Objective 2, I'm sorry. Objective 2.
So for Objective 2 for Vision 1, you chose or starred Initiative 2.2.
So, and it's not shown on this sheet, is what I'm saying.
So it is, but your name's not, okay, I see what you're saying, 2.2.
Right.
So your name's not. beside that?
There's only
Okay.
4 recorded and there should be 7. So
Okay.
if everybody, I mean, I know I checked a choice for every one of
I
them.
did.
I think most people did, right?
Well, some people chose more, but yes, everybody at least selected one. So yes, for objective 2 on vision 1, initiative 2.2, both you and Ken's
Right.
name should be there. So I can make that change. Yeah. That's good. Yes, please check behind me clearly.
Is this what kind of document is this? Is this something you can
It's
just,
an Excel spreadsheet.
so you
I
can on the fly just change it? if
I
we need?
can.
Okay. Why don't we look at vision 1, objective 1, and it looks like most folks chose 1.1. Identify improvements to the flow of traffic throughout Matthews to decrease drive times and reduce congestion.
Sorry about that. And I'm sticking with the pencil.
So is everybody, we have all 7 of us recorded on objective 1, initiative 1. So my point was, it looks like there's a strong consensus around 1.1 being the most important.
I don't think all 7 selected 1.1 though.
He's saying.
Oh, the majority. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm saying that seems to be the consensus. So if you're looking for an initiative to prioritize, it looks like the majority of our board chose 1.1.
1.1. That is correct. Okay.
Renee, you choose more than one or objective 1?
So some folks did choose more than one initiative per objective.
Oh, okay.
And I recorded it, even though
Okay.
we were supposed to only choose one. I wanted to
Okay,
capture
so
everybody's response.
Leon, you're not shown on 1.1. Which one did you pick? 1. So you were 1.2, so you would join Gina and me. 2.1.
He was on 2.
So you didn't pick anything for 1?
Some people did not choose an initiative at all per that objective. So I don't want to.
And some people chose more than 1. Okay.
But I recorded all entries. Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So right now, this is what you have in front of you. Either one or more of you chose this initiative
Right.
as an initiative of interest.
Okay. I will speak for 1.2, and the reason I didn't pick 1.1 is that seems to support a CFI intersection. Yeah, it seemed like 1.1 to me was just increasing drive times, which is kind of the NCDOT model, just move traffic as fast as possible through Matthews. I thought that it would be more important to promote traffic diversion around the core of Matthews onto larger road networks. I mean, yeah, and and Gina chose that as well. So I mean, I think both are important. We should probably strive to do both. I'm sorry, Malia, I don't mean to be taking over your presentation. I'll shut up.
No, this is really an open discussion. I didn't have a specific for how we move through this because it is such a big document and you're just seeing all of the results collectively. And so we can move through this very slow or just kind of speak in general about what you're seeing as the initiatives that rose to the top based on your selections.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
It's
it is
a
a lot.
And I personally almost think that I need more time to chew on it because there's 12 pages of,
We want to take a look on maybe those initiatives that had at least 4 votes.
Well, on,
Because
You-
a couple of them we all picked.
you said 2.2
Right.
and have 2.2 in urban, and I tried to find a consensus opinion on them. So I'm assuming he also had 2.2.
And you had 2.2, didn't
yeah.
you?
So
You had 2.4.
So I'm going to propose then to look at this again because clearly I felt certain that I captured everybody, but I also have deleted some rows. And so in doing so, it could definitely have messed up the Excel spreadsheet.
Again, so we don't, I mean, just for discussion, ones that really jump out are Vision 2, Objective 2, Initiative 2.2, where we had 5 of us pick that one. There's a couple clearly that have broad consensus. Where we've had 5, 6. Did 7, all 7 of us pick one of them? I wonder. Doesn't look like it.
No, I don't think there was anywhere all 7 of you chose one.
We have a couple that are 5, which is pretty strong. What? It may be that a row was deleted.
Yeah,
A cell got deleted or something, because I'm sure
as I was going through.
we have several that have
So we can
5 or
bring,
6.
we can bring,
So-
I can bring.
So,
this
so
back.
maybe we recollect your booklets. We can revet the spreadsheet and get it back to you all in the nice big format. And maybe highlight the ones where there's strong
3 or more.
consensus so that and then we can focus on those and at a future discussion if that's perhaps a better use of time.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Does anybody have any objections to that?
You said what?
Fair warning, if you picked more than one, we might follow up and make you pick only one. More than one for the same objective? All right, who told, who?
I did. I did.
checked all of them.
Susan,
I'll
why are
claim
you
it.
breaking rules? What's
Right. I mean, I didn't see the need to restrict the creativity.
All right, all right. Now it's making
I
sense.
will say this was a really good exercise. I enjoyed meeting individually with staff. We had some good sessions, so it's a good exercise.
I agree with that. I think there's a ton of value that comes out of this and helps us know how to focus as we move forward. So this is not the last that you have seen of this. We'll feel like we've punted a couple things to 5:30s. We might start to get a little pressed for time, but we'll make sure that we prioritize some of this because it does feed into what you're likely to see in the FY25 budget.
Well, I think my mic is just about to go. That might be a good thing for you guys. It is clear, however, that there are 4 or 5 or 6 of these that were really important to the majority of the board, and I think that's what we should really focus on.
I do want to say that I immediately was impressed. I mean, in my very first session and opening up the document that we were to choose from, and it was obvious there was a lot of work put into it, and it was well assembled. And I don't know who gets the majority of the credit. I think it might have been a team effort, but whoever it was, kudos.
Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. All right, that was really weak. Yeah. I reiterated in one of the sessions that I think it was with you, Susan, that when we had our initial vision statements, I think in 2005, I was like, meh, they weren't, they just looked like some gobbledygook. They were feel good words. They were too long. They were too wordy, and they didn't mean a whole lot to me. And I think Maureen did a lot to help. And Malia, you were involved, I believe, as well, right? Well, we'll give you credit anyway, but I'm not big fans of these, scopes and visions and mission statements, but these are really meaningful, and I think they're great. They're really, really good basis for us to conduct business in Matthews. So great job by Maureen and anybody else that had anything to do with it, Becky and staff, and we appreciate it. Are we ready for our closing? 3 to 5 things, Becky?
Yeah, we and Nadine Bennett was involved in the design of the document.
That was it, Nadine.
Which helped make it very readable. So
yes, Nadine, great job. She is a planner.
Yeah, she's been a big asset to us. So yeah, for our main closing discussion before just the general closing remarks, we did want to hear from all board members. Hopefully you've either had a chance to give this some thought before today, or as we've had the discussion over the last 2 days, you've been able to think about over the 22 months or so that remain in your term, what would be the top 3 to 5 things that you hope that we are able to accomplish?
And before we go there, if I could just make a comment, I didn't make this at the beginning of our planning conference, but I did say this at one of our first meetings as a new board. We did have a very interesting election season with lots of people running to be a commissioner. And I think it is kind of telling that the public ended up reelecting all of the incumbents. All of us that were on the board previously got reelected. So that tells me that the public, by and large, despite our differences, thinks that this group of people did a pretty good job. And we've supplemented our group with Mr. Threet, who's, I think, done a great job so far. So welcome aboard, and you're doing very well. So we continue to have, our differences, but I think we work well together. In particular on the thing about what we're going to do for public comment and hearing comments and stuff. I think that was great work we did yesterday working together. We all had different opinions on that, and we came up to a really good compromise. So great job by everybody. So maybe to do this item, instead of having each person just give a speech, we can just go around the table and maybe each person give one item, and we can just, is that okay? So start with you, Gina, on one of the top things you would like to see accomplished during this term.
Well, I actually have written down 6, and 2 of them I think we accomplished, which was the public comment, and then Jay with the affordable housing for Mooresville. So check in that. Let's see. Gosh, that leaves which my main word here is things they would like to see accomplished in their term. So not like as in something I want accomplished. So I'm going to go with, I got 4 more to choose from. I'm going to go with number 2 because it kind of comes out with what you just spoke about. I would like to see this board come together and put away our differences and work together as one, and just for the betterment of the town and citizens of this town. Because at the end of the day, we have different opinions on things, but at the end of the day, we do work for the citizens of this town, and we need to put aside our differences and just work together. Is my number 2.
Certainly, Gina's commitment, and hopefully all of our commitment to work together. I have 3, but I'll give you 2 that I think I noted before we got started on the planning, and that was have a consensus of no new taxes. And I've heard that come up a few times that it is pretty much a consensus that tax increases at this next immediate season would not be wise for any of us. And then secondly, develop opportunities and avenues to listen to the public more readily. And I think that's an important piece, that we continue to be a people, a board, even the staff that are available to listen to the public, because we are here to serve their overall interests.
My goal is to establish what I call radical transparency, and that is that with today's technology, there's absolutely no reason for any citizen to submit a request for information. They should be able to go on a public portal and be able to access anything they wish that is considered part of public record. We have the technology in today's day and time to do that. And hopefully sometime this year, I'll be presenting a detailed presentation on how that can be accomplished.
I've got two points that I wanted to make. The main thing is, getting things set up so affordable housing is a lot more. This one apparently. Is it me? Is it user error? Put it closer to your mouth. I mean, do I need to scream? Is that better? I don't think I'll be as impassioned as Mark just was. But I think setting it up to where we have a really defined affordable housing policy in our UDO, so we can hold developers' feet to the fire to do the right thing. And then secondly, I think all of us are really blessed to be on this board during a time of really exciting things. I mean, Fire Station 3, the economic development opportunities that we have, all the great things going on in town. I think we are all really, really lucky to be here at this juncture, because I think future generations are going to look back and see the things that we have done and thank this government for moving the town forward and doing these things. This is going to be a really exciting year for us.
I'm most looking forward to standing with my other fellow commissioners on this board at the groundbreaking for the Hendrick Advanced Manufacturing Campus. I think this is the most exciting economic news for the town of Matthews in our history. And I think it's going to be such an opportunity for so many of our citizens to get really high-paying jobs with good futures, good careers. It's going to be a very exciting day. I hope we can do at least some groundbreaking during this term. That would be awesome. Renee?
Would it be inappropriate to say, I'd just like to survive this term? But really, the one thing that I would like to see in the next almost 2 years, but just under, is a finalized John Street design and being able to close that chapter of my life.
Gina, we'll go back to you. We'll just keep going around for a bit till everybody gives at least 2 or 3.
Okay, I'm going to go with my number 4 pick. I think it would be nice if the board, anyone on the board chooses, maybe to have meetings with the town manager, one-on-one meetings, to meet with her and see what's going on, what she's been doing, to see what's going on with the town, which also leads to the mayor, also one-on-ones with the mayor. It could be every other month, whatever is decided, just to kind of keep the board in the loop of things, what's going on, because the better we're educated, the better decisions we can make.
My calendar is always open. So just
as is mine. It is my number. Call me.
One of the subject matters that came up consistently during the campaign season was the importance in having a managed growth policy perspective. And that certainly will continue to be a priority for me, is that we are wise in our decision making as it relates to high density and continued growth in Matthews.
What is sort of going hand in hand with the transparency is the implementation of what I consider to be best business practices throughout the organization. And again, I'll be giving detailed presentation on that in the future. But one of the things that the citizens are asking constantly, for me anyway, is what is the status of this project? When is it going to be done? Who's working on it? What is the blah, 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 blah. And the transparency part of it is that there's tools in place in the business world where any individual can come in and take a look at what we're doing individually or as a team in order to meet an objective. And so that really establishing what is modern best practice business practices and exposing those to the public.
I'm going to steal what Leon said earlier, is doing the best thing to be a scene in the town. I think we govern better when people know who we are and we're out and about, at Brakeman's, at the schools, doing, quarterly Zoom calls. I think that's going to be incredibly important to getting our constituents to understand what we do and how we come to decisions. Because I think sometimes there's misinformation on why or how we come to a decision. But if you get to hear that thought process, I think a lot of people will have more of an understanding. I think that'll be good.
I'm hoping for world peace I'm just kidding. I think another really exciting chapter in the history of Matthews is the replacement and rebuilding of Matthews Elementary and other associated economic development opportunities with that opportunity. So I'm hopeful that our team can move the ball forward on getting a very solid plan for getting Matthews Elementary, which is in great need of being rebuilt in the very near future, and working with our partners at CMS to put in place some of those other economic development opportunities we have, particularly a park and a town green. And I do want to give a shout out to Jay, because Jay, that was your I think grand idea many moons ago, but to see that come to fruition is going to be awesome. I hope we can, if we don't see the school rebuilt during our term, I hope we can certainly get all the plans in place and have everything planned out and let our citizens know what's going on with that. That'd be great.
My next one probably lends itself to what Gina said the first time. And I would like to see us all ask more questions and take a moment when we're thinking about what fellow board members are doing, see where we are in the ladder of assumptions, really look inward before we project outward.
This is going to be for Jay. You're going to see more of me.
I'm going to actually ask the staff to tell us what you need more from us. We're talking about what we need from all of, so to speak, from each other, but tell us what you need from us. Do you want us to wrestle, fight more, or whatever? What do you need from us? We are one big team, and we saw this the last 2 days, how well we've worked together. We serve the people of Matthews, and we need to learn how to do it more effectively. And maybe you can help us by telling us what we can do better.
My very first month here, and after going through extensive interviewing of all the businesses up and down Trade Street, I proposed a pedestrian corridor from Trade and 51 to Trade and Fullwood. And I am going to try my best within the next couple of years to eventually establish that pedestrian corridor where every single crosswalk is properly lit, properly signaled, properly marked. And that is sort of dear to my heart. And I'm going to do whatever I can to make that happen.
another thing we talked about that I'm excited for is working closer with other elected officials. So periodically traveling to Raleigh, working with Central Carolina Regional Council, working with the other government entities, hopefully along with you guys, maybe we go in pairs every so often to travel and talk to these entities so we can start being the squeaky wheel, so we can start seeing those big grants and big numbers come. So it's not always on us to have to raise taxes. Maybe there are better and more creative ways we can get funds to do these big, amazing projects.
Hello, my next suggestion goes a little bit hand in hand with Mark's, and that is, I think, despite the best efforts of Maureen, who does an awesome job with all the social media, et cetera, I think we still have a really significant problem in Matthews with disinformation. I mean, I look on social media, on Nextdoor, on Facebook, and some of the ideas that people have of things that we're doing or proposing are just, from another planet. I don't know where they got this information. So I don't know how we can better inform the public. Again, I taking nothing away from Maureen. She's done nothing but improve that process, but we need to do a better job of informing our citizens what's going on, because these wild rumors get started, and with the landscape that we live in today with social media, it spreads all over everywhere, and pretty soon half of the town thinks we're doing some crazy thing that we're not. So I don't have a solution for that. Maybe that's something we can work together on, but informing the public, flooding them with information so they know exactly what we're doing would be helpful. Renee, you're done? Gina?
And I'm sure, let's see, my last one. All of you are aware, for me, more detached single family homes and home ownership. So that's something that I like to see more of.
Pass.
Nothing else to say other than I am eternally grateful for the board and especially the staff for what a wonderful weekend this has been. This has been informative. It is so easy to be an elected official in the town of Matthews because you inundate us with information. And I feel, even when I go to Central Line and stuff, I feel like the smartest guy in the room, and I'm not, but it's because of the staff who have given us the tools and the information to look that way. So I appreciate y'all for making us look a lot better than maybe we actually are. So thank you.
And I think Ken stole my closing remarks, but I do want to say that in my career in the corporate world, I've worked for a lot of world-class Fortune 500 organizations, and I've never worked with a more professional, fantastic, dedicated staff than here in Matthews. And like Susan didn't even slap me when we were talking about the CFI stuff. So that was a joke, but I mean, really appreciate how professional everybody is. As Ken said, you guys make it so easy to be an elected official. I go to the Metro Mayors Coalition or talk to my other colleagues, and they're talking about all the issues they're having with their town manager, or most of them don't have a town engineer, so they're wanting to hire you, but don't be looking too much. But really, you make it so easy. I'm so grateful for all of you, the police, fire, IT. Wayne's not here, but HR, finances, everybody. I don't know who I missed, but Lori's fantastic. As Mayor Bailey says, she runs the town of Matthews. So Jay, you as well, Corey. Thank you. I'm really being sincere. I mean, you guys are just so awesome. I feel like I can call any of you at any time, and I think together with this elected board, we can accomplish a lot in the next couple of years. And if there is something that we can do better, please let us know. Or if we're doing something that really irritates you, maybe I don't want to say that, but we really do appreciate you. And I'll give you a standing ovation right now. So thank you very much.
Who wants to go home?
Does anybody have anything else for the good of the group? Anybody on staff or elected official want to say anything? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done.